good afternoon, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Donington Park for what will be the final two championship rounds of the 2021 Radical SR1 Cup Championship. We are bathed in sunshine in the East Midlands, ideal racing conditions. Whilst this is the first of two races we'll see today for the Radical SR1 Cup, mathematically we could be crowning a champion at the end of this race. We saw some fantastic qualifying this morning, and our main championship protagonist, James Lay, will start this race from pole position. You can see the heat haze there, considering that occasionally it feels slightly autumnal, or it did earlier on this week, but yeah, almost back to being like summer here in the East Midlands, and some great racing that we've got. This is the final two races of the season for this championship, which started off on the 24th of April at Snetterton on the 300 circuit there. We visited Brands Hatch and the Grand Prix circuit in the early part of May. Then there was the invitational race, the non-championship race that took place at Spa-Francorchamps before we then headed back to the UK. We went back to Snetterton on the 300 circuit. We went to Silverstone in August on the Grand Prix circuit there, where the SR1s were on the same grid as the Radical Challenge Championship. And well, we're here at Donington Park, and you can see there's a few little clouds in the sky, but you can see just how warm it looks out there. And the spectators are looking forward to what will be a couple of fantastic races for the Radical SR1 Cup. So those cars will be shortly heading onto the grid for what for them is scheduled to be a 20-minute race. There are already a couple of championship points that have been scooped up, because there are additional championship points for pole position in the qualifying session that takes place, and that qualifying session sets the grid for this race. The second fastest times that the drivers set in the qualification session also sets the grid for race number 2, and there is one championship point for pole position in each one of those races. So James Lay, who will start from pole position, has scooped up one additional championship point for qualifying on pole in this race. He will also scoop up the same championship point because he is on the second fastest times from qualifying, also the quickest driver, so he will start from pole position. We already know that in both of the championship races. So those are the cars. They are in the assembly area at the moment, just waiting to head out onto circuit. If you're not familiar with the Radical SR1 Cup, then it's a single brand race series. All cars are identical in reality. They all run in the same class. There are sub-classes of them, but that's really down to whether you are a rookie in the championship or whether you're of a certain age. You're eligible for things like the Fangio Trophy. But in terms of technical specification, all of the cars are absolutely identical, all powered by the Radical Suzuki 1340cc Generation 2 motor as they make their way out onto the track, ready for lining up on the grid, and then they will also then shortly be heading off onto a formation wrap. They all run a treaded tyre as well. They are allowed a certain number of tyres throughout the course of the championship season, but they have been allowed an additional 4 tyres because of tyre wear generally over the course of this season. Let's guide you then through the grid for this one as they start to line up there, and the way that the grid will line up. As we see the car coming onto pole position, it will be James Lay that starts on pole position. He is the championship leader, and alongside should be Darren De Leon that sits alongside, but it's showing that Will Hunt is sitting alongside there on the grid that's coming up on the graphic. So let's just have a quick look and double check the data with regards to the way that they line up, and it is James Lay, and it should be Darren De Leon that's there on the outside of the front row of the grid at the wheel of the number 2 car. The second row of the grid is number 7, which is Fraser McFadden, and alongside Fraser will be the number 21 car, which will be Will Hunt. And row 3 of the grid will be number 18, Mark Williams, alongside 27, Mackenzie Walker. Row 4 of the grid is number 26, Nick Sapolsky, and number 53, which is Ben Casely. Row 5 will see 22, Andy Lowe, line up alongside number 4, which is Ben Stone, with row 6 being James Hadley. He drives the number 40 car, and alongside is number 55, which is James Ockenden. And the 7th and final row of the grid, number 3, Paul Atherton, lines up alongside number 17, which is Gavin McAlpine. So off they head onto their final formation lap. In terms of the championship, as we mentioned, the car that starts from pole position, that white car with the day-glow green flashes to it, James Lay, he leads the championship. But prior to the qualifying session, he led by just one single championship point. He was on 351 points coming into this weekend, compared to Will Hunt, who was on 350. Well, James starts from pole position. Will Hunt starts from the outside of the second row of the grid. His car is largely white and blue, not that car there, that's the number 22 car of Andy Lowe, but Will's is a similar kind of colour to it. But of course James Lay did pick up those 2 additional championship points. Now there are 40 points for a race win. There is also an extra point for the fastest lap. So should James Lay win this race, and for instance Will Hunt non-finish, if James Lay wins it and sets the fastest lap and Will Hunt were to non-finish, the championship would be decided, but it really needs a retirement for Will Hunt to fully stitch up the championship in this race for James Lay. And for Will Hunt, he's been around this championship for a good number of years now. He finished 3rd last year in the championship. He was 4th in 2019, he finished 3rd in 2018, so he'll be looking to try and stay right at the sharp end of it. And so far, he is the driver that has won more races than anybody else. James Lay might be leading the championship and will start from pole. He's had 3 wins so far this season. He's had 3 seconds. He's had a couple of 3rds and a 4th. Those are every race that he has finished in, whereas for Will Hunt, when you drop no rounds in this championship, and that's what has been his undoing very slightly at the moment, because whilst he has had 5 race wins at the wheel of his number 21 car, he's had 3 second places. He very sadly had a non-finish in the first of the 3 races that we had at Silverstone last time out, so that is why he is playing catch-up to a degree, and with qualifying not really having gone his way, he's got a bit of work to do over the course of this 20-minute race that is coming up. So there is the white and blue car just disappearing out of shot, which is Will Hunt's car. You can see them all weaving from side to side to try and build the temperature into the control Hankook tyres that they all run nowadays. And with the grid of cars making their way around onto the Grand Prix circuit, the lights are out on the safety car. Should be usually a standing start for these cars, but with the safety car bringing them round, it's looking as though it's going to be potentially a rolling start for them. So around the Melbourne hairpin they will go. Full Grand Prix circuit, just under 2.5 miles, 2.4873 miles. I think it is, to be absolutely precise. So as good as 2.5 miles. And we'll wait and see as to whether it's going to be a rolling start for these. Usually it's been standing starts over the years for the SR1s, but it certainly looks as though we're going for a rolling start this time through for the 10th round of the 2021 Radical SR1 Cup Championship. They're just making their way around through Goddard's now onto the start-finish line, and as they head onto the start-finish line, we will get our first race of the day underway. Red lights on, red lights off. It looks as though it's not a bad start from James Lay from pole position. Going wheel to wheel with him is though Darren de Leon, that sits there in second place, but squeezing his way through. Fraser McFadden trying to squeeze his way through into second place, and he makes it through, but then runs wide on the exit of the corner, gets a little bit sideways, and I think Darren de Leon will already retake the second place that he lost on the run towards Redgate Corner, and that has already released James Lay, not just into the lead, but he's got a little bit of daylight between himself. Mark Williams dives up the inside of Fraser McFadden to grasp 3rd place as they head down in towards the old hairpin. And by the look of things, the man from Dalkeith is going to hang on to it as well. The Scottish Saltire on the rear wing of his car. He is in 3rd position. Fraser McFadden on cold tyres. You can see the car moving around, and bouncing over the curbs goes Andy Lowe as he looks to try and hang on to 6th position. Working their way through McLean's corner. He has lost out, however, as Mackenzie Walker goes through, and then the door is open for a further 2 cars to squeeze their way through, and that looked as though James Hadley also took the opportunity to go through there. Side by side for 3rd. Fraser McFadden has the inside line heading in towards the chicane and will make it through into 3rd place. Mark Williams back down into 4th position. So down in towards the braking area for the Melbourne Loop. At the end of lap number 1, they will work their way. There is Fraser McFadden looking to try and build momentum and try and catch the pair ahead. Now, Mark Williams has has lost out enormously there. His car was in 4th place, wasn't it, going into towards the chicane? I thought I saw him make a slight mistake going into the chicane, but he's now dropped down towards the bottom of the top 10 by the look of things. Nick Sapolsky is in 4th place now, but coming under enormous pressure. He's got the black and red car of Mackenzie Walker right behind him, and then the number 21 of Will Hunt, who is going to conclude the first lap of the race. Bearing in mind the number 21 car of Will Hunt lies 2nd in the championship standings. He is going to be in 6th place at the end of the first lap, and his main championship rival is leading the race. So down through Hollywood and the Craner curves, Nick Sapolsky at the wheel of the number 26 car, the man from Oldley Edge, sticking his elbows out. Mackenzie Walker, a winner last time out at Silverstone, looking to try and thread his way through into what would be 4th position. Nothing doing at the moment though, and all of the time whilst they're squabbling for 4th, for 5th, and with Will Hunt there for 6th place. And even Andy Lowe in 7th place, who's starting to close up. It's allowing the leading trio just to break away a little bit. In the subcategories, the Rookie Cup is being led by the car in 2nd place at the moment, Darren de Leon, in his first season of racing, and the Fangio Trophy for drivers of a certain age, shall we say, is being led by the number 22 car of Andy Lowe at this stage. Side by side, Nick Sapolsky protecting that all-important inside line as they head in towards the Fogarty S's. And I think should hang on to 4th for the moment. Does he get the drive out of the corner? Yes, he does. Mackenzie Walker in the black car with its red flashes cannot as yet squeeze his way through. Mackenzie Walker, the son of Sean Walker, former British touring car racer. Somebody running very wide there down in towards the old hairpin and tumbling down through the order. I think that might have been Ben Casely possibly, or Paul Atherton. Paul Atherton was running in last place, but I think it might be Ben Casely possibly, who was inside the top 10. Now look at the battle in the background for 4th position. Mackenzie Walker's got the run. There's a spin, I'm afraid to say, and that is Ben Stone that's facing the wrong way at Goddard's corner. Should be able to fire the car back into life, but that is going to drop him into dead last, I'm afraid. So down through the Craner curves, this is our race leader, and of course remember the championship leader, James Lay, leading the way at the moment. If James Lay were to win this race, he would end up on 393 championship points. Will Hunt is currently in 6th position. He would be on 372 championship points. So that would be 21 points between the pair of them. And that would not be sufficient for James Lay to stitch up the championship in this race. It would go down to the final race of the season, which of course takes place later on today here at Donington Park. And off, I'm afraid, has gone Darren de Leon. I did wonder where he'd gone, but yeah, Darren de Leon is off. The car is in the gravel, and I'm afraid to say that's not in the safest of places, and also off and in the gravel track.
Darrell, car stopped at the side of the track, just on the exit of the thing. Did give us a way around Sapolsky before the end of the lap. 5th, Will Hunt didn't find a way through, so he's still some places behind championship rival. In 6th place is 22. Andy Lowe. In 8th place, the back of number 70, Jeff McAlpine.
and 5th at the moment is Will Hunt, with 6th being the car of Andy Lowe. The graphic on the left of your screen showing a few drivers that aren't competing in this one, so that is not the order on the left of your screen, I'm afraid, at the moment. After Andy Lowe in 6th position, the number 18 car of Mark Williams is 7th, the number 17 car of Gavin McAlpine is 8th, 9th is the number 53 car, despite his running wide down at the old hairpin a lap or so ago, which is Ben Casely. And completing the top 10 at the moment is the number 40 car, which is James Hadley, who started in 11th position, so he's gained 1 place so far. Just outside of the top 10 then, to run you through the rest of the order, 11th should be Ben Stone, now that he has rejoined the race. And I think he will then have Paul Atherton behind him, by the look of things, as the last of the runners almost, so we'll have to wait and see. So safety car still out there. Don't think we're going to go back to green flag racing this time through. Now, in terms of the championship mathematics at this stage, the additional point for the fastest lap is at the moment going the way still of Darren de Leon, prior to him disappearing out off circuit. So it would mean that if they remain in the order that they are, the car that leads the race, which is James Lay, 393 championship points he would be on at the end of this race, and Will Hunt, his main championship rival at the end, wheel of the number 21 car, is in 5th position, so he would be just 19 points adrift on 374 championship points. Well, when there's 40 points for a race win, and we've got another race coming up later on, that does mean that the championship would, as has traditionally been the case in the Radical SR1 Cup, would go down to the final championship round. So is it going to be James Lay or Will Hunt that follow in the footsteps of the 2020 championship winner, which was James Pinkerton? Shane Stoney took this championship in 2019. James Pinkerton took the championship for the first time in 2018. He's a double champion. He's here this weekend, but he's not on the grid. Jerome de Sadlier, who's graduated to the Radical Challenge, claimed the championship in 2017. James Taylor took it in 2016. Dave Morgan took it in 2015. In 2014 it was Matt Brooks that was the champion. 2013, which I think was the first year for the Radical SR1 Cup, amazing how long it's been around already, it was Colin Noble Jr. who's now racing in things like the European and Asian Le Mans Series, the Scotsman. He was the inaugural champion, I think, back in 2013 in the championship. That was the year that we saw the likes of Sir Chris Hoy competing in the championship in 2013, who of course has now gone on to race things like Le Mans, amongst many other things, Sir Chris Hoy. So safety car lights, I think, should be being extinguished very shortly. The last bit of weaving being done from side to side for James Lay to try and build the temperature into those tyres. Lights are indeed out on the safety car, so we're going to be good to get going with there or thereabouts 10 minutes of racing. Watch out for that number 21 car, Will Hunt, 2nd in the championship, 5th in the race, needs to make a bit of progress here to try and keep right on the coattails in terms of the championship scoring of James Lay, because the gap was just 1 point at the beginning of qualifying. It was 3 points coming into this race, but it will be 19 points if they stay where they are at the moment. So we get the race back underway now, no overtaking until they reach the start finish line. Green flag waves, we go back to racing. Somebody dives in the background for the pit lane, but it's a good restart from James Lay, and Will Hunt is already looking to try and attack Nick Sapolsky. Up the inside he goes at Redgate corner, yep, squeezes his way through. Up to 4th goes Will Hunt, doesn't run wide on the exit of it, so that now would put him on 377 points at the end of this race compared to the 393 for James Lay. So minimising the damage after what for him was a poor qualifying, really, only 4th quickest, and then dropping to 5th and almost 6th at some stages of this race. But he's now back to where he started when the red lights first went out. Will Hunt, what can he do about trying to close on the cars ahead is the big question. This is Andy Lowe in 6th place. He's got the Scotsman Mark Williams right behind him. Mark qualified in 5th position. Was running up inside the top 3. All the two side by side. They always barge off the side of each other, but good driving by both, just giving each other enough room there as they carve their way through Coppice Corner. I think at the last moment Andy Lowe saw that the gap was certainly opened up by Mark Williams, and if he turned in, the inevitable was going to happen. So both drivers giving each other just about enough room as they head through the Fogarty S's and onto the Grand Prix loop now with already just 8.5 minutes remaining. James Lay leads, Fraser McFadden in 2nd place, Mackenzie Walker in 3rd, Will Hunt 4th, Nick Sapolsky in
5th place, Mark Williams in 6th, and then diving through to grab 7th place by the look of things. That was a good dive through there up the inside to gain the position was Gavin McAlpine. Gavin McAlpine had an awful qualifying session. He qualified at the very tail end of the field in 14th position and will come through and over the start-finish line this time through. I think inside the top 10 potentially. He was 8th last time through, and I think, is he going to improve his position? No, still remains 8th actually. Took the place going in towards the old hairpin, in towards the Melbourne hairpin, but lost it on the way out. So 7 3/4 minutes remaining. For the 7th time of asking, James Lay carves his way through the old hairpin. Fraser McFadden far enough behind him so as to not to worry the championship leader. Fraser McFadden also with a very small amount of damage to the tail end of his car. You see the bodywork on the left rear just flapping around a little bit. He will be conscious to the fact that Mackenzie Walker is not too far away as they head up into the blind entry double apex right-hander at Coppice Corner. You grab the first apex, you don't worry about the second one, let the car drift out all the way down towards the curbs on the exit of Coppice Corner, and then move over to the right-hand side of the circuit, dive onto the brakes, and in towards the left and the right flicks at the Fogarty chicane. Now, the fastest lap of the race still going the way of Darren de Leon at the moment, so he is destined to pick up the additional championship point for that. But on this lap, Mackenzie Walker has gone purple through the middle sector. Will Hunt has gone purple through the first sector, so there's a couple of cars out there on quick laps this time through. Now, Gavin McAlpine, that green and yellow car, was making progress. I think he's lost 2 places on this lap, so I think McAlpine from 8th might be back down to 10th at the end of the lap, potentially. Over the start-finish line come the leading 4 cars. Order still remains the same. James Lay, Fraser McFadden, Mackenzie Walker, Will Hunt. We have got a new fastest lap of the race, and that goes the way of the championship leader as Mark Williams dives up the inside of Nick Sapolsky going in towards Redgate Corner, but brakes too late. Sapolsky straight away wrestles his way straight back past. So the new fastest lap, 1 minute 36.029 for this car here that leads the race and leads the championship. So at the moment, it's potentially maximum points with having qualified on pole for race 1 and in second fastest times qualified on pole already for race 2, has now picked up the fastest lap of the race and is leading. So 393 championship points potentially it would be at the end of this race for James Lay, and for Will Hunt it would be 377. So the championship still, at the moment, will go down to the final race of the season, which takes place later on this afternoon. Now, Will Hunt is in that white car with the blue flashes that sits there in 4th place. Through the Fogarty S's. They're on lap number 8 at the moment. We've got 5 minutes still remaining. And Will Hunt is in prime position now to try something on Mackenzie Walker for 3rd place. See whether he might be able to do it. 27 points for 4th position. If he can work his way through to 3rd, and running wide on the grass won't help, that would be an extra 3 championship points for Will Hunt. But small mistake there, coming out of the Melbourne hairpin. Will have picked up a little bit of grass onto the tyres of Will Hunt, but he's pushing hard at this stage. He'll sit in the slipstream of Mackenzie Walker, too far away this time as they head up towards Redgate Corner. So he'll have to be content with 4th position still for the moment. This is a good little fight for the final podium spot. And Mackenzie Walker would desperately like to try and hang on to the podium spot. He's not had huge amounts of podiums so far this season. He's had a torrid year, really, with a non-finish at Snetterton at round 1 of the championship. Round 3, 4 and 5 of the championship were all non-finishes at Brands Hatch. He had another non-finish at Silverstone, so it's been a tough season for Mackenzie Walker. He's had a 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd and a 4th, and they're his only point-scoring races so far, so another podium would be ideal for him. Would not be ideal for the 21, though, of Will Hunt, that sits behind still. Through Coppice Corner, in towards the straight that brings them down in towards the S's. So as they head down now towards the S's, is the gap closing between the pair of them on this lap? It looks as though, yeah, Will Hunt was about half a second quicker through the first sector. They've matched each other for pace, I think, through the second sector. No, they've matched each other for pace absolutely through both sectors, looking at it. Identical lap times through the middle sector of the lap, but Will Hunt has the inside line on the brakes, heading in towards the Melbourne hairpin and squeezes his way through into the podium places. So another 3 championship points picked up for Will Hunt. Those could all prove important come the totting up at the end of the day. Now Mackenzie Walker takes a wider sweep in towards Goddard's to try and get a bit more momentum on the exit, but the job is done, I'm afraid. Will Hunt, 5 times a race winner so far this season, is through. Walker will close up in the slipstream. You can see the top 4 are a long way ahead of the 5th place car, which is Mark Williams in the background, and poor old Gavin McAlpine's had more problems. There's a spin for Gavin McAlpine. Hopefully he'll get the car fired up, but he had dropped from 9th to 10th on the previous lap, and I think will now tumble down towards the very tail end of the field. Now Will Hunt, having gained 3rd place, the number 21 car, is already, you can see, has gapped now Mackenzie Walker. What can he do in the remaining 2 3/4 minutes about Fraser McFadden? Well, not a great deal, but he's a 10th quicker in the first third of the lap, and you can see the gap is closing. Andy Lowe, this is the number 22 car down in 7th position. He's being kept busy by the larger grey car of Ben Stone that sits behind. Ben Stone is a rookie in the championship and is actually leading the rookie standings at the moment in terms of this race and in terms of the championship as well, Ben. So it's not been a bad rookie season for Ben Stone as he's pushing hard to try and see what he might be able to do. Ben was actually lying 4th overall in the championship standings coming into this weekend, was Ben Stone. His best overall finish so far this season has been 5th places. It's what, 3 of those that he's had throughout the course of this season, but he's down in 8th place in this race at the moment. But as I say, rookie season, he's leading the rookie championship and he's having a good little fight really in the background. So there goes James Lay. You can see he really has opened up the gap between himself and Fraser McFadden, and has set another new fastest lap of the race, that time through James Lay. 1 minute 35.804 from James. Will Hunt was 0.2 of a second quicker than Fraser McFadden, so the gap 2nd to 3rd is beginning to close up, and Fraser McFadden is going to have to stick his elbows out to a degree if he wants to see whether he can hang on to 2nd place. The good thing is for him is that we've only got 75 seconds of the race left, and I think Will Hunt has still got 5 or 6 car lengths to close up just to catch, let alone get past. So we should be on to what will be the last lap of the race this time through. Mackenzie Walker, I think now having settled for 4th position. Driver who first cut his teeth in the Lotus Cup UK, moved over to Radical Racing a couple of seasons ago. And as I say, last time out took his only win of the 2021 championship season. And I think that was his first win in the Radical SR1 Cup. He's been around it for a season or so, but I don't think he claimed a win last year. He had a couple of seconds at Brands Hatch last year, did Mackenzie Walker. And he was in the 2019 championship season, I think 4th was the best that he finished. So he'll have to settle for a place just off the podium this time through. But with 22 seconds to go, is James Lay going to get over the start-finish line and chalk another lap in? I think he is, you know. I think we're going to squeeze 1 further lap out of this race. So 15 seconds to go as he comes into the final corner. Is he going to get over the start-finish line before the checkered flag? I would imagine he will, which for Will Hunt gives him 1 further lap to try and close the gap. Yet 5 seconds to go as James Lay comes over the start-finish line. So there's another lap to go. Now, Fraser McFadden will see the number 21 car looming ever larger in his mirrors as they head through Redgate Corner. That time through, the gap between the pair of them came down by half a second. It was a 1 minute 36.5 from the black and green car of Fraser McFadden. It was a 1 minute 36.0 from Will Hunt in his pursuit to try and grab what would be an extra 5 championship points. New fastest lap of the race for James Lay that time through, as you can see, 1 minute 35.725 from him. So it looks as though James Lay is going to finish this race with 393 championship points, but for Will Hunt, at the moment it's 380. It could be 385 if he can unlock the door to 2nd place, and Fraser McFadden is not going to make it easy. But equally as much, if Will Hunt tries it and it doesn't work, that could mean losing championship points, because he could drop himself down through the order if the two of them have a tangle. Now he's sitting in the slipstream. There's only a couple of corners to go. He jinks to the right-hand side. That's the outside lane for the S's. And Will Hunt, I think, made a mistake there going in towards the S's on the outside. That might slow his exit and could drop him back into the clutches of Mackenzie Walker. None of this will worry James Lay, the championship leader, because he is on course for maximum points. And Will Hunt did make it stick, but Fraser McFadden is back at the inside. He's then pushed wide, which might allow Mackenzie Walker to go through. And it is side by side, 3 abreast, heading up in towards Goddard's. How's this going to work its way through? two. Will Hunt has the inside line. It is Fraser McFadden who is the meat in the sandwich. There's lock brakes and there is a spin for Will Hunt. That is the last thing he needed. It's going to be Fraser McFadden that comes through in second place. Mackenzie Walker third. Will Hunt will recover to finish in fourth position. He was looking to try and gain an extra 5 championship points. He ended up losing 3 championship points. So James Lay will be, if I've got the maths right, on 393 championship points heading into the final race of the season. Will Hunt will be on 377 championship points heading into the final race of the season. So mathematically, the championship stays alive for the last race of the season, but it is going to be very tight indeed. And for James Lay, that now means that he has won 5 races over the course of the 2021 championship season. He will be absolutely delighted with the way that things have panned out. It means he will have a 16-point championship lead heading into the final race of the season, with a maximum of 41 points available, 40 for the win. 1 extra point, remember, for the fastest lap as well to come in race number 2 of the weekend. But for James Lay, he will be really, really pleased that he has got the day off to the perfect start at the moment. Pole position for both races with the extra championship point each one of those will carry. Fastest lap in that race as well, which carries an additional championship point, and he has claimed the win, his 4th of the championship season, compared to Will Hunt, his main championship rival, who might have had an extra win compared to him, but he is going to be 16 points ahead going into the final championship round. And well, for James Lay, could he be the man that picks up the championship crown following in the footsteps of the 2020 championship season, James Pinkerton, which also concluded its championship season here at Donington Park last year as well. We only saw 1 race, sadly, at Donington Park last year. The other 2 that were scheduled were abandoned due to awful weather conditions, whereas for this season we have got probably ideal conditions, a very light breeze, nice warm ambient temperatures as well. So we're going to see some quick laps coming in over the course of what will be today's racing here at Donington Park, and we will see the Radical SR1 Cups back out onto circuit for their final race of the 2021 championship season. Scheduled start time for it is 15:50, so 10 to 4 this afternoon is the scheduled start time. But of course, with all of the other support races going on here at Donington Park and other championships that are here, then of course that is subject to change. It may possibly come forward if we run ahead of time, but of course it could go backwards if there are some incidents out on circuit that require our fantastic Donington Park marshals to sort out. So do keep an eye on social media, and we will go live as soon as we can. So confirmation then of the results. James Lay claims the win with Fraser McFadden in second position, and Mackenzie Walker came through in the end to steal 3rd place away from Will Hunt, who at the final corner had a spin and dropped to 4th. Mark Williams finished in 5th place and was the winner of the Fangio Trophy. In 6th place it was Nick Sapolsky. 7th place went the way of our rookie winner, which was James Hadley, who was the first rookie home. 9th place in the end was the car of Ben Stone, and completing the top 10 in the end was the number 17 car of Gavin McAlpine. Then just outside of the top 10, Ben Casely finished in 11th place. 12th place went the way of the number 3 car of Paul Atherton, and then we had retirements, I'm afraid, for both Darren de Leon, and there was a retirement also for James Ockenden. But that is it for the Radical SR1 Cup Championship here at Donington Park. Remember, we'll be back later on today for the final race of the 2021 season. We'll also be crowning our champion. Until later on today, it's goodbye. Well, we've got round 17 of the 2021 GT Cup Championship coming up at Donington Park in just a few moments' time. The cars have been released onto the grid for what is the first of two sporting sprint races that we'll have over the course of this weekend, one of which will take place today, the other of which will take place tomorrow. Same format as ever, if you're used to tuning in, is that we see sprint race and a pit stop race each day. Round 17 of the championship coming up, and a full grid of cars as good as at Donington Park, with all of the various classes represented. 6 classes nowadays we have in the GT Cup Championship, catering for pretty much everything that we have. The GT3 class is for GT3 homologated cars, the GTO class is for open specification cars, so that's a low volume manufacturer built cars, or it could be GTE2 cars or GTE cars that sit in there, or modified challenge cars. We have Group GTC, which is for later model challenge cars, so that's for things like Lamborghini Super Trofeos or maybe even Ferrari challenge specification cars. GTB is for earlier challenge cars, so we'll see the likes of the Porsche 911s, GT3 Cup cars sitting there, and the fabulous Marcos Mantis cars that we have out. Group GTH is for the GT4 homologated cars, and Group GTA is for lower specification Cup and Challenge cars, and will make series cars, which largely nowadays in the entry list is for Ginetta Super Cup cars, the G55 Super Cup specification cars. So a range of cars out there. The vast majority have been with us for the course of the season. There are a few invitational cars that are on the grid for this weekend, and one of them has lined up on the outside of the front row of the grid. We've seen plenty of Morgan Tilbrook and Marcus Clutton sharing the number 66 Mercedes over the course of this season, but they brought out their GT3 McLaren. There it is, look, the GT3 McLaren. And really what they're doing is the GT Cup Championship has been their home in Group GT8, but they've changed car for this weekend because they're also concentrating on the British GT Championship, and that is here in a few weekends' time. So they're using this almost as a sneaky testing session. And we'll look forward to seeing how they get on. Morgan did a really good job in qualifying that Zip Cap prepared car and supported car onto the outside of the front row of the grid. We'll guide you through the grid in a few moments' time, and as the last few officials and team representatives are cleared from the grid, this is a 25-minute race that will be coming up for round 17 of the championship. It is also not just for the overall championship, we've also got the sprint championship, so that is for just the sprint races that we have each day, and leading that in terms of the championship standings on 122 points is the Porsche number 35 of Nick Phelps from the number 67 Ginetta of Simon Orange, who is 10 points adrift. That's the Sprint Cup Championship. In terms of the overall championship, well, it's the car that starts from pole position, which is Richard and Sam Neary. Richard is driving in this race that will start from pole. So we'll give you the grid then. No graphic to bring up, but we'll just guide you through the grid and the way that they line up. Car number 88, Richard Neary, starts from pole position. Alongside is number 66, which is Morgan Tilbrook. Row 2 of the grid is the Radical local man from just down the road at Nottingham. Number 7, Steve Burgess, lines up alongside 41, which is Tim Morley, who joins James Simons for this weekend. Row 3 of the grid is 61, John Dillon, and number 4, which will be Graham Tilley. And row 4 of the grid sees number 33, the GCAT Racing Porsche return in the hands of Seamus Jennings. Alongside will be 113, which should be Tom Webb of the two Webb brothers for this race. Row 5 of the grid is 9, that is Warren Gilbert. Driving solo this weekend, Warren. Jensen Lunn, who owns the car and shares the car with Warren, was taken into hospital and had a fairly major operation earlier on this week. I know you'll be watching from hospital, Jensen. Everybody here at Donington Park and everybody from Butte Motorsport and the GT Cup wishes you all the very best with your recovery, and we hope to see you back behind the wheel very soon indeed. So Warren Gilbert lines up alongside Paul Bailey in the SB Race Engineering. We'd usually say Brabham, but for this weekend it's the McLaren GT3 Can-Am that he's got out. The Brabham, there's some parts that are on back order at the moment, so we're hoping that we might see that car back out at Snetterton, but if we don't, I'm sure we'll see this fantastic McLaren Can-Am out, one of only three cars, there it is, the number 28 car that was ever built, based on an MP4-12C, but was built for regulations for a series that was scheduled to take place in America. Chassis number 1, it's only done 500 kilometres, that car, so great to see it out there. And row 6 of the grid, it's the second of the two GCAT Racing Porsches. Number 25, David Shaw, lines up alongside 5, which is Richard Chamberlain. Row 7 is 24, which is Andre Borodin, alongside 56, which is Roy Millington. And row 8 sees 35, Nick Phelps, the championship leader in the Sprint Cup, line up alongside the Group GTH, Ginetta number 1 in the hands of Josh Jackson. Both Nick Phelps and Josh Jackson qualified on pole in reality in their respective groups. The next row of the grid is row number 9, 74, Charles Clark, new to the series for this weekend, alongside 26, which is Tom Rawlings in this race, and row 10 is going to be the number 212 car of Chris Hart alongside 15, David Holloway. We'll leave it there though, because we are about to get this race very shortly underway. A rolling start, remember, for round 17 of the 2021 GT Cup Championship here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. Enormous variety as ever, with so many different marques represented on the grid, and we're about to get our first of 4 races in the GT Cup Championship underway. The black Mercedes of Richard Neary on pole position, the largely white and orange McLaren of Morgan Tilbrook sitting alongside. Red lights are on the gantry, and when the lights go out, which they do now, the cars rocket themselves up towards Redgate Corner. Richard Neary with a good start. Remember, that car is the overall championship leading car as well, the Mercedes. Steve Burgess, I think, in the Radical might just sneak through into second place there as the rest of the cars all file their way up towards Redgate Corner for the first time, where everybody, I think, has been sensible. Somebody has run wide, and that's Richard Neary, the pole sitter, runs wide at Redgate Corner all over the grass, and that has dropped that car way down through the order, outside of the top 10 and possibly even outside of the top 15. He's amongst the Group GTH cars at this stage, so the GT3 Merc has got some work to do here in the hands of Richard Neary as he files past Tom Rawlings. There's a spin in the background, I'm afraid to say, and it might have been possibly Carl Cavers that went around, but for the number 88 Mercedes of Richard Neary, the championship leader, that is not the start to the race that he wanted. It was Carl Cavers that went round in the background, so thankfully the Beluga Motorsport Cup Porsche Cayman has recovered. So Richard Neary with work to do here, picking his way still through some of the GTH competitors, and the extra power of the Mercedes will tell, so makes light work of the reigning champion, Josh Jackson. But everybody else, I think, is safely through the first lap without too much trauma. There is the number 41 car, that's Tim Morley that's on board that car for this weekend, sharing with James Simons. Had a really good qualifying session, did Tim Morley. We've seen him racing in things like VLN in the past and the LNS series, which is the Nürburgring long distance series in reality, but the first lap is going to be chalked into the book. Radical leads in the hands of Steve Burgess, Lamborghini second, McLaren third, Porsche fourth, Lamborghini fifth, and Nissan completes the top 6 as Richard Chamberlain dives at the inside of Warren Gilbert's car to take a place away. That will be a change for 7th and 8th. Richard Neary concludes the first lap of the race down in 11th position, 12th position, I'm afraid to say. So there's number 9, Warren Gilbert. That will please him that Richard Neary is behind, because that car is right up there in the championship standings. Richard Neary and Sam Neary on 388 points coming into this weekend, and for Warren Gilbert and Jensen Lunn, who will be watching on from his hospital bed, 351 from them. I think everybody's safely through the first lap of the race. There goes the number 82 car. That will be James Guess running in Group GTH. He's been sharing the car with various drivers over the course of the season, and it will be Tom Canning that's back on board that number 82 car for the pit stop races over the course of this weekend. So down and in towards the braking area for the S's. There goes the Mercedes of Richard Neary, still trying to make progress. There's the number 24 McLaren. Roy Millington's Ferrari sitting behind. Seamus Jennings doing a really good right. Richard Chamberlain starting to make some more progress here, so that is another position that he has gained there. The Porsche rockets its way through and past Graham Tilley's Nissan. So Richard Chamberlain started this lap in 8th position. I think he's going to finish it in 6th place, Richard, returning to the championship. Missed a few rounds because of issues with the Porsche. Great to see him back. Yeah, he's up to 6th position. Picked off both Warren Gilbert and Graham Tilley on that lap. So this up towards us now was going to be Warren Gilbert fighting away. Instead, we now look back at what's going on with James Townsend fighting away. For the lead of the race, though, Steve Burgess is starting to sprint away to a degree, whilst John Dillon, who is now in 2nd place, is coming under attack from Morgan Tilbrook. So both of those cars weaving their way through McLean's corner. John Dillon in the GT3 Lamborghini, the GT3 McLaren of Morgan Tilbrook sitting behind. I've got to say, Morgan Tilbrook is a driver who really has come on so well over the course of this last season or so, under the tutorage of Marcus Clutton, the pro that shares the car with him. Morgan weaving from one side to the other. He's got the run here, I think. Is he going to be able to sneak his way through? Yes, he has. Through goes Morgan Tilbrook up into second position once more. The Lamborghini dropping down into third. And can he hang on to it on the exit? Yes, he can. So it's Radical from Lamborghini, from McLaren as they head round through the Melbourne hairpin, with 20 minutes of the scheduled 25 still remaining at this stage. Steve Burgess was leading by around about 1.5 seconds at the start of the lap. Now, did John Dillon make a small mistake there? I think he did. Mid-corner there, the Lamborghini just seemed to wash out wide a little bit. So over the start-finish line now come. Morgan Tilbrook, with daylight between himself and the Lamborghini, took the place away from Seamus Jennings, doing good jobs at the wheel of the GCAT Racing Porsche that sits there in fourth position. Fifth place is the leading Group GTC car at the moment, which is Tim Morley, but this car here leads the race overall and leads Group GTO, which is Steve Burgess. A multiple Radical champion over the years is Steve Burgess, and was also, would you believe, a former champion in British quad bike racing some years ago was Steve Burgess. So through the right-hander, Steve is at his local circuit. He lives just down the road at Nottingham. 45 years of age now is Steve. Car prepared by Rob Weldon's team, Raw Motorsport. And in the hands of the Radical Clubman's Cup champion from 2015, the former Radical Challenge champion. He was a runner-up in the European Championship as well, was Steve, some years ago. He's out front and leading the way. Now there is James Guess, who's had a spin, I'm afraid. Now there's damage to the right-hand side of that Aston Martin. Now, was that because of where he went through the gravel, or was, in fact, the front splitters all ripped off it as well? Was that contact that caused the spin, or was it the spin that caused the damage? Simply don't know. So that will have dropped him down through the order at this stage. Another thing that could well be worth watching is the lead battle for Group GTH at the moment. That's being led by the number 1 McLaren, but there are cars queuing up behind it for the lead of the group. So 18.5 minutes of the race to go. In towards the braking area for the Fogarty S's come the raft of the Group GTH cars. Over the start-finish line comes Richard Neary, who has that lap got past Graham Tilley. So that's another place gained by the Mercedes. It's now up into 7th place, having started from pole position. Graham Tilley drops down into 8th. Now, for Richard Neary, that puts that car 7th overall, but still 4th in its group currently. It's where you finish in your group that accumulates the championship points. And here's the lead battle for Group GTH. So this is it, heading round through Redgate Corner. The number 1 car leading it, which is going to be Josh Jackson, but right behind him is the number 74 car, which is Charles Clark, who's largely been competing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge this year, the Visit Cayman Islands Porsche Sprint Challenge, but he's got right on his tailpipes another McLaren. That's number 26 car in the hands of Tom Rawlings for this race, former Mini Challenge JCW racer, who finished, well, I think he was 7th overall in the Mini Challenge last year, was Tom, before moving over to sports car racing. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Group GTH, all together fighting over what is 15th, 16th and 17th overall in the race. But a great little fight it is for all 3 podium places in Group GTH, which is for, remember, the GT4 homologated cars. And closing in on them is the number 212 Ginetta. That's a Group GTA leading car, and that for this race, the number 212 car, should be in the hands of Chris Hart, I believe. Chris, a former Fun Cup champion from, what, 3-4 years ago now, 2018 I think he claimed that title. So into the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin comes the lead squabble for Group GTH. As for Richard Neary, that's another car picked off now. That is now up into 6th place for Richard Neary, through and past Richard Chamberlain's Porsche, who, not unsurprisingly, let him go because those are cars in different groups, so Richard Chamberlain could afford to lose the place but still keep as many championship points. Another lap chalked into the book. This is going to be now 5 laps completed for the number 1 car in the hands of the reigning champion Josh Jackson, overall champion in GT Cup last year when he claimed the Group GTA title with Simon Orange, the pair of them. And Tom Rawlings now running side by side and getting through and ahead of Charles Clark. So through goes Tom Rawlings. There's a spin, I'm afraid, and that's Neil Huggins that's had the spin. Partnered up once more this weekend with Top Cats Racing, Neil, who was a regular driver with them some years ago. Partnered up with Charlotte Gilbert for this weekend. Good to see Neil back in the GT Cup after a few seasons away. Now that Tom Rawlings has unlocked the door to 2nd in Group GTH, can he hang on to it? Because Charles Clark is not going to make it easy, but it is just allowing Josh Jackson in the orange number 1 McLaren to escape up the road slightly. So that will please Josh Jackson, who lies 4th in the Sprint Cup standings at the wheel of that McLaren. The McLaren leads Group GTH in terms of the overall championship on 265 points, which I think puts it 4th overall in the championship if you add all of the groups together. But for the lead of the race, Morgan Tilbrook starting to close up, you know. He's got the fastest lap of the race, Morgan, with a 1 minute 29.708. Last time through, he was a 1/10 of a second slower than that, but more importantly, was still 0.8 of a second quicker than Steve Burgess could muster. So this is for the race overall. Now, both cars run in separate groups. It's a Group GTO car that leads the Radical. It's a Group GT3 car, the McLaren 750 SGT3 of Morgan Tilbrook, that sits there in second position. So has the gap come down on this lap? Yeah, it's come down by 1/10 of a second in the first sector, by about 1/4 of a second in the second sector. So the gap should be down to about half a second, I would have thought, by the end of this lap. Depends on how Morgan Tilbrook gets on in the third sector, but of course the closer he gets to Steve Burgess, he's then starting to run in the dirty air a little bit, and the aerodynamics of the McLaren won't like that. It works the Pirelli tyre that little bit harder as well, of course. So onto the brakes, in towards Goddard's, the final left-hander, which is really adverse camber midway through and on exit of it. Steve Burgess just gets the Radical a little bit sideways. There's traffic just up the road as well, which will be Alex Stevenson's Century Motorsport prepared Ginetta that we'll need dealing with. That car is running down towards the tail end of the field at the moment in, I think, 34th position. And also, just to confirm, James Guess's car, who we saw with damage to it, having had a trip through the gravel trap down at the old hairpin, that car is in the pit lane by the look of things. So the leaders now with traffic to deal with. Alex Stevenson will stay out of harm's way. Steve Burgess sweeps his way through before Schwantz curve. Morgan Tilbrook follows through, equally neither delayed, as they then turn their way through McLean's corner and start to accelerate their way uphill in towards the braking area for Coppice corner. There'll be further traffic as well. That'll be Carl Cavers, the number 50 Porsche Cayman, prepared by Veluga Motorsport, that they'll need to deal with. Now that car is running in 33rd position, and that will be the next of the cars that Steve Burgess can't afford to be compromised for. As for the progress of Richard Neary, well, he got himself ahead of Tim Morley's Group GTC leading Lamborghini last time through, and is now starting to close in on the 4th place car of Seamus Jennings. Now, getting past the Lamborghini moves the Mercedes of Richard Neary from 6th to 5th, but it doesn't gain it any more points because it's still 4th in its group. It's now getting to the stage when it catches the Porsche. If it can get past that, it will be picking up extra championship points, because the Porsche runs in Group GT3, as does then the Lamborghini ahead of John Dillon. So this is an important part of the race for Richard Neary. It's a very important part of the race for Steve Burgess as well, as he works his way through and past the next little bit of traffic, and that will be another one of the GT4 McLarens that is picked off. So Steve Burgess doing a good job here. The lead advantage, though, was just 0.2 of a second as they came over the start-finish line. Up the inside of the BMW, which joins us for this weekend, staying neatly out of the way, was Jason Garrett, the Petrolhead Motorsport E46 GTR. Nice to see that car out running in its group for this weekend. But for Steve Burgess, he has managed to get a little bit of traffic now between himself and Morgan Tilbrook, so the gap will have grown whilst they thread their way through the traffic. And that's always the intriguing thing, really, about the traffic, that plays into your hands on some laps, it doesn't on others, but you've just got to keep pushing. Oh, and Richard Neary, brave, you can see in the background there, trying around the outside of Seamus Jennings, the man from Northern Ireland, and he's into the gravel trap at Coppice corner. All of the hard work to carve his way through the order has all been rather undone. Through goes Richard Chamberlain, so Richard Neary scrambles out of the gravel, having gone rally crossing in 7th position now. He was looking to try and hoist himself up into 4th, but he's down into 7th place. Now, has that lost him any more championship points? No, it hasn't, because whilst he's dropped from 5th down to 6th and 7th, the cars that went through and passed, well, for Tim Morley it was a Group GTC Lamborghini, and for Richard Chamberlain it's a Group GTO Porsche. So didn't actually lose any championship points, but he's got dusty Pirelli tyres as the leading pair, not quite side by side, head up towards Redgate corner. Morgan Tilbrook is trying a wider line in to try and cut back on the exit. He's got the McLaren up the inside of the Radical as they head down through the Craner curves, and Steve Burgess is trying to brave it out and still for the moment hangs on to the lead of the race with 11 minutes to go. There's more traffic just up the road that will need dealing with, and that's the number 14 McLaren that is the next of those that is going to be passed by our race leader, and that should be picked off without too much problem as they carve their way past Phil Carter, joining the GT Cup Championship for this weekend is Phil. Partnered by Michael Broadhurst, who returns to the championship. It's the 4th car now that Greystone GT are putting out in GTH alone. They've got 5 cars here this weekend, Greystone. It's great to see the fact that they're bringing drivers from performance track days through into racing, partnering them up with pros, and it's certainly working well. More traffic has been now dealt with. That is going to be another one of the Orange Motorsport Ginettas that's been dealt with. That would have been James Townsend's car that was passed by Steve Burgess. He's also now managed to get one of the Greystone McLarens between himself and Morgan Tilbrook. Not for long though, as Morgan cars his way past Richard Mason's car, the number 22, puts a lap on it. And as we now head over the start-finish line, what's Morgan Tilbrook going to do? He gets good drive this time coming out. Steve Burgess might have to go defensive here up towards Redgate Corner. In a straight line now, I think the Group GTO Radical might just have the legs on the McLaren. You can tell they're in different groups just by looking at the windscreen headers of them. Now, Nick Phelps there was fighting away with Roy Millington. Back towards what's going on the start-finish line. This is Tim Morley in 5th position, Richard Chamberlain in 6th position, and Richard Neary in 7th place. So 3 cars all busy squabbling away. They are all in different groups. Group GTC Lamborghini, Group GTO Orange Porsche, Group GT3 Mercedes, as they thread their way down through the Craner curves for what will be the 11th time in this race. Richard Neary looking up the inside of Richard Chamberlain. Yeah, Richard Chamberlain lets him go again. Through goes the Mercedes, gains a place. Doesn't pick up any extra championship points though as he goes through and past the car in a different group. Now, the next of the cars of Tim Morley should be dealt with. That's one of the Greystone McLarens that's just recovering onto the track, and that is also another GTH car. That's David Holloway's Century Motorsport Aston Martin. Now, those two may well have had a little bit of a coming together there, because they were both not on the track, but at the same part of the circuit at a similar time, so there may well have been a small little bit of contact or avoidance between the two of them as they try to avoid clattering into each other. So 8.5 minutes of the race still to go. For the lead of Group GTH, that certainly now looks to be going the way of Josh Jackson. The Titanic battle that we had has disappeared, and this is the best battle that we've got on track at the moment, which is the Ginetta of Steve Burgess fighting away with Morgan Tilbrook. Car up the road that we'll be dealing with is the slightly battered Ginetta of Craig Wilkins, which has had a bit of a bite taken out of the front right corner of his Ginetta GT5 Super Cup car. A man from the West Midlands, hugely experienced, has been racing Porsches and has raced in the British GT Championship, and Blancpain in the past as Craig will allow the race leaders to scythe their way by. So through goes Steve Burgess, through goes Morgan Tilbrook, but the work for both of these doesn't stop there. There's more traffic to deal with as Richard Neary gets up the inside of Tim Morley in the GTC Lamborghini and gains a place. So he's now back up into 5th position once more, Richard Neary. But as we say, no extra championship points, I'm afraid, because the cars he's passing are running in a different group. Seamus Jennings in the GCAT Racing Porsche just briefly delayed there. Met the traffic in the wrong place, I'm afraid. Nothing that the Ginetta could do about it, Patrick Collins. Tim Morley under pressure from Richard Chamberlain. That will be for 6th and 7th positions now, and you can see just how busy the traffic is now. Now for Richard Neary, the Merc, if he can catch up with that Porsche ahead in the hands of Seamus Jennings, that is not just for overall position, that is for group position. So that would net extra championship points for Richard Neary. And remember, that Mercedes does in the overall championship, and that's a spin. Contact with the GCAT Racing Porsche, pitches into a spin, I'm afraid. Mark Hopton's car. The Greystone McLaren will recover. A little bit of damage to the tail end of it, but I think that was Seamus Jennings. Missed his braking point there, or was caught out by where the McLaren braked. Made contact with it, pitched it into a spin. Through goes Richard Neary, picks up 4th position, and rather than being 4th in the group, now he's now 3rd in the group. So Richard Neary, extra championship points heading his way. Not all of the cars are running in the full championship. Some of them are just in the invitation class, and actually, thinking about it, Seamus Jennings is one of those, so that wouldn't actually gain any extra championship points for Richard Neary, because the car he's just got past runs in the invitation class for this weekend. There goes number 67. that is Simon Orange. He currently lies, and runs wide and into the gravel trap at Coppice Corner. Needs to keep his foot down and try and drag the car out of the gravel trap. He was in 22nd position and second in Group GTA. He recovers, but through goes Craig Wilkins and picks up second in the group now. So he will rejoin, I think, down in 24th position there. Simon Orange lost a couple of places. Now the next of the cars Richard Neary needs to catch, again, will be 4th position. That will be for championship points. The number 61 McLaren of John Dillon's not too far ahead. Love the wheels on the number 78 car, which is Tim Docker, former Volkswagen Racing Cup and TCR driver. We've got 5 minutes of the race still to go. Steve Burgess leads Morgan Tilbrook by nearly a second now. The gap has come out through the traffic. This is the gap back to 3rd and 4th, just coming out of Goddard's Corner. The blue and Dayglow green McLaren of John Dillon coming under pressure now from Richard Neary. This is for 3rd position, and it's for 2nd and 3rd in Group GT3. Both of these cars are in for the full championship season, so this now is for championship points. And Richard Neary, is he going to be able to unpick John Dillon? He's having a look up the inside of the Lamborghini. John Dillon makes it easy for him going in towards the old hairpin, but Richard Neary almost ran wide coming out, and that was another opportunity for John Dillon maybe to attack, but I think he's decided that the Merc is quicker, maybe easier, rather than try and slow it up and hold yourself up. Sit behind it, see if it can drag you along and see what might happen with 4 minutes to go. So Richard Neary, who's had a real yo-yo of a race, wasn't he? Qualified, or Sam did, at least on pole position in the qualifying session this morning. Was leading the race up towards Redgate Corner, dropped it wide and onto the grass, ended up something like, what was it, 10th, 11th at the end of the first lap. Fought his way back up to 5th, was looking for 4th, went into the gravel trap at Coppice, dropped back down through the orders, now has to carve his way back through again. So there's plenty of stories for Richard to tell as to how the race has gone. But at the moment, it does look as though that car now is, despite all of its difficulties it's had, on for an overall podium position. Long way behind these two cars, which still continue to lead. A flash of the lights from Morgan Tilbrook as they carve their way past the Make It Happen Ginetta of Chris Hart for what I think will be the 2nd time in this race. And then down through the Craner curves. They're on lap number 15 at the moment, and the lead advantage has been whittled down to just a 1/4 of a second now between Steve Burgess and Morgan Tilbrook. So more traffic to deal with. They will head up towards the braking area of McLean's Corner and look to try and carve their way past. That's Tom Rawlings' car for the 2nd time. So the Paddock Motorsport McLaren will stay out of the way. Through goes Steve Burgess. Morgan Tilbrook, I think, briefly delayed just to make sure that the gap was going to be open for him still when he got there. And then there's a little bit of spare daylight for a period of time before they then catch up with the next of the cars, which is going to be the car that leads Group GTH at the moment, and that will be the number 1 McLaren. The number 14 McLaren we're looking at there, that's the extra car that Greystone have brought in for this weekend. Phil Carter rolling up his sleeves and slugging it out with James Townsend. They're further down through the order, those two, down in, I think James Townsend is something like 27th position, whereas the number 14 Ginetta, I think, is a lap ahead of it. But from nose to tail for the lead of the race, and heading on to the penultimate lap of the race it will be this time through. So Steve Burgess goes past the Group GTH leading McLaren. So the orange McLaren coming towards us leads Group GTH. The McLaren in the background is 2nd in the group, so that's the advantage in the group that Josh Jackson has. But there's no real advantage for Steve Burgess. The 0.3 of a second between himself and Morgan Tilbrook equates to about, what, 2-3 car lengths at most between the Radical and the McLaren as they came over the start-finish line. It stretches out a little bit more as they head down through the Craner curves. But Steve Burgess looking to try and hang on to the lead of the race. Now himself and Ben Dimmock so far this year have had plenty of group wins, something like 6 group wins over the course of the season, but they've not had an overall win so far this year in the GT Cup Championship, and neither has Morgan Tilbrook, who is now looking to try and take the lead of the race. Compromised was Steve Burgess through McLean's Corner and up towards Coppice Corner. He's still got the inside line, the all-important inside line, and in a straight line that Radical has got a bit more puff than the GT3 homologated McLaren that sits alongside, because of course the Radical does run in Group GTO, open specification cars, so you can take the restrictors off them in reality. So Burgess leading, having to work overtime to try and hang on the lead of the race. The parks the car on the apex of the corner to try and get cleanly off it. The best overall result that Steve Burgess and Ben Dimmock, who shared this car all season, have had in the GT Cup was second position at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit last time out. They also took a third there, but are they on course for their first win of the season, or might Morgan Tilbrook grab his first win of the season? We've seen Morgan racing in GT Cup all season, but they've been racing in a Group GTH Mercedes-Benz, which runs in the GT4 specification, whereas now they are up to the GT3 category for this weekend and in their McLaren. So down through the crane of curves, we're into the final few seconds of the race. The clock will have ticked to 0. Now, did Richard Chamberlain have an issue there at the wheel of his Porsche? Just wondering whether that might be why we picked up on him coming slowly out. Yeah, he lost 2 places on the previous lap, did Richard Chamberlain, so I'm not sure. In fact, he's lost another place on that lap, so I don't think the Porsche is all well, I'm afraid. Here it's Richard Neary. He's on course for 3rd position. He might be 16 seconds adrift of the leading pair, but it's at least got that car back to the sharp end of the order and 2nd in the group. After, as I say, what was a great qualifying session by Sam Neary, his son, that qualified the car to pole, but for Richard it all came unravelled a bit at the first corner. But for the checkered flag, we should very shortly see Steve Burgess and Morgan Tilbrook, who are still side by side heading in towards the Melbourne hairpin, fighting it out. There's one more roll of the dice for Morgan Tilbrook. Can he do anything about Steve Burgess on the run up towards Goddard's corner? I don't think he'll beat him on the way out of the corner, because the Radical seems to have a bit more grunt coming out of the corner. There's a car off in the background at the approach towards the chicane, but it is going to be Steve Burgess that comes through to claim the first overall win for himself and Ben Dimmock and the Raw Motorsports crew. Tom Rawlings is, I'm afraid, that's gone off at the wheel of the car that was 2nd in Group GTH. Tom Rawlings heard the squeal of tyres, but the McLaren is in the gravel and going nowhere. So Steve Burgess claims the win, Morgan Tilbrook 2nd, Richard Neary comes through in 3rd position. The Lamborghini in the background, the blue car with the green flashes, is John Dillon, who's there in 4th position. Seamus Jennings in the Porsche finishes in 5th, and Tim Morley will pick up the Group GTC honours, finishing in 6th place in the number 41 car in the Lamborghini. 7th place over the start finish line, it goes the Nissan of Graham Tilley, the number 4 car. 8th place should be the Porsche of Richard Chamberlain. Here it comes now towards the checkered flag. 9th place should be Paul Bailey at the wheel of the McLaren Can-Am as well, that I was telling you about earlier on. A very rare car. Even some of the teams that are running McLarens in this series have never seen one of the Can-Ams. It's chassis number 1 of the 3 that was ever built. But for that car there, there comes the Can-Am over the start-finish line now. Paul Bailey finishes in 9th place. 10th place in the end for Warren Gilbert. That keeps that car's championship hopes alive at the moment. Outside of the top 10, the number 35 Porsche of Nick Phelps should head towards the start-finish line shortly. That will claim 14th position, should pick up the win in Group GTB. Here it comes now, the white car with its pink flashes, tucked up behind Roy Millington's Ferrari. But for Nick Phelps, that is the man who leads the Sprint Cup Championship and claims another group win in that race, so that does his championship hopes for the Sprint Cup no harm at all. And the winner of Group GTH should be the number 1 McLaren of Josh Jackson, which should be coming over the start-finish line very shortly. That will be the final group winner, and I think it might also be almost the last car to take the checkered flag, or no, it's already done so. It's already gone through to claim the checkered flag and the win in Group GTH. So for Steve Burgess, he makes his way in towards the pit lane. He is the overall winner and the winner of Group GTO as well. For Morgan Tilbrook, it might have been 2nd on the road, but it's the win in Group GT3 from them. And as we say, that is just the first of 4 races this weekend for the GT Cup Championship, which has been in rude health in 2021. The calendar will the calendar will be shortly announced for 2022, and by the sounds of things, we are in for another mega season of racing in the 2022 GT Cup Championship. But that is just the first of 4 races this weekend, and remember, this isn't even the final racing weekend for GT Cup, because the championship will conclude in just 2 weekends' time on the 2nd and 3rd of October in Norfolk at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, with event number 7 of the season, and that'll be rounds 21, 22, 23 and 24 before we can start to fully declare our champions for this season. So hoping we might be able to run you down through a result or two. We'll just await and see whether we might be able to get the graphics up. We have had a few little small technical issues with some of the data feeds that we've been getting on the graphics, so apologies for that. That's why we didn't see a great deal of graphics coming up over the course of that race, but I'm hoping that we might be able to give you a full rundown of the order if we can get the graphics up in just a few moments' time. If not, I can certainly guide you through the way that the cars will have finished. You can see how busy the pit lane is. 38 cars to deal with. So let's just run you through the order then. Confirmation of the results. We won't be able to do it with a graphic, but it is number 7 Steve Burgess that claims the win from 66 Morgan Tilbrook in second place, and third place is number 88 Richard Neary. Fourth place is 61 John Dillon. Fifth goes away with 33 Seamus Jennings, and sixth, the winning Group GTC, goes away with number 41 Tim Morley. Seventh was Graham Tilley. Eighth place was Richard Chamberlain's Porsche. Ninth place was Paul Bailey's McLaren, and completing the top 10 was number 9 Warren Gilbert. Group winners outside of the top 10. In 14th place, the Group GTB win went the way of number 35 Nick Phelps. The Group GTH win went the way of number 1, which was Josh Jackson, and the Group GTA win went the way of car number 212, which finished in 16th position, and that would have been Chris Hart. And that guides you through the results and our group winners that fall outside of the top 10. So that's it for the moment from the GT Cup. I think we're going to grab a quick word with Steve Burgess. Is down there in the pit lane. He'll be absolutely delighted that he has claimed his first win of the season, and I'm hoping we might be able to grab a quick word with him as the pit lane fills up, and we'll just await confirmation as to whether we're going to grab a quick word with Steve Burgess or whether the car has disappeared straight into Parc Ferme and Steve is being held there. It'd be a great opportunity to grab a quick word with him. We'll certainly try and chat to a few more of the drivers over the course of tomorrow, but it will be a great thing to maybe grab a quick word with Steve. Or if we can't get Steve, then we might be able to grab a word with perhaps Morgan Tilbrook, who did some really good things at the wheel of the Enduro Motorsport McLaren, and we can perhaps gauge his view on how different the McLaren is in GT3 specification compared to the GT4 Mercedes that he's been largely used to racing in the GT Cup Championship in 2021. And we'll have to wait and see. So we'll see whether we can have a chat to them. Now, I don't think we're going to get the chance to chat to any of the drivers down there, and we'll just hang on for a few more moments just to see whether we're going to grab a word. But I think we are confirmed that no, we're not going to get the opportunity. All the drivers have been gathered up, I'm afraid, for the various podium presentations and have had to go to scrutineering for the regulatory checks. So that is it for the moment. Apologies we didn't chat to any of the drivers, but don't go anywhere, because we will be back with more GT Cup Championship racing here at Donington Park. Our pit stop race is scheduled to take place at 16:25, 25 minutes past 4 this afternoon. So we look forward to that. For the meantime, though, from the GT Cup here at Donington Park, it's goodbye. Well, round 13 of the 2021 Radical Challenge Championship is on the grid here at Donington Park, and the cars are any second now about to roll off onto their formation lap around the Grand Prix circuit configuration for this first of 3 races that they've got over the course of this weekend. This is one of the 2 sprint races that they've got coming up now. We'll see the pit stop race taking place tomorrow. It's not the final weekend of racing for them because they do have their championship finals over in Belgium at Spa-Francorchamps on the 18th and over the Spa-Francorchamps on the 16th and 17th of October. So let me just verbally guide you through the grid. The way that they line up is car number 100, Michael Clark, with the Radical RXC Spider, start on pole position, and alongside is car number 52. That is Mark Richards, who currently lies 4th in the championship standings. Row 2 of the grid is number 58, Anthony Ayres, and alongside is 23, Jason Rishover, who is currently 3rd in the championship standings and was 3rd in the championship last year. And row 3 of the grid sees number 44, Matt Bell, the current championship leader, 7 wins under his belt so far, sits alongside the number 11 car, which is Chris Short, who was former runner-up in the Radical SR1 Cup, graduated up to the Radical Challenge a season or so ago. Row 4 of the grid is number 9, Chris Preen, alongside number 5, which is Jerome de Sadlier, currently 2nd in the championship standings, a former Radical SR1 Cup champion, was the Swiss driver from 2017 it was, and moved over to the Radical Challenge Championship since then. And row 5 of the grid is number 14, John McLeod, regular in this series for a good number of years, alongside number 80, Peter Tyler, another one of those drivers that's graduated up from the SR1 Cup. Row 6 of the grid is number 19, Dean Warriner. Again, we've seen him in the SR1 Cup in the past, and alongside is number 88, which is Jacek Jalonka, and alongside Jacek Jalonka is going to be the next row of the grid, which is row number 7, James Winslow, former Australian Formula 3 champion was James some years ago, and for company he's got number 28, Elliot Goodman. And row 8 of the grid is number 24, Peter Brooks, and 31, which is Rod Goodman. The penultimate full row of the grid is number 6, Stephen Lake, alongside 20, which is Wesley Fongini, and the final row of the grid should see Phil Brown line up in the largely all-red car towards the tail end of the field. Well, this is round 13 of the championship. Michael Clark's Radical RXC Spider starts from pole position. In this one, we've not seen too many cars out in the Masters class over the course of this season. Michael Clark appeared for the first couple of races at Snetterton in what was April, and then was, I don't think, present at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit. We certainly haven't seen him since then, so it's great to see one of the Masters class cars back in the series. He qualified almost 7/10 of a second quicker than Mark Richards at the wheel of the first of the SR3s that we've got in the field. Mark, who was 6th in the championship last year, was 10th in 2019, 7th in 2018, and is currently 4th in the championship standings, so arguably on for his best season since moving to the Radical Challenge Championship. But the cars are completing their formation lap. The rolling start is about to get ready to go. 25 minutes are on the clock for round 13 of the 2021 Radical Challenge Championship. The lights go out, and it is a good start from the pole sitter Michael Clark, as Mark Richards looks to try and tuck in behind him, but we're almost 3 wide here as they head up towards Redgate Corner, and I think it is just going to be Anthony Ayres that comes out in second. 3 or 4 cars through the gravel trap. Peter Tyler is through the gravel trap. We've got spins, 3 or 4 cars all over the place. I think they will all ultimately rejoin, but the big loser there, I think, was Anthony Ayres, who skittered his way, the big loser there was Peter Tyler, who skittered his way through the gravel trap, whilst Anthony Ayres, I think, has picked up the early race lead by the look of things, and Michael Clark, the pole sitter, no longer in second, down to 3rd as Matt Bell, the championship leader, feeds his way through, and Jason Rishover sneaks through as well. So the SR3 is out of the box quickly. The RXC Spider just taking a bit longer to get up to speed as they head up towards Coppice Corner for the first time. And Jason Rishover in his newly acquired 3rd place, looking to try and make good his escape, but the RXC Spider will be a little bit quicker in a straight line and might just be able to ease its way back past the SR3, and yet with fair ease Michael Clark squeezes his way back up from 4th into 3rd place in the early stages of this one. I think despite all the shenanigans at turn number 1, everybody has safely made it through the first 3 quarters of the first lap, as in towards the breaking out the Melbourne hairpin comes our race lead. You just see the nose of the car there just run out wide a little bit. Cold front rear tyres still for Anthony Ayres a little bit, which meant that the car didn't quite turn into the corner as he initially expected it to. Michael Clark diving up the inside of the championship leader, Matt Bell, to pick up second position. And as they then start to work their way towards a conclusion of the lap, is Michael Clark going to be able to squeeze his way through into the lead of the race? I think he might just do so. The bigger, heavier car, though, has to brake that little bit earlier. Anthony Ayres might get squeezed on the exit. No, he hangs on to it. Anthony Ayres still hangs on to the lead of the race. Rather diminutive stature of the SR3 compared to the RXC Spider that sits behind in the hands of Michael Clark, the pole sitter. So down through the Craner curves goes the number 58 car of Anthony Ayres. You can see already in the background that Michael Clark is coming back under attack again at that part of the circuit from the championship leader, Matt Bell. The black car with the Dayglow flashes to the front of it, but not a great deal that Matt Bell can do. The extra power of the RXC just sees Michael Clark edge his way ahead on the straights, but it isn't quite as nimble as the SR3s through the twiddly parts. Matt Bell in third, looking to attack, but needs to be conscious that Jason Rishover is not far away in fourth position, the number 23 car, in the hands of the driver who was third in the championship last season, lies third in the championship standings this season. Jason's number 23 car, silver blue with its Dayglow flashes to it, threading its way through the Fogarty S's on lap number 2 at this stage. Now Stephen Ayres out front and leading the race. Is he going to be able to still hang on to it there as they start to head up towards the tail end of the lap? Don't think we've seen a great deal of Stephen in the championship so far this year, but at the moment, loses the lead of the race as diving up the inside comes Michael Clark. He just about gets the RXC stopped in time, but the SR3 will be quicker off the corner. However, the RXC Spider will have the legs on the straight again. He goes through to grab the lead of the race, so through goes Michael Clark into the lead of the race. The Masters class car leads. Stephen Ayres, who is looking good in second position, is looking to try and push on. And for Stephen Ayres, he's really just concentrating on the sprint series this year. We've not seen him out in the main solo challenge. It's really just the sprint races that Stephen Ayres appears in. He is leading the sprint series challenge in the 2021 standings. You can either opt to do all of the races in the season, you can just do the sprint races, or you can just do the endurance races, and that will dictate as to which championships or championship you are eligible for. Now Jason Rishover still pushing on in fourth place. Matt Bell, already 7 times a race winner so far this season, sitting there in third place ahead of Jason Rishover, who is yet to claim a win so far this season. Looking one way, looking the other. Surely he's too far away as they're heading towards the S's, and indeed he is. He tucks back behind Matt Bell. Everybody else seems to have paired off rather, don't they? They've all got somebody to squabble with in this fantastic field of cars here at Donington Park for the first of 3 races this weekend. Leading 4 round through the Melbourne hairpin. Chris Short is there in 5th position. John McLeod in 6th, Dean Warriner in 7th, and Jerome de Sadlier not quite sure what's happened to him so far this weekend. Driver who's 2nd in the championship standings was only 8th quickest in qualifying and is still circulating in 8th position. There is his car, the white car with the red flashes right in the background of the shot, the number 5 car, heading over the start-finish line now. He's got the grey and lighter green car of Dean Warriner ahead, but he's not really making any inroads, I'm afraid. Elsewhere down through the order, that's a good lunge up the inside for Mark Richards. Not sure quite what's happened to him. He's a long way down through the order, Mark Richards, after, I would imagine, the turn number 1 issues. Worked his way past James Winslow's car there, but for that car there, Jerome de Sadlier, he is pushing hard. If anything, he probably pushed a little bit too hard in qualifying, because he lost his best 2 lap times in qualifying for going beyond the circuit limits. So that was probably what undid qualifying slightly for him and dropped him down into what was 8th position on the grid. Bouncing over the curbs goes John McLeod. He is in pursuit of the car ahead, which is the all-black car of Chris Short. Under pressure again is Matt Bell for 3rd position. Jason Rishover can't as yet manage to squeeze his way through. So the black car with its Dayglow yellow headlamp covers in the hands of the championship leader, Matt Bell. Still hanging on to the last of the podium slots at the moment. So round through the Melbourne hairpin, there goes Chris Short, followed by John McLeod, Dean Warriner, then Jerome de Sadlier. After Jerome de Sadlier, then James Winslow, I think, would probably be the next one up. No, Mark Richards got past him, of course, on that lap. So Mark Richards up to 9th. James Winslow completing the top 10 currently as they flash their way back over the start-finish line. Now, last time through, the race leader was caught a little bit by Stephen Ayres. The gap first to second came down by 0.3 of a second on that lap. still around a second is the gap that Stephen Ayres needs to try and make up to get himself right onto the coattails of the race-leading RXC Spider of championship returnee Michael Clark. But of course the cars excel at different parts of the circuit. The middle part of the circuit here, probably from the old hairpin up towards McLean's, favours the Radical RXC, but then when you get into the twiddly parts again, that's probably where the SR3 starts to have the advantage. Matt Bell using all of the curbs both into and out of McLean's corner to try and edge up onto the leading pair, forever conscious that Jason Rishover, who leads the Fangio class for the older drivers in the field, is still sitting there in 4th position. They start to head down the straight and heavily onto the brakes in the background. That's Jerome de Sadlier that's off in the background, driver who lays second in the championship standings, and that was all of his own accord, I think, there, just a bit too quick heading in towards Coppice Corner, and I'm afraid he's lost out there. The number 89 car of James Winslow goes through, and that means Jerome de Sadlier has rally-crossed his way back onto the track. No longer in 8th, he'll be down into something like 10th position at the end of the lap. So this is lap number 5 that's about to be completed. The top 4 fairly equidistantly spread, I've got to say, as they thread their way out of the left-hander at Goddard's. But it is Michael Clark, still from Stephen Ayres, from Matt Bell, from Jason Rishover, Chris Short. Now, is he edging up in 5th position onto the cars ahead? No, he lost 0.2 of a second to the cars ahead. Jerome de Sadlier in the background of the shot does come through in 10th place, yet, so the number 5 car down to 10th position. Elliot Goodman in 11th, under pressure from Chris Preen that sits behind. No matter where you look, there are fights going on. There's the number 24 car, that's Peter Brooks, another graduate out of the SR1 Cup, under pressure from Peter Tyler, who has also made his way through that similar process through the SR1 Cup into the Radical Challenge, and they are at the moment fighting for 14th and 15th position, and that will be 3rd and 4th in the Fangio Trophy. So that is for older drivers in the field. The categorisation in terms of what age you have to be to enter the Fangio Trophy varies year to year to year, because what they do is they almost take an average of the full season entries and then work it out. So some years it might be 40, other years it might be 45 perhaps. So it does vary from year to year, but at least it allows the slightly older drivers to maybe have their own little squabble for the championship amongst themselves, the Fangio Trophy, whilst also being able to score points in the overall championship. And for the overall championship, by the way, because it's a sprint race, 40 points for the race win. If you claim the race win, it's 35 for second, and so on it diminishes from there. So nose to tail, there is the number 9 car of Chris Preen in pursuit of Elliot Goodman. He gets a good run on the way up towards the braking area for Goddard's. Is he going to be able to squeeze his way through? Yeah, through he goes. The number 9 car up the inside. Chris Preen gaining a position over the 28 car of Elliot Goodman. So Elliot Goodman, who was 4th in the championship standings last year, looking to try and fight his way back as they head up towards Redgate, but the job is done as far as Chris Preen is concerned. Place gained. Peter Tyler still busy fighting away as well with Peter Brooks, but the order for those two has shuffled as they came over the start-finish line. The grey and Dayglow car of Peter Tyler now ahead of Peter Brooks. Behind them, we've got 2 cars that are quite close together as well. Jakub Chalonka at the wheel of the number 88 car has got Rod Goodman's metallic blue car. Not quite in his Hankook wheel tracks, but close enough to apply a bit of pressure. And it's a 25-minute race. We are already 10 minutes into it. The race leader was caught to the tune of 1/4 of a second last time through, Michael Clark, because Stephen Ayres in 2nd place put in the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far, 1 minute 31.541 for Peter Ayres, who, as we say, has largely just concentrated on the sprint races over the course of the season. So 2 of those today. Endurance race, the pit stop race, takes place tomorrow, and here is the gap. It was 0.752 of a second. It's come out by 1/4 of a second as the race leader Michael Clark responds, and now he sets the fastest lap of the race. So the fastest lap of the race pinging around between the 2 at the moment. 1 minute 31.362 for Michael Clark, who might have had just a brief little bit of respite, but now needs that he has to push on once more at the wheel of the number 100 car. So the RXC Spider through the Craner curves, working its way out of the old hairpin, Starkey's Bridge, and then up towards the sweeping left-hander at Schwantz curve. Take the curb on the inside, make sure you hook up the curb on the inside of McLean's corner, let the car run out wide and up to the very edge of the curb on the exit of it, and then this one here, grab the first apex, don't worry about the second apex at Coppice. There's the first apex, let the car run wide, mid-corner for the second apex, and it looks as though he might be gaining quarter gain on this lap. Jerome de Sadlier gaining a place there after his moment and dropping behind James Winslow. Through goes de Sadlier, that'll be back up into 9th position for him, following his mistake a few laps ago at Coppice Corner. Now at this stage, we haven't really got inside the top 10 cars crawling over each other. We know that Stephen Ayres, if anything, has probably caught the race leader again a little bit more on this lap. The race leader was about 0.6 of a second quicker than Stephen Ayres through the first sector, but Stephen Ayres is about 0.7 of a second quicker through the second sector. And as they now come through the left-hander at Goddard's to conclude lap number 8, we are now pretty much at the half-distance points of this race. 25-minute race, 12.5 minutes to go. Through Redgate Corner, lead advantage has been stretched that time by a further 0.3 of a second. Matt Bell, the championship leader, still sitting there in 4th position. Good little squabble further back down through the order as well. This is over the start-finish line now. This is going to be Elliot Goodman coming under pressure from Peter Tyler. Peter Tyler on the outside line for Redgate Corner though. Takes a wide line in, tries to sweep back on the exit and get the undercut if he can on the run up towards Hollywood. The two of them are going to be side by side through Hollywood as well, down through the Craner curves, whilst right behind them is Peter Brooks. And well, for Peter Tyler, he's made it stick there. And that, I'm afraid, is Mark Richards. That's the man who's 4th in the championship standings, who's claimed 1 win so far this season. That came up Brands Hatch. And I'm afraid that's retirement for Mark Richards, who qualified on the outside of the front row of the grid. Now, was that a problem with the car? Might that be a legacy of what happened at turn 1 at Redgate Corner, potentially? We don't know. But for Mark Richards, that is bitter disappointment, because in this championship, every single round counts. You do not drop any scores at all in this championship, and for Mark Richards, that's an enormous shame. A driver who didn't do the first 3 races at Snetterton, so was always going to be on the back foot, but was 4th in the overall standings. So we're on lap number 10 currently. Peter Tyler looking to try and gain another place if he can. Oh, too quick into the corner, watching his mirrors, I'm afraid. There was the number 6 car of Stephen Lake, who has a spin. Will hopefully get the car fired back into life again and will continue. But that is going to be positions lost for him, I'm afraid. So Peter Tyler over the start-finish line. He is running in 11th position at the moment. Elliot Goodman outside of the top 10 places, in 12th position for Elliot Goodman. That is not usually what you would expect from Elliot, for a driver who's finished in the top 6 in this championship for the last, 3-4 seasons. He was 5th in 2018 and in 2019 as well. He bettered that and went 4th last year. But for Elliot Goodman, it's a bit of a difficult season for him, really, at the wheel of that number 28 car. Elliot has not finished on the podium so far this year. He's had a couple of 4ths, he's had a couple of 5ths, he's had 3 6th places, but at the moment, outside of the top 10, running in 12th position and coming under pressure from what is now Yannick Jalonka, who sits behind. Because Yannick Jalonka has managed to squeeze his way through past the 24 car of Peter Brooks on this lap. 10 minutes remaining. Battles all the way through the field. Now Yannick Jalonka's next target is going to be the car ahead, which will be Elliot Goodman. And can Jacek Jalonka work his way through? Well, there is the sad sight of Mark Richards being pushed back by our fantastic marshals, making sure that he's back behind the wall, out of harm's way, which means that Mark will be a frustrated spectator for the final few laps. And Jalonka still having to stick his elbows out to try and see if he can gain places, which he has done there. Through and ahead of Peter Brooks he goes on this lap, and having done that earlier on in the lap, he was closing in on Elliot Goodman, but then runs wide coming out of Redgate Corner, manages to gather up the small moments, which drops him back into the clutches of the car he'd recently taken the place away from. And closing in on them also now is going to be the number 31 car of Rod Goodman that sits behind. Elliott, his son, further up through the order. Now there's 19, that's Dean Warrener. He is in 6th position. In fact, has just dropped to was in 7th position. He's just dropped to 8th by the look of things, because Jerome de Sadler has gone ahead of him on this lap. So the Swiss driver fighting his way back through the order after his problems a few laps ago. And there's Jalonka off and through the gravel trap at Coppice Corner. Damage to the left rear of his Radical as the Valor Motorsport prepared car rejoins the circuit. Broken the fiberglass bodywork on the left rear of it. He's going to have very dusty Hankook slick tyres that all of the cars run on. He's going to have air ducts and brakes full of gravel. You can see the gravel pinging away behind him as he heads onto the brakes and in towards the braking area for the chicane, the S's. But with 7 3/4 minutes of this race to go, finally we're seeing a bit of daylight between first and second. There's Michael Clark past Starkey's Bridge and heading uphill in towards the left-hand Kinkert-Schwantz curve. Stephen Ayres was 2.2 seconds adrift of him at the beginning of this lap, and it looks as though that gap has come out yet further this next time through as they head round through McLean's Corner and up towards the right-hander at Coppice. So difficult to see the entry point at Coppice Corner. You have to brake and turn the car into the turning point to grab the apex before you see it, so you commit to the apex before you actually see where it is. It's a wonderful corner when you get it right, but it's not easy to get right. It's almost muscle memory, you could argue, that you have to know where to stamp on the brakes, know at which point to turn in, and when you hook it up onto that curb on the inside, it's a really satisfying feeling, and that at the moment is what exactly all of these drivers are doing, pushing hard. A few little mistakes along the way, but the race has certainly settled down now at the front. Towards the tail end though it hasn't, because this is Stephen Lake, who had his problems with his spin, and he has now got the number 88 car I should say, of Jacek Jalonka sitting right behind him. And there is a slowing car. Now that looked like Peter Brooks, was it? Yes, it was. So Peter Brooks has had a problem. He's also, I think, skidded his way through the gravel trap at Coppice Corner and has thankfully been able to dig his way back out again. So 6 minutes just over of the race remaining. Michael Clark on course potentially for a race win. Jalonka still fighting away with Stephen Lake, but has now got ahead of him. Stephen Lake looking to try and return the favour if he can, but he's not within a position to do so as they head in towards the braking area for the left-hander at Goddard's. So again, they will head over the start-finish line and chalk another lap into the book. They're now on to lap number 13. You can see that little bit of bodywork just flapping around on the left rear of the number 88 car, following its trip through the gravel at high speed up at Coppice Corner a few laps ago. Just cosmetic damage, won't affect the car overly, might just affect a little bit of the handling of the car. Slightly more aerodynamic drag, you could argue, as well, with the bodywork flapping around. It looks as though one of the securing ratchets has come adrift on it as well. So as long as the air doesn't get underneath the bodywork, should be able to see Jack Jalonka be able to continue in this race without too much of a problem. Here's a car we've not seen much of there. This is Wesley Fongeli, who sits there in 17th position at the wheel of the number 20 car. Good to see Wesley out again, a driver who we have seen in this championship sporadically over the course of the last season or so, really, Wesley Fongeli. And he'll be looking to see whether he can do anything in the remaining moments, but he's got a huge amount if he wants to make up. He's the best part of, 20 seconds behind anybody, so I think 17th is probably as good as it's going to get for Wesley Fongeli. He's in penultimate position in the race, whilst this man here continues to lead, and of course has the fastest lap of the race as well. The way the championship scoring works, as I mentioned, 40 for a win, 35 for second, 30 for third, then it's 27, 24 and 22. There's an extra point for pole position in each race, an extra point for fastest lap as well, and that fastest lap is going the way of the race leader currently, Michael Clark, who, as we say, we haven't seen huge amounts of this season. Stephen Ayres in second position. So Clark leads the Masters class, Stephen Ayres leads the Sprint class in second place, Matt Bell, the championship leader, sits there in third. There is the car that's running around in last position, which is Paul Brown, another driver who is just doing the sprint races, I think, over the course of this weekend. And he's a fairly new driver to motorsport, is Paul Brown. You can still see the novice cross on the tail end of the number 35 car, suggesting that he's not got the 6 signatures on his licence yet to be able to upgrade it and remove the novice cross. And he very shortly may well be gobbled up by our race leader. So 14 laps completed, 3 minutes to go. So the lap they've started and 2 more thereafter between Michael Clark and what would be a first win of the season in the Radical Challenge Championship. Number 28 car of Elliot Goodman, say a little bit off the pace this weekend really, 12th position and not really able to push on to the same degree as we've seen him in the past. Ahead of Dad though, because it's Rod Goodman that sits behind him, and for bragging rights in the family, 12th and 13th positions is what they're squabbling over at the moment. So over the start finish sign goes Elliot, followed by Rod. The gap between the pair of them was some 1.3 seconds there or thereabouts, and who was lapping quicker on that lap? It was Rod that was lapping quicker. He carved a quarter of a second out of the time of Elliot, so the gap is coming down as Rod Goodman looks to try and see whether he can manage to work his way into contention and thread his way through into the top 12, but for the moment he is the best part of, what, half a dozen car lengths behind. Needs to close up. Difficulty is in these cars which are hugely aerodynamic and rely on huge amounts of downforce. As soon as you get closer to the car ahead, of course, it unsettles your car. So through Coppice Corner, through the right-hander they will go. Our race leader should now be on to the penultimate lap of the race. Now, Rod Goodman is certainly closing up. Elliot was, yes, slower through the first sector, and I think is a little bit slower through the second sector. Here's our race leader. Was leading by 3.2 seconds at the start of this penultimate lap of the race. 90 seconds remaining, so there is plenty of time to complete this lap and get over the start-finish line. There's a little bit of traffic that he's already dealt with, which is Phil Brown's car. That will have to be dealt with by our second-place car and sprint class leader Stephen Ayres before too much longer. There is the number 35 car of Paul Brown. Stephen Ayres will catch that. I would imagine even after the S's he might catch it. Let's just have a look. But Phil Brown won't exactly blend off the throttle. He'll keep pushing. Moves out of the way though for Stephen Ayres, and may well let him go through before this point here at the S's, has he? No, he's sticking with it, and rightly so, because he's still far enough ahead of him so as to not have to really blend out of the throttle. It's up to Stephen Ayres to find his way through. This is further down through the order. This is James Winslow, who is looking to try and put Chris Preen under pressure, so that must have been a change for order last time through, because at the start of that Winslow was ahead of Preen. So yeah, Chris Preen is now up into 9th position and James Winslow has dropped down into 10th position, I'm afraid. The former champion in the likes of Asian Formula 3, we've seen him in Australian Formula 3 where he was a champion as well. He's done lots of prototype racing as well. He's won his class in the Gulf 12 hours on a couple of occasions. We've seen him in both P3 cars and P2 cars. The driver James Winslow, not sure how much radical racing he's done over the course of his career, and perhaps he's one of those drivers that isn't as well known to some motorsport fans, but has certainly had a very, very good career. So for Michael Clark, safely on to the last lap of the race. The clock, as you can see, ticked already to 0, and the number 100 car, the only car in the Masters class, is about to thread its way up towards Coppice Corner. The Masters class rate caters not just for the likes of RXC Spiders, which this car is, but also for the RXC Coupe, for the Radical SR10, which runs a 2.3 litre turbocharged engine, and also Radical SR8s are eligible for the Masters class as well, any variant with the 2.7 litre V8 RPX engine, whereas the Supersport class, which is what most of the cars are in, run the Radical SR3 1500cc engine. But for Michael Clark, he's just about to turn his way out of the Melbourne hairpin, up the hill towards Goddard's, and he is on course to win round 13 of the 2021 Radical Challenge Championship through the left-hander at Goddard's. apply the throttle, shift up through the gears, checkered flag is readied for him, and he claims the win in round 13 of the championship season. He's not doing the full season with us. Stephen Ayres is home in second place. He'll be absolutely delighted with that, wins the sprint category as well. Third place will go the way of the black car with the yellow flashes to the lights of it. That is Matt Bell, the championship leader. Fourth goes the way of number 23, which is Jason Rishover. Chris Short comes through in fifth place, and John McLeod in sixth place. Disappointed seventh, I would say, there for that white car with its red flashes, which will be Jerome Desadlier, his main championship rival, finishing well ahead of him in the race. And for Jerome Desadlier, so it was really a poor-ish qualifying session for him as well. And what with that mistake coming out of Coppice Corner, he wasn't the only one to make a mistake heading through Coppice Corner. We saw 3 or 4 cars skittering their way through the gravel trap over the course of that race. So it is a very difficult corner because of the blind entry to it. He will be disappointed with that. And for family honours, Elliot Goodman beats Rod Goodman over the start-finish line. The two of them, I think, drawing side by side as they head up towards the braking area. But it is a win for Michael Clark. He will be absolutely delighted with that. Won by 3 3/4 seconds in the end from Stephen Ayres, and Matt Bell was a further 7 3/4 seconds shy of that to complete the overall podium in third position. One thing we ought to mention is the car that was fourth home as well, Jason Rishover, did win the Fangio Trophy as well, so congratulations to Jason Rishover for winning the Fangio Trophy, for which he is the championship leader in that. Jason Rishover, he has already claimed the best part of 7 wins in the Fangio Trophy so far this season, so I think that makes it win number 8 for him in the Fangio Trophy. So cars just threading their way round on the slowing down lap. Our marshals busy waving away to the Radical Challenge Championship drivers, and then I think once they head in towards the pit lane, we will probably just summarise verbally the results. I'm not sure, with a few little small technical issues we've had, we're going to get any graphics, and I don't think we'll get to chat to any of the drivers potentially either. So the car's heading in towards the pit lane. Just to confirm the results for you then, the win goes the way of number 100, which was Michael Clark. Second was number 58, Stephen Ayres, and third was 44, Matt Bell. Fourth was 23, Jason Rishover. Fifth was number 11, Chris Short, and sixth was number 14, John McLeod. Seventh was number 5, Jerome Desadlier. Eighth place was number 19, Dean Warren. And ninth place was, conveniently enough, number 9, which was Chris Preen, and completing the top 10 was number 89, James Winslow. Peter Tyler finished just outside of the top 10 in 11th place. Elliot Goodman was 12th, head of Rod Goodman in 13th. Jacques Jalonka finished in 14th place, with Peter Brooks in 15th place. Stephen Lake was 16th. 17th went the way of Wesley Fongini, and 18th, the last of the finishers, was Phil Brown. Only one car retired, sadly. We did see it retire out on track, and that was the driver who was 4th in the championship standings and had qualified on the outside of the front row of the grid. So a disappointing start to the weekend for Brands Hatch winner Mark Richards, who posted a retirement. So the cars are making their way in towards Parc Fermé. That is the first of 3 races we'll have from the Radical Challenge Championship here this weekend at Donington Park. They are scheduled to be back out on circuit as our final race of the day on the programme, which means it's going to be around about 6 o'clock this evening when we head back out onto track with the Radical Challenge Championship. So that's goodbye from the Radical Challenge Championship, but join us later on for that. But there's more racing coming up very shortly at Donington Park. So Donington Park plays host to round 11 of the 2021 F3 Cup Championship. The cars are just heading off on their formation lap, and let's guide you through the grid for this first race of the weekend. A 15-minute race it will be for the F3 Cup Championship, which has already visited Silverstone, Castle Combe, Alton Park and Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. It's a penultimate weekend of racing. The way the grid lines up is number 28, Stefano Lini, the championship leader, who has really been the man to beat so far this season. The Welshman lines up on pole position, and alongside him is former British GT racer and GT Cup racer Dominic Paul, 28 and 8 on the front row of the grid. Row 2 of the grid is number 11, Shane Kelly, with the University of Wolverhampton prepared car, lining up alongside number 15, which is George Line. 11 and 15 on row number 2, and row 3 of the grid is number 66, John Corbett, lining up alongside 21, long-time F3 Cup competitor, which is the car of Tony Bishop, 66 and 21. And the final car on the grid is number 90, Mark Harrison. Good to see him back in the championship this weekend. Mark Harrison with the Chris Dittman Racing prepared number 90 car. It's only his second weekend of racing in F3 Cup in 2021. We've seen him out racing in a raft of F3 based single-seaters over the years, Mark Harrison, whether it be F3 Cup or the Monoposto Championship, which now runs the F3 Cup. It was taken over by the Monoposto Championship for the 2021 season, and the Monoposto Championship are also on our weekend of racing here on the programme for this weekend at Donington Park. So Stefano Lini, this is the 11th round of the championship. He's won 10 of them so far, and you could argue he's won 11 because I think he won on the road at Brands Hatch, but he transgressed the circuit limits too many times, was given a time penalty which lost him the win and dropped into 6th. So he has been the man to beat for sure, as Stefano Lini, and let's see what he might be able to do. He qualified 2.3 seconds quicker than anybody else. Thereafter though, Dominic Paul was 78 thousandths of a second quicker than Shane Kelly, who was amazingly 78 thousandths of a second quicker than George Line, who was 27 thousandths of a second quicker than John Corbett, who was 2/10 of a second quicker than Tony Bishop. So whilst Stefano Lini might have qualified on pole by 2.3 seconds, the next 4 or 5 cars were all separated by just 0.3 of a second. It was all rather close. So if qualifying is anything to go by, Stefano Lini should run away and hide with the lead. Everybody else will be squabbling over 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and so on. Green flag at the tail end of the field, 15-minute race. We're about to go with round 11 of the 2021 F3 Cup Championship here at Donington Park. The red lights come on, revs begin to rise, and as the lights go out, it's a good start from Stefano Lini from pole position, and not a bad start at all from Shane Kelly by the look of things, that sits behind as they head up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. Shane Kelly looks to try and undo the number 8 car of Dominic Paul, who runs a little bit wide, and that leaves the door open for Shane Kelly to go through, and George Line is looking to try and follow suit as well, and he's able to go through as well. The former champion George Line sneaks his way through into what is 3rd position. Dominic Paul down to 4th position there, and already Stefano Lini looking to try and pull away in the lead of this race. Now there are 2 separate classes in the F3 Cup for the 2021 championship season. We've got the Cup class, which is for cars and engines and ECUs built between the start of January 2008 and the end of 2016. They certainly have a maximum airflow restrictor on the engines as well, as you can see over to the left or the right of the car, depending on what engines they're running. But we have now the Euro class as well, which is for cars that comply with the 2018 and 2019 Euro Formula Open regulations, and that is what Stefano Lini's, the race leader, is. Slightly newer Dallara chassis in the hands of him. CF Racing lead. It is Shane Kelly that's there in 2nd place. Dominic Paul still coming under attack from John Corbett. John Corbett is having to attack and defend from Tony Bishop as well. Mark Harrison's not too far behind in the early stages of this one as they dive their way onto the brakes and start to turn their way up towards the end of the lap. You can see the lead advantage that has already been built up by Stefano Lini, but for Shane Kelly, he is having to work his socks off to try and keep the University of Wolverhampton prepared Dallara ahead of his teammate in reality. So they're both entered by the University of Wolverhampton for this weekend, Shane Kelly and George Line's car. Down through the Craner curves they'll go. When I say they're entered by the University of Wolverhampton, that means the cars are also prepared by the students that are doing motorsport degrees there as well. Fantastic opportunity for them to learn what is going to be their future craft in a competitive environment. But for the moment, George Line, the 2016 champion, is bottled up behind Shane Kelly and is not able to squeeze his way through. Stefano Lini, the current champion, out front and pulling away. Shane Kelly finished as the driver that was runner-up in the championship back in 2019, did Shane Kelly. He was third in the championship back in 2018. John Corbett coming under pressure and getting past Dominic Paul there, I think, as well, on the approach in towards the S's. I think he made it through there. So Dominic Paul started on the outside of the front row of the grid. And did John Corbett make it through? Yes, he did. And Tony Bishop now goes through as well. So all of a sudden, Dominic Paul really struggling in these conditions here. I don't think it's too different to qualifying. Ambient temperatures very warm here today at Donington Park, and warmer than qualifying for sure, but Dominic Paul from the front row of the grid is now down towards the tail end of the field. So Stefano Lini 4.5 seconds up the road from this pair here. Still Shane Kelly ahead of George Line, both in Dallara F308, so cars that hark back to the 2008 championship season of, whether it be Formula 3 here in the UK, the British Formula 3 Championship, which sadly nowadays is gone, or what was the many other domestic and European series that existed back then for these cars. Slightly newer F317 of Stefano Lini out front and leading, and it's another F317, cars that were built in 2017, so it's Dallara F317, so the F3 denotes the category that it was built for, and the final two digits give you the year of the chassis in reality, the way it works. So up towards the braking area for the S's, the number 66 car of John Corbett looking to try and close in on the pair ahead. Tony Bishop, Dominic Paul and Mark Harrison in the final three slots, but the best of the fights is still for second place between the two teammates at this stage. Turning their way through the right-hander at the Melbourne hairpin, accelerating their way up towards the braking area at Goddard's, the final corner. So turn number 12 in reality, through the left-hander at Goddard's, and over the start-finish line now we'll go. All of the time while Stefano Lini is just disappearing up the road. Another new fastest lap of the race for the race leader. 1 minute 23.953 from Stefano Lini gives him a 7-second lead now. There's Dominic Paul, quite why he's not lapping at the kind of pace that we thought he would do. Dominic Paul qualified in a 1 minute 25.1. The lap that he's just done was a 1 minute 26.8. But he just seems to have gone backwards and doesn't at the moment seem to really have the car underneath him that he had in qualifying when he popped it onto the front row of the grid. Out of McLean's corner, 10 minutes to go. Shane Kelly still hanging on to second place, and this is the lead of the F3 Cup class, remember, as well, because it's the newer car of Stefano Lini that's out front. It is the points that you accumulate in your respective class that are important as well. I think originally the regulations were written based on points being scored overall, but there was a subsequent amendment to that in the regulations, which means that it's now where you finish in your respective class. So it's 35 points for a win in your class, it's 29 points for second, 24 for third, and so on. It diminishes. 2 points for pole position during qualifying, 2 points for the fastest lap of the race, which has just been bettered by Stefano Lini. 1 minute 23.450 for Stefano Lini that time through. Huell Lloyd, the man behind CF Racing that prepares this car, a very talented racer himself, and whenever he appears, which he does sporadically in F3 Cup, is always bang on the pace. But he will be hoping that his driver can push on for what is already looking like another dominant victory here. 9.5 seconds to the good for Stefano Lini. And there's no let up in the pace either. He set the fastest lap of the race last time through. He's already gone purple in the first sector this time through. The first sector brings them from the start-finish line down to Redgate Corner through Hollywood and part the way through the Craner Curves. From there, it's to about this point on the track where we get through the second sector, and he's gone purple in the second sector as well, so he might have a huge lead, but he's still pushing as hard as you can, and there you can see the relative advantage that he's got. So Lini already onto the Grand Prix loop, heading down towards the Melbourne hairpin, and Shane Kelly and George Line only just working their way through the S's at this stage. Fantastic to see these F3 cars still being kept alive, and whilst we perhaps haven't got as many on the grid as we would wish. Monoposto Racing Club working really, really hard to try and build the championship, and I'm sure that once the world in general returns to normal, a few of those drivers that we've seen out in the championship regularly over the years, the likes of Alex Fors and Robbie Watts and Tony Bishop and Stuart Wiltshire and father and son pairing Patrick and Philip Jeans will return to the championship as well, and hopefully we'll be back to the kinds of numbers that we've seen F3 Cup at over the course of the previous years. But it's still good racing, still close racing as well, and for smile per mile and the way that these cars pack the performance and the punch that they do it with, I'd imagine you can't go single-seater racing with this kind of performance for much more. Big mistake for John Corbett in the background. The car skitters across the grass, bounces into the air, and I think, yeah, that's going to pitch him off into a spin. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised he's still got the front wing on that car, because it's right, and off, I'm afraid, has gone Tony Bishop. Into the barriers is Tony. Now, I wonder if he got tangled up trying to avoid John Corbett there. Didn't quite see it. We just saw Corbett launched into the air, and it looked as though he was going to go from the outside of the circuit to the inside. Now, I personally think there was either contact as Corbett lost control and Tony Bishop was scooped up in the moment, but on the basis of that John Corbett is continuing, you suggest there wasn't contact, and whilst John Corbett was out of control, Tony Bishop took avoiding action, and very sadly, through no fault of his own, he's the car now that's in the barriers and with damage, and John Corbett can continue on his merry way. 6.5 minutes remaining. Stefano Lini still continuing to lead. Last time through was another new fastest lap of the race. Nice to see that out of the car and fine is Tony Bishop. Car less so, I'm afraid, is Dallara, which was also running in the F3 Euro class as well. Stefano Lini with a 1:23.406 last time through. He's now finally, for the first time in this race, just starting to ease his pace a little bit, because he's built a 13.4 second lead between this pair here. Shane Kelly in second place and leading the F3 Cup class. He's on 297 points in the championship standings coming into this weekend. Only 19 points behind him in the championship is George Lyne, who is right behind him in terms of this race. But Shane Kelly, the main thing is he's going to outscore his main championship rival. So out of Coppice corner for what is the 7th time of asking. In towards the braking area for the S's, they will thread their way. As a result of the retirement of Tony Bishop, that now means that Dominic Paul moves up into 4th position now at the wheel of the number 8 car. He got through and past Mark Harrison on... he got through and past both Richard Corbett and Tony Bishop on that previous lap as a result of their spins and subsequent retirement. So Dominic Paul, the number 8 car, now up into 4th position. Number 90, the other Chris Dittman Racing prepared car, up into 5th position. Chris Dittman, another team owner who has sporadically raced in F3 Cup in recent years, was a regular competitor a few years earlier, but of course it's now concentrating on running his own team, not just in the F3 Cup, but also in the GB3 Championship as its badge now, which supports the British GT Championship. But it's good to see that he's still preparing some quick cars in F3 Cup and on occasions turning his hand to racing them again. So down through the crane of the curves goes Dominic Paul. He's 8.5 seconds behind the Shane Kelly-George Lyne battle for 2nd and 3rd position, but he's now 9.5 seconds up the road from Mark Harrison at the wheel of the sister CDR car. So through Plains Corner goes Dominic Paul, so a driver who was a regular racer in sports cars when he was in the GT Cup Championship, which is also here in action at Donington Park over the course of this weekend, and then spent a season racing for Century Motorsport in the GT3 BMW in the British GT Championship, and is now onto single-seater racing. Right, now Shane Kelly is not giving up still. Here's Mark Harrison. He is in 5th position currently. A fairly lonely 5th position from him, because he's 9.5 seconds behind the car ahead, Dominic Paul, but he's got 20 seconds in hand between himself and the car behind, which is the recovering car of John Corbett. I think I referred to him as Richard Corbett. John Corbett in this race. Now, side by side, George Lyne has got a bit of a run here on Shane Kelly. Couldn't do anything on the way in towards Redgate Corner. Can he cut back on the exit? No, not at all. Shane Kelly's cleanly off the corner. Now this is for second and third overall in the race, but it is for the lead of the F3 Cup class, and the former champion is looking to try and attack his teammate here. Shane Kelly sweeps across the nose of George Line, and the 2016 champion is not able to go through, and if anything he's lost a little bit of time as a result of that. So perhaps realised that Shane Kelly was going to sweep across the nose. He would have lost a little bit of aero off the front of his nose as well, as Shane Kelly made sure he was in the dirty air. And for George Line, it certainly looks as though for the moment, yeah, he has lost a little bit of ground. They matched each other for pace through the first sector, but through the second sector, 1.2 seconds quicker was Shane Kelly. So the gap at the moment is about 1.4 seconds between the pair of them. It was just 0.2 as they came over the start-finish line. So onto the brakes goes Shane. George looking to try and fight back. Stefano Lini in the meantime well up the road in the lead of the race, and still posting fastest laps as well, I ought to say. 1 minute 23.070. He is now on his penultimate lap of the race, he will be, Stefano Lini. And as for the lead advantage that he has between himself and Shane Kelly, it's 20.7 seconds exactly that time as they came over the start-finish line. Shane Kelly is there or thereabouts, a second ahead of George Line. There was 0.993 of a second between the pair of them as they concluded what was lap number 9 and head on to lap number 10. Ideal conditions at Donington Park this weekend. It might be, well, you could argue mid or heading towards late September now, the 18th of September, but certainly doesn't feel autumnal out there. Beautiful, beautiful warm ambient temperature. The slick tyres that they all run will be working hard in these conditions. Maximum grip they'll get, very little wind as well, so ideal conditions really for potentially setting some lap records. But for George Line, he's starting to close in again now. So, yeah, he was 1/10 of a second quicker through the first sector, George Line. He was 0.5 of a second quicker through the second sector. So the gap that was up to almost a second is going to be down to where it was previously, maybe 0.1, 0.2 of a second as Stefano Lini heads onto his final lap of the race. We just saw him head through shot there. And it's going to be a long, long gap back before we see, there's Stefano Lini just heading through Hollywood and down through the Craner Curves on his last lap of the race, and more than on course by the look of things for what will be win number 11, win number 10 of the season, I should say, win number 10 of the season. Who's going to finish in second and take top honours in the F3 Cup class, though, is still very much up for grabs. So Stefano Lini said the only race he hasn't won so far this season was when he was given a time penalty for exceeding circuit limits, and he's pushed too hard and he's going to be in the gravel trap at Coppice Corner. There was no need for Stefano Lini to be pushing that hard. He'd built a 23-second advantage, and all of a sudden he's just overstepped the mark of what the car was willing to do, and I'm afraid he's out of the race. Now Shane Kelly is just coming up to that part of the circuit now. He'll see the stricken car of Stefano Lini and know that he is now not just on course for a class win, he is on course for an overall win in what has been a totally dominant season from Stefano Lini, who, as I say, had won every race on the road, and the only one he didn't claim the victory was when he was given the time penalty. But he's pushed too hard, he's overdone it when he didn't need to. And Shane Kelly and George Line are now fighting for the lead of the race, and I think the pair of them know it. George Line tries the outside line and breaks a little bit late at Melbourne hairpin. He'll get a bit more momentum off the corner, but they head up towards the final corner this time through. And I think as long as Shane Kelly is neat and tidy, grabs the apex and gets cleanly off the corner, he should be on for the win. George Line snatches the brakes, so late does he try, but it is going to be a win for Shane Kelly. First overall win for Shane Kelly so far this season. George Line misses out on what would have been his second overall win of the championship season, because he did claim the win at Brands Hatch. And third, and a rather surprised, I would have thought Dominic Paul will come through in third position for what was a bit of a yo-yo race from him. And there is Stefano Lini chatting to the marshals, and I would sure, yeah, it looks as though he got a smile on his face. I think that's probably because he knew that there was nobody to blame there other than himself, unless maybe the car got a little bit unsettled as he took too much curb at Coppice Corner. That's the only thing I can think that maybe that could have been what happened. But even if that was what happened, it was all to do with probably a mistake from Stefano Lini causing it to take too much curb in the first place. But yeah, a smile on his face, Stefano Lini. He's had the pace all season. I'm sure he will bounce back in the second of our two F3 Cup Championship races over the course of this weekend. That will be taking place tomorrow. But for Shane Kelly, is he going to give a wave to Stefano Lini as he goes by? No, Shane Kelly, who has always gone well here at Donington Park over the years. Shane Kelly, a few years ago in F3 Cup, he was pretty much unbeatable at Donington Park. 2 or 3 seasons on the trot, he was the man to beat. And, well, he is now on course and has claimed his first win of the 2021 championship season, and of course takes top points in the F3 Cup class. The winner in the F3 Euro class in the end was the sole survivor, because the 2 retirements we had were both in the European class. So John Corbett might have finished 5th position in the race, the last car to take the checkered flag, but he will be the class winner in the F3 Euro class. So Stefano Lini making his way in towards the pit lane. And just to confirm the results then with you verbally, at least for round 11 of the F3 Cup Championship season. Number 11, Shane Kelly, claims the win, his first of the year. In second position was number 15, former champion George Line, and third place was number 8, which was Dominic Paul. Fourth place went the way of number 90, Mark Harrison. Fifth position, and the winner in the F3 Euro class, was number 66, John Corbett. And the 2 cars that we lost along the way, Stefano Lini, the championship leader, leading by 23 seconds when he put the car off up at Coppice Corner, was a retirement on the penultimate lap of the race, and we lost into the barriers, I think, trying to avoid a spinning car ahead of him, the number 21 car of Tony Bishop. So that's all for the moment from the F3 Cup Championship here at Donington Park. They do have further races to come here over the course of this weekend, but both of those 2 races will be taking place tomorrow. The first of them scheduled to go green around about 12:25 tomorrow here at Donington Park, and their final race of the season, final race of the weekend rather, is scheduled to take place at around about 17:50 tomorrow. So from F3 Cup, that's all for the moment from Donington Park. Well, we've got the final round of the 2021 Radical Cup Championship coming up in a few moments' time. Round 11 of the championship. We had round 10 earlier on today, and that was claimed the victory by the man who will start from pole position in this race, James Lay, who leads the championship on 394 points coming into this race. There are a maximum of 41 points available, 40 points for the win, plus one extra point for the fastest lap. And whilst James Lay leads the championship on 394 points, Will Hunt, mathematically, could also be the champion at the end of this one, because he is on 377 points, and he will line up based on their second fastest times from qualifying in 5th position on the grid. It's going to be a rolling start for these cars, which have already had their races at Snetterton, Brands Hatch. They went back to Snetterton again. They then were on Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, rather than all the previous ones which were double headers. It was a triple header for them there, and then their final 2 races taking place here at Donington Park in what are pretty much ideal conditions still. Nice and warm, no signs of any rain. The odd little greyish cloud that's coming over, but it's a nice warm day here. So the cars are just heading on their formation lap. Let's just guide you through the grid then. It is the white and Dayglow orange car of James Lay that starts there on pole position, and race 1 retiree, number 2, Darren de Leon, it sits alongside. His car is white with the red and the blue flashes to it. Row 2 of the grid is the blue and lighter blue car, number 18 of Mark Williams, alongside the largely black and green car, number 7 in the hands of Fraser McFadden. The third row of the grid, it's white and blue for Will Hunt. That's an important car, number 21. Watch out for it, because he could take the championship title away from James Lay, subject to what goes on over the course of these next few moments here. And then we will move on to the outside of that third row of the grid. It is car number 26, which is Nick Zapolsky. Nick's car is largely red and black with some gold flashes to it. The fourth row of the grid, car number 27, the black and red machine of Mackenzie Walker, who finished on the podium earlier on today, lines up alongside the number 22 car, the car of Andy Lowe, which is white with some lighter blue flashes to it, just heading through shot there. He was the fastest, second fastest of the Fangio drivers in qualifying. And then onto the next row of the grid, which is row number 5, number 53, which is Ben Casely, lining up alongside 55, which is James Ockenden. The 6th row of the grid sees number 17, Gavin McAlpine, who had an interesting first race with a couple of spins along the way, but still managed to finish, lining up alongside number 3, which is Paul Atherton. And the final row of the grid is number 40, which is James Hadley. He has got for company the number 4 car in the hands of Ben Stone. So that is the way that they line up for this final race of the championship season. It's been a great season for the Radical SR1 Cup, and as ever, it has been hugely competitive. This series, which first started out back in, 2013, was the first championship season that we had. The likes of Colin Noble Jr. was the champion that year, who's gone on to race in the likes of the European Le Mans series. Dan Vaughan, who we've seen racing in Porsche Carrera Cup, was runner-up to him in that particular year. And it's just gone from strength to strength to strength over the years. Last year's champion, the outgoing champion, James Pinkerton, is here this weekend, but he hasn't competed at all in 2021. Had a quick chat to him yesterday. He's hoping to be back on the grid racing something next year, was all he would say, but it'd be good to see James back, even if not in the Radical SR1 Cup. Good to see him back in the Radical Challenge, which is also on the programme this weekend here, having its penultimate race weekend of the season here at Donington Park. But the season's about to draw a close over the course of the next 20 minutes in the Radical SR1 Cup Championship. Round 11 of the season is just heading up towards Goddard's Corner. And are we going to see James Lay crown the champion? Could it be Will Hunt that will be crowned the champion? We will have to wait and see how the maths work out, subject to their finishing position. So neat 2x2 order, ready for the rolling start. Red lights are on the gantry on the right-hand side of your screens. And as the lights go out, which they do now, we get the race underway. James Lay doesn't get a bad start. Darren de Leon is pushing him, though, squeezing him as much as he can. And then jinks out to take as wide a sweep in towards Redgate Corner. And is he going to go for the lead of the race? He's running side by side with James Lay for the lead of the race, and might squeeze his way through. They are still side by side onto the top of Hollywood and down through the Craner curves, but James Lay picks up the early race lead, and there's a big spin. Mark Williams has a big spin in the middle of the pack, having to take avoiding action goes Fraser McFadden. Nick Zapolsky also got tangled up in that there. I think they will all continue, but that has split the pack to a degree as James Lay leads the race. Darren De Leon is there in second place, and who's there in third? Well, there's the stricken car of Mark Williams. He's going nowhere for the moment, but who's there in third? It's Will Hunt at the moment. So he has to finish ahead of James Lay to stand any chance of claiming the championship, and with Mark Williams stricken on circuit and Nick Sapolsky stricken on circuit, there is a possibility we might have to go full course caution, but for the moment, no chance of a safety car. The cars continue on their merry way as they head for the first time through the S's, but I'm hearing from race control that the safety car is indeed coming out. So, yeah, there it is on your screens. Safety car will be deployed to scoop up the car of Mark Williams and to scoop up the stricken car of the man from Oldley Edge as well, which is Nick Sapolsky, former driver who used to race in another different sports car championship. So, up towards the conclusion of the lap with the safety car boards out and yellow flags waving. There's instantly no overtaking, and they will have to just catch the safety car, which will be sitting at pit lane exit, I would imagine. Yeah, there it is, ready to scoop them all up. So weaving from side to side, trying to maintain the temperature in their Control Hankook tyres. A couple of seasons ago now, Hankook were announced as the global partner for the tyre supply on all Radical series that we see. Whilst Radical is a UK-based company based in Peterborough in Cambridgeshire, globally they have been such a success stories with championships not just in the UK but throughout Europe, into the Middle East, into America as well. You look into Scandinavia, there are championships as well. Far Eastern market, we see cars out there, and I'm sure there are probably some regional championships out in the Far East as well, but it really has been a global success, whether it be the bottom rung of the ladder as such in terms of Radical championships that we see, which is this SR1 Cup, or clambering through all the different models that they have available, the SR3, the SR10, the RXC, whether it be the coupes or the Spiders as well. So many different cars available, and Radical as ever, always on the front foot, always looking to move forward, and always providing that fantastic customer support as well. So James Lay, if he were to win this race, a long way to go yet, don't forget, but if he were to win it, then that's the championship done and dusted. If he were to finish in second place, even if Will Hunt wins the race, championship is done and dusted. If James Lay finishes in third place or fourth place, he is still the champion. Now, if he finishes in fifth place, James Lay, and Will Hunt wins the race, that's still not enough. But if he finishes in fifth place, Will Hunt wins the race and sets the fastest lap of the race, they would both be on 418 points. But at that point, Will Hunt would have 2 more wins than James Lay, so he would win the championship on count back. But it means that James Lay would have to finish fifth. Will Hunt would have to win the race and set the fastest lap. If he didn't set the fastest lap as well, it still wouldn't be enough. So that's the kind of position that we're in at the moment. As long as James Lay finishes in the top 4, he's good. Absolutely, he's good, and subject to official confirmation, of course, he would be the champion. But there's still plenty of racing to go. Shouldn't take long to scoop up the stricken cars of Nick Sapolsky and Mark Williams, and then we should be able to get the race back underway. I think Nick Sapolsky actually might not want scooping up. I think safety car lights are out already. I think he's managed to get his car back onto track and has now caught up with the tail end of the train. So it's just the one car that we lost, which is Mark Williams. So we've still got 13 cars in this race. Lights are off on the safety car, so we're about to get going once more. Keep your eyes on car number 21, Will Hunt. He will want to be in full attack mode. He will want to very quickly work his way past. There is Nick Sapolsky's car, so it has joined the tail end of the field. He will very quickly want to work his way past the number 2 car of Darryl De Leon, who is the leading rookie that we've got in the field at the moment. But of course, he can't overtake until the start-finish line on a restart, so he just has to make sure he can be a centimetre behind. You can't have your nose ahead, however. We get the race back underway, final round of the championship, 15 minutes to go, and James Lay gets his foot down, gets on with it straight away. Darren De Leon sitting there in second place, Will Hunt third, Mackenzie Walker in fourth place. The leading driver in the Fangio Trophy is the number 22 car of Andy Lowe, who's there in fifth place. James Ockenden looking to try and make progress there as he looked to try and squeeze his way through and past Paul Atherton's car, which he managed to do. So that's now Ockenden up into what will be 8th position. The number 3 car of Paul Atherton drops down into 9th place, but James Lay is on it straight away. He knows exactly what he needs to do, and if he can lead it from the front, then it makes things a lot easier for him. The one good thing is, whilst he's got Darryl De Leon not that far behind, he knows that Darren De Leon is not in this main championship squabble at the front, so he can just afford to bide his time and as long as he's not coming under pressure from Will Hunt, and even if Will Hunt were putting him under pressure, if I was James Lay, I'd let Will Hunt go and just make sure you do enough. He knows what the maths will be absolutely coming into this race. Many drivers will say, well, we won't worry what the championship looks like until the final round. Well, this is the final round, which means that he will have embedded in his mind already all of the different championship outcomes and exactly what he needs to do in this race to make sure he would be the champion. So in towards the Melbourne hairpin. It's only the third lap that they are on at the moment. Running a little bit wide there is Paul Atherton, who is going to get picked off by the next couple of cars that sit behind, I would have thought. Ben Stone, I think, squeezing his way through there. So that means Atherton will have lost a couple of places on that lap. And Will Hunt isn't really making an impression on the lead too at the moment, is he? The number 21 car, the white car with its blue flashes, is sitting there in third place and has dropped a further half a second behind Daryl de Leon on that lap. 3 wide coming in towards Redgate Corner. That's the number 3 car of Paul Atherton. James Hadley is in there. Nick Sapolsky trying to thread the needle, goes between the pair of them as he heads out of Redgate Corner. Great driving from Nick Sapolsky. Wonderful stuff. Looked like he was going to get squeezed. He got a little bit out of shape as well, but threads his way. 2 for the price of 1 there for Nick Sapolsky, using all of that experience that he's had racing the likes of Ginetta GT5s in the past and Radicals over the course of the last season or so. The number 17 car as well. Oh, a little bit of contact there, was there, as all of a sudden the number 4 car started to falter as it came out of McLean's corner. Ben Stone, do wonder whether maybe the chain broke on that car there, because there was almost a touch between the two, and Ben Stone's car is out of the race, I'm afraid to say, which is an enormous shame for Ben Stone. So he parks the car up and is no more. That is the Rookie Cup Championship leader as well. But in the absence of Alex Spooner this weekend, should hopefully just about be enough, because the car that's third in the Rookie Cup standings, Daryl de Leon, only did the Silverstone round, so I think Ben Stone is absolutely assured the Rookie Cup for this year. Now, for the lead of the race, Daryl de Leon has gone through, and that has a bit of an implication now, because no longer does James Lay lead the race. He would now be on 429 points if he stayed where he was. Will Hunt would be on 407. Who's got the fastest lap of the race? Daryl de Leon. So the extra championship point is going neither one way nor the other in terms of the championship protagonists. But this is still not good enough for Will Hunt, sitting there in third position. And it's an enormous shame for Will Hunt, really, that he's not in a slightly stronger position, because he has. You know, you look at the results, and arguably he's been just about the slightly better driver of the two. And the only reason he is behind James Lay in terms of the championship really is because of a retirement that he had. And if this were a championship where you can drop your worst score, it would be very different. But the championship regulations say you have to count every single round, and they've been like that for a good number of years. And unfortunately for Will Hunt, he had a non-finish in the first of the 3 races at Silverstone, so he has been playing catch-up ever since, really. And to bring it to the final race of the championship season is still, you know, a good result, really, for Will Hunt, who finished third in the championship last year. He was 4th in the championship in 2019. He finished 3rd in it in 2018 as well. He's been around this series for a good number of years now, and looks as though he may well possibly be destined to finish as the runner-up this year, which would still be his best championship season, but he's going to be disappointed with that, because mathematically he's been in with a shout all season, really, and started the season so strongly with 2 wins at Snetterton and a further 2 wins at Brands Hatch. So he won the first 4 races of the championship season. So over the start-finish line comes Daryl de Leon. He has just posted a 1:35.718 now as the fastest lap of the race, extending his lead margin to still only just under 9/10 of a second. So James Lay is not that far behind, but he knows full well that as long as he continues to circulate in second place and is just putting enough daylight between himself and Will Hunt, that's still enough for the championship. James Hadley coming under pressure from Gavin McAlpine. That's for the final place inside the top 10 as they dive their way down through the Craner curves. The 40 car of James just ahead of Gavin McAlpine as they thread their way out of the old hairpin. Nick Zapolsky still making progress as well, following his off in that incident that he got involved with Mark Williams down through the Craner curves on the first lap. He's got past James Ockenden this time through, so that'll put Nick Sapolsky now up to 8th position. And the next of the cars he's going to want to try and catch is that little trio of cars that lie ahead. So Daryl de Leon out front and leading the race. 0.8 of a second, as you can see on the left of the screen there, is the gap between the pair of them. This is the fight I was talking about. This is Andy Lowe coming under attack from Fraser McFadden, and also the number 53 car as well, which is Ben Casely. Ben Casey, I think, might lose out here as McFadden is going to squeeze his way through. Yep, so through has gone Fraser McFadden. Now Fraser McFadden is looking to try and attack Andy Lowe's car. Andy Lowe is leading the Fangio Trophy at the moment and is quite comfortably leading that, actually. He's 5th. The next of the Fangio runners is all the way down in 11th place, which I think is Gavin McAlpine. Fraser McFadden sideways coming out of Redgate Corner, carries a lot more momentum onto the top of the Craner Curves and Hollywood, side by side midway through the Craners, but if the number 7 car of McFadden can hang on to it, he's got the inside line for the old hairpin, works his way through, gains the place. Good driving there from Fraser McFadden. Started this race in 4th position, also got tangled up with the Mark Williams and Nick Sapolsky incident down through the Craner Curves early doors, and is now starting to work his way back up through the order, so he's back up into 5th position now, not quite where he started the race. Another place game would do that, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to catch the next of the cars ahead, because it'd be about 5 seconds up the road, I would have thought. And that would be Mackenzie Walker's car, which is still out of shot at the moment, so in the sunshine here at Donington Park. Heading down in towards the braking area for the S's, the number 53 car of Ben Casely. Jinx out to at least show the nose of it to Andy Lowe, but Andy Lowe will ignore what's going on in his mirrors, concentrate on the road ahead for sure. And the two of them are still pretty much rooted together as they head downhill in towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin. 20-minute race, 7.5 minutes to go, and a championship still up for grabs at this stage. Now, fastest lap of the race this time has gone the way of James Lay, who picks up the additional championship point for the moment, 1:35.629. He closes to within a second of the race leader, Daryl de Leon. He was 1/10.5 of a second quicker than him over the course of that lap, so the gap is coming down. So that would now put James Lay on 430 points in the championship if he stays where he is. That would be 23 points ahead of what Will Hunt will have amassed over the course of the 2021 championship season, all subject to official confirmation and of course the technical checks that need doing at the end of the race. But on the road at least, it certainly looks as though James Lay is ever more taking a step towards the championship title for this year. Elsewhere down through the order, Andy Lowe still coming under attack from Ben Casely, who at the moment can't work his way inside the top 6, can he? So Ben Casely is still there in 7th position, having a good run in the rookie class. He's 2nd in the rookie category at this stage. The driver that leads the rookie category is the overall race leader, Daryl de Leon, who has had a mega first season really, albeit just a part season for him. It'd be good to see Daryl back doing the full 2022 campaign if he's able to. So the only rounds we saw him at was the treble header that we had at Silverstone, where the Radical SR1 Cup joined the grid of the Radical Challenge and trying to dive his way up the inside. Almost contact between the pair of them. They are still almost wheel to wheel. Ben Casely gathered up a moment there, and Andy Lowe, I think, avoided there being too much of a rub between the pair of them. They're still side by side heading up towards Goddard, and normal service is resumed as far as Andy Lowe is concerned, which I think is probably fair really, because Ben Casely was a little bit out of shape going in towards the Melbourne hairpin. The two of them briefly brushed off each other. They both gave each other enough room, and yeah, I think that Andy Lowe probably would have felt a little bit hard done by them. You can see the tyre mark down the side of Ben Casely's car there as the two got very close to each other. Andy Lowe running a little bit wide coming out of Redgate Corner. You can only do that so many times in the race before you are given a time penalty. But for the moment, I would imagine it's probably just a first warning for him. Ben Casely's coming back up the inside at the old hairpin. The two of them run side by side. He runs off the road. Also does Andy Lowe through the old hairpin, desperate to try and hang on to the position. Still side by side up towards Schwantz Curve, all the way around the outside at Schwantz for the inside line up towards McLean's, which is the next corner, and they are still side by side. Andy Lowe's pushed off line. Nick Sapolsky steals a place. Great stuff. 4.5 minutes to go. Nick Sapolsky now looking to try and unlock the door to try and gain a place. There's a squeal of tyres in the background, and Andy Lowe's gone round, I'm afraid. A full 360-degree spin from him. Hooks the gear, continues, doesn't lose a place. But for Ben Casely in his newly acquired 6th position, it might be short-lived, because Nick Sapolsky is absolutely in his wheel tracks. There were yellow flags in the background there, and that was a retirement. Try and work out who that was. I think it might have been Paul Atherton that retired. Nick Sapolsky sideways this time, heading in towards the Melbourne hairpin, trying absolutely everything to try and work his way through and ahead of Ben Casely. Is he going to try and do something on the run up towards Goddard's? He would have the inside line. Can he make it stick? Yes, he has. Through he's gone. Yep. So the red car of Nick Sapolsky through now, and that will put him up into 6th position, I think that will be now. Yes, it is. And it is indeed, yeah. Paul Atherton has retired, I'm afraid to say, on the run out of Coppice Corner. Casely's trying to reassert himself, though, back into 6th. He's down to 7th for the moment. New fastest lap of the race last time through to Daryl De Leon again. So he now picks up the fastest point, the extra point for the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 35.447 for Daryl De Leon. So James Lay still in 2nd place, still in a championship winning position, and still not that far behind the race leader as they head out of Coppice Corner. This is a leading 3 coming towards us now. Daryl De Leon on course for what would be a debut win in the Radical SR1 Cup Championship. His first ever win in this championship as a rookie for this year. Less than a second though between himself and James Lay, and they'll be heading over the start-finish line to start the penultimate lap of the race this time through. So through the Melbourne hairpin. Didn't exactly grab the apex there, runs a little bit wide on the exit of the corner. James Lay still with him as they climb uphill and up towards Goddard's. Now James Lay will look to see whether he can get a bit of a tow off the race leader over the start-finish line. He'll get a bit of a tow, but he's way too far away to try anything at Redgate Corner. Nobody lapping faster than previous laps last time through to take fastest laps away. Big squeal of tyres in the background. Was that Will Hunt? Yeah, it might have been Will Hunt, maybe with a bit of a moment. Will was pushing on the previous lap. He just set his best individual lap of the race so far. And that was still only a 1/10 of a second away from the fastest lap of the race. So Will Hunt pushing hard. But yeah, I think that first sector, I think he might have had a bit of a moment up at Redgate Corner, because I think the gap 2nd to 3rd has increased a little bit more this time through. So they are on their penultimate lap of the race. We may well see the SR1s back out racing again this year, but that will just be an invitational race that they are eligible to join at Spa-Francorchamps in October, where the Radical Challenge will draw to a conclusion. So whilst those cars can compete in that race, it's not a championship round for them. So it is the last full championship round, but not necessarily the last race of the season for many of these drivers. But for James Lay, all of the hard work, and you know, everybody says consistency is what wins championships, and absolutely, you know, James Lay so far this season, 4 race wins now following the race win from earlier on, 3 second places, 2 third places and a 4th place. At the moment is looking as though it's going to be good enough to stitch up the championship if you add this 2nd place to it as well. Whereas for Will Hunt, he might have had 4 race wins and 3 seconds, and 5 race wins, I should say, rather, and 3 second places, plus the 4th place from earlier on. But it's the DNF that's undone him, that did not finish at Silverstone. So we're on to the last racing lap of the championship season for Daryl De Leon, James Lay and Will Hunt. And I think Will Hunt probably knows that the inevitable is going to happen now, that whilst it might be his best championship year in the SR1 Cup, he is going to come up just short, I'm afraid. Been a good season from him, claiming more wins than anybody else, but that white car with its day-glow green flashes to it in the hands of James Lay is looking on course for a win in the first race of the weekend, a runners-up spot in the 2nd race of the weekend, but now he's only half a lap away from, I think, putting the championship out of reach from Will Hunt, because it is looking as though... Oh, Will Hunt runs wide as well, coming out of Coppice Corner on the final lap. He will be able to dig his way back out of the gravel, but that is pretty much it now for Will Hunt. He will not lose a place, but that is it. It's dropped himself away from anything that might go on directly ahead of him. But up towards the penultimate corner on the final race of the season comes Daryl de Leon. He is on for what is going to be his first win in the Radical SR1 Cup, whereas for James Lay, he is on for the championship. We've still got squabbles going on further down through the order. Andy Lowe coming under pressure from James Ockenden as they head through Coppice Corner for the final time. But up towards the final corner, Daryl de Leon is on course for his first win of the season, but in second place, James Lay, subject to official confirmation, is the Radical SR1 Cup champion for 2021. He will know that the maths are good enough and will, subject to that official confirmation, there is your champion for the 2021 season. And what a great, consistent season it has been for James Lay. Andy Lowe and James Ockenden still busy fighting a way to work out who's going to finish 8th and who's going to finish 9th. But as they head up towards Goddard, let's just keep an eye on the distance and see if we might be able to pick out whether Andy Lowe can hang on to it. Yes, he has. Yeah, Andy Lowe has just hung on to it on the charge to the flag. So good little fight all the way through the orders that we've had. But Daryl de Leon not only claims the win, he was the first of the rookies home as well. And he set the fastest lap of the race as well. But for number 39, that's where the celebrations will be going this weekend, because James Lay is going to be the champion at the end of this one, and following the footsteps of the 2020 champion, which was James Pinkerton. And it is, 4 wins for him, 4 second places, 2 third places, and his worst result of the season, a 4th position. And when your worst result of any one racing season is a 4th place, and that is the only time you finish off the podium, you are always going to finish in a very strong position indeed. So well done to James Lay. Commiserations to Will Hunt, who put up a fantastic fight for the championship, and I'm sure he will do the right thing and congratulate James Lay when they first meet each other again back in the assembly area, which they'll be doing, or back in the Parc Fermé area, which they'll be doing very, very shortly. So the cars will peel their way in towards the pit lane area. And once they have done so, we may well now have solved some of the technical issues that we're having. We might be able to give you a graphic for the results this time. If not, we can just verbally go through them. But the cars will be making their way down in towards the Parc Fermé area, where the standard regular checks will be done. There's lots of the team members wandering out to congratulate James Lay. They will know what it means for him. And hopefully we can confirm the results. Daryl de Leon claims the win, his first in the Radical SR1 Cup. But in second place, James Lay does enough to claim the championship. Third place goes the way of Will Hunt, and 4th place was Mackenzie Walker. 5th place was going to be the car of Fraser McFadden, that finishes in 6th place, with Nick Sapolsky recovering well after his moment to finish in 6th place. Ben Casely finished in 7th in a busy race for him, as was the race for Andy Lowe, who finished in 8th place. James Ockenden finished in 9th place, and completing the top 10 was another James. It was James Hadley that finished in 10th position in the final race of the season for the Radical SR1 Cup. Paul Atherton retired out on circuit, I'm afraid, somewhere. Ben Stone finished in 13th position, also I think having had issues out on track somewhere. And also Mark Williams, as we saw with his incident on the very first lap, is just about to, I think, drive off the grass there in the background and work his way back into the paddock area. So that's it for the 2021 season for the Radical SR1 Cup Championship. It's been a great season. James Lay is the champion. So we're back at Donington Park with the GT Cup Championship for round 18 of the 2021 Championship season. We've already had one race today. That was the sprint race that took place earlier on today, where Steve Burgess in his Raw Motorsport Radical RXC went onto the top step of the podium for his first overall win of the 2021 Championship season. We've seen that car claim group wins in the past, but it's the first time it claimed an overall win. Second in the race earlier on, if you didn't join us for it, was the Enduro Motorsport McLaren 750S of Morgan Tilbrook, that car, which Morgan has regularly been racing in British GT. It's the first time we've seen it out in GT Cup. Morgan's been competing all season with his co-driver Marcus Clutton, but it's regularly been in a Group GTH GT4 specification Mercedes, so they are trying the GT3 car out today. And third in the race earlier on, if you didn't join us, it was a yo-yo race really for Richard and Neary at the wheel of the Mercedes AMG, the Team ABBA car that had qualified on pole. It ran wide at Redgate Corner, dropped its way down through the order, fought back to then run wide through Coppice Corner, lose a few places and have to carve its way back through the field again. The grid for this race is based on the fastest lap times that were set in the race earlier on today, so we'll run you fully through the grid in a while. But it should be onto pole position. The car that is just working its way through still is yet to arrive by the look of things, a number 66 McLaren, which haven't seen actually join onto the grid as yet. So the shot there looking as though it was the Radical that was going to start from pole, but that in theory is the second row of the grid, so we should see the number 66. There it comes now. Right, I was slightly worried for a split second. Here it comes now. So onto pole position goes Morgan Tilbrook. Now this is the pit stop race that we've got, so if you're not familiar with the format of it, it is a 50-minute race, 50 minutes for this race, and there is a mandatory pit stop window in the middle of it. And now it's broken into two aspects. So we have Group 1, so that's the cars that run in Group GTO, Group GT3 and Group GTC. They will pit slightly earlier than those cars in Group 2, and Group 2 can change all of the cars in Group GTB, Group GTH and Group GTA. They will stop slightly later into this race, and that's been introduced for this year largely because the success of the GT Cup Championship for this year has meant that we've had very, very full grids and capacity grids at some circuits. 37 cars, I think, qualified this morning, and it just means that if all of those descend into the pit lane in one foul swoop, yes, some circuits can accommodate all of those, but it does mean that the pit lane is not only a very busy place, it's potentially a very dangerous place to be. So by splitting the pit windows from one batch of cars to the other batch of cars, at least it means that not everybody descends. There's a wave from Richard Neary, who is on board the car that will start from the outside of the front row of the grid. There is his son Sam, just I think switching on a few small final bits inside the car. Will give you the grid, and there are success seconds to worry about, because if you win your group at a previous pit stop race, you hand yourself some success seconds for future races, is the way that the regulations are written as ever for this year. So if you win your group, it's 20 seconds extra in the pits. If you're second in your group in the previous pit stop race, it's 15, and if you're third, it's an extra 10 seconds. Any new entrants also pick up additional penalties come the pit stop window. So cars very shortly will head onto the formation lap. There's no graphic, but let me guide you through the grid, and we'll give you the starting drivers, and we will also give you the success seconds. If you're classified as a pro driver, you can't start the race. So the number 66 car, Morgan Tilbrook, starts from pole position. No additional time penalty in the pit lane for that car, and alongside is number 88, which is Richard Neary, who's got an extra 20 seconds in the pits. All of the cars 60 seconds stationary in the pits, plus the 18 seconds to pass through the pit lane at the regulatory speed limit, which means from pit in to pit out, minimum you should be is 78 seconds plus any success seconds that you've got. Row 2 of the grid is the number 7 car, started by Ben Dimmock, an extra 20 seconds in the pit lane, alongside the GCAT Racing number 33 Porsche of Seamus Jennings, which has no additional time penalty. Row 3 of the grid, the number 5 Porsche, Richard Chamberlain, no time penalty, alongside his number 61 John Dillon, who has 15 seconds in the pit lane. Row 4 of the grid, 41 James Simons will start alongside number 4 Graham Tilley. Neither of those have any extra seconds to worry about. And row 5 of the grid is number 9 Warren Gilbert, an extra 20 seconds in the pit lane, alongside number 28 Paul Bailey, who has no additional time penalties. Row 6 of the grid, that is Andrew Borridon at the wheel of number 24 car, an extra 20 seconds in the pit lane, alongside David Shaw, who's got an extra 6 seconds as a new entrant for this weekend. Row 7 of the grid is Roy Millington, who's got 15 seconds when he hands the car over to Benny Simonson, and alongside is Nick Phelps, who will have 20 seconds extra before he hands the car to Dino Zamparelli. The 8th row of the grid is Josh Jackson, an extra 15 seconds alongside row Mo Ritson, who has no additional time penalties to worry about. And row 9 of the grid, Chris Hart, driving on his own in this race, has an extra 15 seconds, and alongside is Charles Clark, number 74, who has an extra 20 seconds, so 2, 1, 2 and 74. Row 10 of the grid is 23, Ian Campbell, with no additional time, and neither does number 44 alongside John Whitehouse. Row 11 is number 90, Mike Price, who's got an extra 15 seconds in the pit lane, and alongside is 67, Simon Orange, who's got an extra 20. Row 12 of the grid, number 15, David Holloway, nothing for him to worry about, but alongside is 22, James Guess, who's got an extra 20 seconds in the pit lane, and row 13 of the grid is number 78, Tim Docker, who carries 10 seconds, alongside number 80, Craig Wilkins, who also has the same 10 seconds. Row 14 of the grid, number 50, Carl Cavers, no additional time penalty, and neither does 118 Ian Duggan, with row 15 being number 77, Mark Hopton, who has no additional time penalty, but alongside, which is the number 14 car of Philip Carter, that has an extra 20 seconds. Row 16 on the grid is Richard Mason, no additional time penalty, number 22, and alongside it's the same for 17, Russ Lindsay. Row 17, Jason Garrett, an extra 6 seconds as a new entrant for the number 12 car, and alongside is number 3 Charlotte Gilbert, who has nothing to worry about. Penultimate row of the grid, number 6, which is Alex Stevenson, no additional time penalties, but alongside is Ron Lynn. Good to see Ron and Stuart out in the championship. Ron is the dad, Stuart is the son. Stuart, a former British GT champion years ago in the GT forecast. Ron has been racing in G40 Cup more recently. An extra 6 seconds for them at the wheel of the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. And at the final row of the grid, row number 19, car number 113, Tom Webb will start at the tail end of the field. So a 50-minute race ready to go for what is going to be round 18 of the 2021 championship season for the GT Cup. We've got the grid fully formed, a very full grid of cars, and hopefully they will all just, in a 50-minute race, tread with a little bit of sympathy as they head up towards Redgate Corner. So red lights are on the gantry, 50 minutes are on the clock. We're about to get round 18 of the championship underway. Lights go out and Morgan Tilbrook looks to try and get the hammer down, but Richard Neary is alongside him. Ben Dimmock weaving one way and the other to see what he might be able to do at the Radical, but I think Richard Neary will take up the lead of the race. There's contact further back. Graham Tilley is in the gravel trap, I'm afraid, and John Dillon is facing the wrong way in the gravel trap as well. You can hear the crunch as the two of them got together, but those cars, I think, are going to be stricken. Graham Tilley might be able to drag himself out in the background. Yeah, I think he's almost made it out, but there'll be damage to the front end of that Nissan, I'm afraid to say, as everybody else continues on their merry way down through the Craner curves. And it is certainly going to be Richard Neary that is leading this enormous field of GT cars. And I did wonder, with Redgate Corner being a fairly tight right-hander, whether everybody would get through it, and sadly not for John Dillon, and that potentially has big implications for the championship, really, for John Dillon and Phil Quaife, who returns to the championship for this weekend. The Nissan continues, but I'm sure will be destined for the pit lane. However, the Lamborghini is beached and is going nowhere, and that's the car that was lying third in the Group GT3 championship standings, and straight away that brings out the safety car, I'm afraid to say. So there's the damage to the Nissan, the front right corner of it. Now, whether that was just the concertina effect that caught somebody out, we'll have to wait and see. There is Martin Plowman busy chatting away to Tom Rawlings. Martin Plowman having set up this new Paddock Motorsport team with Kelvin Fletcher. The two of them not only now team owners but also race drivers, with the car that they raced, the Bentley GT3, having qualified on pole position for the British GT Championship just last weekend at Alton Park. But from driving duties last weekend to team management duties this weekend for Plowie. So safety car out there. I think it was just those two cars that got tangled up. I think everybody else was able to continue without any issues at all. And there is the stricken car of John Dillon getting dragged out of harm's way, I'm afraid to say. That's a big shame for John Dillon. Poor old Phil Quaife, who unfortunately had to miss the previous rounds at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, is on driving duties with John Dillon again this weekend. You can see look at all the gravel down through what is the top of the Craner curves. Huge amounts of gravel all over the circuit up at Hollywood, where Graham Tilley finally managed to haul the Nissan out of the gravel trap. He's managed to make it back round to the pit lane, which, you know, it's the good thing to do. At least the car is out of harm's way. And Graham was certainly not to know just how much gravel was going to be deposited on the circuit, but I think that's all we're going to see of the Nissan, I'm afraid. But there might need to be a little bit of sweeping up done up the top of Hollywood, because if the cars head through that section there at full race pace, not only are they going to be driving on marbles in reality with the gravel that was there, but equally as much the stones flicking up into windscreens and cars might cause a few problems there. But poor old Nissan back in the pit lane, and I think that's probably going to be it for the Nissan for today. There we go, mechanics going to work, new Pirelli tyre being readied, so they'll probably have a look at the damage if they think they can repair it. Senham Fielding now to the right of your screen just looking on, who is driving the car with Graham this weekend. We've seen Graham sharing the car with Will Tregertha for the vast majority of the season, but Senham has always been the super sub that's come in at both Brands Hatch this weekend at Donington Park. But I think the Nissan might be okay. A quick look, a bit of gaffer tape maybe on that front corner. Yeah, you can just see them pulling the bodywork off to make sure there's no tyre rub. Scrutineers and the technical staff from Butte Motorsport on hand to make sure that it's good. But we're about to get this race underway here as the lights are out on the safety car. Richard Neary looking to try and make good his escape on Morgan Tilbrook. The Nissan, I think, is just about going to stay on the lead lap as well. So the Nissan, is it going to make it out, or the red lights on at the end of pit lane? No, red lights are on at the end of pit lane, so it's not quite going to stay on the lead lap, I'm afraid, for Graham Tilley, which is a huge, huge shame. He's done a great job of getting the car out of the gravel, done a fantastic job of getting it back into the pit lane. The team doing a great job of servicing the car, but red lights on at the end of pit road means he can't rejoin the circuit until the whole field has gone by, and that's lost him a lap, I'm afraid to say. So Richard Neary gets his foot down. We get the race underway with 45 minutes to go, and it is going to be Richard Neary that leads from Morgan Tilbrook, whilst Ben Dimmock looks at the inside of Seamus Jennings and works his way through there up into third position for the Group GTO leading. Radical at this stage is now up into third position, past the point where all the gravel was on the track. You can still see the little marbles of it here, there and everywhere up through Hollywood. And as they now turn their way down and in towards what is the old hairpin, already Richard Neary is starting to put daylight between himself and Morgan Tilbrook. They never had the chance to have a proper battle in the race earlier on because of the issues that Richard Neary had on the first lap. John Dillon's car is back in the pit lane as well. The Scott Sport crew going to work to inspect the damage towards the tail end of the Lamborghini where it's tipped into the spin. And this is another car we need to watch as well, number 113, Tom Webb, off the back of the grid, looking to try and thread the Lamborghini through the traffic, the slightly older spec Super Trofeo car, not the Evolution car that we see some other drivers competing in, but this is a car that has been in the championship for a couple of seasons now. I didn't see a great deal of it last year, but it's great to see, even at Silverstone, the return of that car into the championship. And the Nissan, as we say, has made it back out, and there's no obvious signs of too much damage to the front of that car. I think it might just have been a little bit of a puncture. So that's another car that will work its way through the field, but remember, Graham Tilley has, unfortunately, dropped to the very tail end of the field and is the last car that is still out there and circulating and is off the lead lap at this stage, the number 4 car. There goes number 21. That's a new car to the championship for this weekend. That's Ron Lynn, former Ginetta G40 racer, sharing a car with his son Stuart, the two men from Yorkshire. But up front, Richard Neary just about having enough in hand between himself and Morgan Tilbrook. The gap between the pair of them was 1.2 seconds after 3 laps of racing. Morgan Tilbrook, Ben Dimmock, Seamus Jennings, here comes Warren Gilbert. He leads Group GTC in the early stages. Nick Phelps in the Porsche leads Group GTB in the early stages. And then James Simons, who's running in 7th place in this race, has got a bit of a queue of cars behind him, including Paul Bailey's McLaren and the number 25 Porsche that sits behind, which will be David Shaw. Everybody else weaving their way through. Now Paul Bailey looking to try and get up the inside of James Simons. Through goes the McLaren Can-Am. We've also got the Group GTH leading car in there and the Group GTA leading car as well. So the Group GTH leading car in the early stages is Josh Jackson at the wheel of the number 1 McLaren, and he's got the black and yellow Ginetta sitting right behind him, which is going to be the Make It Happen Racing number 212 car of Chris Hart. So that's a squabble that involves a couple of the group leaders. Here they come over the top of the hill in towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin. Braking as late as he can comes David Shaw, and just about manages to work his way past James Simons, who's also now mugged by the Group GTH leading Josh Jackson driven McLaren. on the run in towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin. Can the Ginetta squeeze its way through and past as well in the hands of Chris Hart? Well, he's certainly trying to, but that was a good overtake there from the number 25 car in the hands of David Shaw. Drivers racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB this year, David Shaw. Seen him out in historic Formula 1 cars and historic Formula 3s as well in the past at things like Monaco. Squabbles all the way down through the order. No matter where you look this season in GT Cup, there are always fights to be had and scores to be settled. And this is Chris Clark here at the wheel of number 74 Porsche. He has got Simon Orange's Ginetta right behind him. Then Mike Price at the wheel of the Balfe Motorsport prepared white and light green McLaren. And they're all fighting away for 15th, 16th, 17th places onwards. You can see there are some great fights still going on. So through the left-hander. And Chris Clark is now trying to unlock the door and gain a place on a GT3 McLaren. So Andrew Borodin doing a good job at the wheel of the Greystone GT machine. New to the GT Cup for this weekend. But in a straight line, that GT3 car has a lot more grunt and is able to edge away rather effortlessly from the GT4 Porsche Cayman. Here come the leading three over the start-finish line. They've almost got the whole of the start-finish straight to themselves. In the background, we can see Seamus Jennings at the wheel of the GCAT Racing Porsche, but Richard Neary, new fastest lap of the race that time through. 1 minute 30.303 seconds as he now moves to 1 1/4 seconds away from Morgan Tilbrook's car. But remember, this car here, the number 88 car, has an extra 20 success seconds to spend in the pit lane, whereas for Morgan Tilbrook, nothing at all for him to worry about when he hands the car over to Marcus Clutton. Side by side go the two McLarens. The number 26 car, Mo Ritson, has got to driver's left another McLaren, whilst in the background there's a spin for Ian Duggan, I'm afraid, at the wheel of his Fox Motorsport Ginetta. He'll have to wait for a gap in the traffic before he can spin the car in the right direction. And the difficulty for poor old Ian there is that it's blind, he can't see what's coming up. He'll maybe have to look to the marshal's post and see what's going on. Now there's damage also to the tail end. There he goes, so there goes Ian Duggan. There was damage to the tail end of Craig Wilkins and his number 80 Ginetta I spotted onto the top of Redgate Corner. This is a great fight though that's going on here. This is Simon Orange, who has worked his way past Chris Clark's car, Charles Clark rather, and is now looking to edge away from Charles as much as he possibly can. Then Mike Price, followed by David Holloway, followed by the number 44 car, which is going to be John Whitehouse, and then it will be the Ferrari of Roy Millington. The Ferrari that sits directly behind is the 488 Evo that runs to Ferrari European specification. And there is Roy Millington, yeah, working his way past the GTH McLaren in the hands of John Whitehouse, a former champion in GT Cup from a season or so ago. Well, he and Steve Rushton, who he shares the car with, and is scheduled to take over for part 2 of the race. Roy Millington also up the inside of David Holloway's GT4 Aston Martin. Another place gain there for Roy Millington, who's starting to get the Ferrari on song now. That Ferrari runs in Group GTC for the newer spec challenge cars, so the same class as the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars run in, including that car there, number 113, which, as I say, I did say watch out for it, working its way through the order. It started in 37th position, the car of Tom Webb, and now with its lights ablaze, the light blue Lambo is up to 21st position, 16 places gained, and in fact, I think he's picked another couple up over the start-finish line, so he's now inside the top 20. So the next car he's going to want to squeeze his way through will be Roy Millington's Ferrari. He's going to ease his way through and past that on the run down through the old hairpin. So Tom Webb still just keeps ticking off the places. Mike Price will be the next of those he wants to try and work his way past. So through McLean's corner, there's David Holloway's Aston Martin. That car is running in 19th position currently. Through goes Graham Tilley, but remember the number 4 Nissan is already a lap off the lead, so that is not a change for position, but as ever, that powerful GT3 car will always thread its way through the traffic, and the light blue Lamborghini's doing the same as well, past Mike Price this time. Very, very busy circuit though, as is always going to be the case with so many cars. And John Dillon's made it back out as well, just saw the Lamborghini there, so the number 61 car out, so I think everybody is still circulating at the moment. So despite the fact we've had a safety car, The two cars that bumped into each other at turn number 1 are both not sufficiently damaged to preclude their involvement in the remaining 37 minutes or so of this race. Now, Tom Webb started this lap in 21st position at the wheel of the Lambo. Where's he going to come over the start-finish line this time through? 16th position, and already he's picked another place up by the time they get over the start-finish line. In fact, another 2 places, because he's gone past Simon Orange there, as well as Mo Ritson. So that's now something like 14th place for that Lamborghini, from 37th on the grid. Number 61 car of John Dillon is 2 laps off the lead, I'm afraid to say. This Nissan is a single lap off the lead. For Graham Tilley, at least he's still out there and can still accumulate some championship points, because that number 4 car is running 5th in its respective group, that being Group GT3, but not necessarily every car ahead of him in the group will be scoring championship points. Some of them are only invitational cars this weekend, the likes of the GCAT Racing number 33 Porsche being one of them. Bouncing over the curbs goes Tom Webb. The next of the cars he's going to want to try and catch up with is going to be the number 23 car, with a new livery for this weekend for the Greystone number 23 car in the hands of Ian Campbell. That car's second in Group GTH. Now, Group GTH leader, I'm just going to have a quick look at this, is Josh Jackson, who's about 10 seconds up the road, but the number 1 car has 15 seconds of success penalty to spend in the pit lane. That number 23 McLaren has 0. So that would put, not necessarily that car there, the number 1 car that leads the group, it would put the number 23 car into a strong position as and when the pit window opens for what will be Group 2, and that is the cars that will pit later into this first pit stop race of the weekend. 35 minutes remaining. Down through Hollywood goes the car in 9th position, Josh Jackson, leading the group, leading the championship scoring in terms of Group GTH as well is Josh Jackson, sharing the car with Michael O'Brien again for this weekend. They lie, if you look across all of the championship scores, I think they're 4th overall in the championship standings. Tom Webb still threading his way through traffic. Oh, that was Andrew Borodin that nearly turned in on him there. So that's another place picked up by Tom Webb. And now the next car that he wants to try and work his way through and past is going to be the number 41 car in the hands of James Simons, which he's going to try and do, whilst Graham Tilley tries to squeeze his way through as well. Let's hope that they all make it through Coppice Corner. Yep, they both work their way through. So Tom Webb, 14th. I think that now puts him to 11th now that he's worked it past way James Simons on this lap, and Andrew Borodin as well. So really good drive from 37th on the grid for Tom Webb. That car did not set a lap time in the race earlier on today, and it's lap times from race 1 that give us the grid for race 2, so that's why it had to start off the back. Graham Tilley outbreaks the Lamborghini. That's Group GT3 Nissan, unlapping itself from Group GTC Lamborghini. And leading Group GTC is Warren Gilbert in 5th position, but that number 113 Lamborghini now, as I say, is going to be up into something like 11th position. So over the start-finish line, they all thread their way. John Dillon looking to try and unlap himself from the number 24 McLaren. Great to see so many different cars in GT Cup, so many different marques represented. But all the damage was done, I'm afraid, for John Dillon. Now, this is the Group GTC leading car at the moment. This is Warren Gilbert, who is driving the car owned by Jensen Lunn, who we usually share the car with. Jensen having undergone an appendix operation very recently, earlier on this week, and is not able to drive. He's still in a hospital bed somewhere, I'm afraid, at the moment. We wished him well earlier on. We still continue to wish Jensen well with his recovery. Hopefully he might be back at Snetterton. If not, then I suspect it's probably going to be 2022 before we see him back out there. And very, very graciously, he has allowed Warren Gilbert to drive the car solo for this weekend, which keeps their championship hopes alive, because it is the car that holds the points. So Warren Gilbert, and even in the absence of Jensen Lunn, that will still add to their championship tally and still keep them right in the mix for the overall championship, and more importantly, the group championship. Now, Seamus Jennings at the wheel of the number 33 GCAT Racing Porsche is 4th in this race currently. It's an invitation class car, it's not doing the full season. The pro Greg Caton will take over when we reach the pit stop window, which won't be that far away now from opening, I wouldn't have thought. And then we'll start to see all of the cars from Group GTO, Group GT3 and Group GTC descend on into the pit lane area. That is a few moments away yet from opening. Over 5 minutes before we'll see the pit window open. And whilst all of this squabbling is going on mid-pack, Richard Neary is enjoying a lead advantage of still not much more than 1 3/4 seconds really from the number 88 Mercedes, which appears into the back of the shot. And you can see just how busy the track is going to get here for Richard Neary. Up and past one of the Greystone cars he will go. The next of the cars he's going to want to thread his way through and past is Charlotte Gilbert, who is the only female we've got on the grid again this weekend. We did have Abby Eater earlier on in the season when she was sharing with John Seal. Charlotte Gilbert has arguably got one of the most difficult cars to drive. Into the pit lane, I'm afraid. Damage to Mo Ritson's Paddock Motorsport McLaren. We saw that car in strife in race 1 as well, when Tom Rawlings had an issue with it under braking in towards the S's. So it's been a tough day for the number 26 car and the Paddock Motorsport crew on that side of the garage. For Richard Neary, though, the traffic is playing into his hands. There you can see the damage to the front end of that car. So something has clearly happened out on track, and just the lack of activity of the pit crew suggests that they know that that car is going no further in this race with just over 30 minutes to go. So here's the race leader. This is in towards the S's on lap number 12 at the moment. And where is second place? There it is. There's Morgan Tilbrook in second place. Be a while before we see Ben Dimmock appear in third position at the wheel of the Radical heading in towards the S's. So more traffic to be dealt with all of the time. Past Ron Lynn's McLaren, past Carl Cavers and the Porsche. There's the damaged Ginetta I was talking about earlier on. Richard Neary dives up the inside of the 44 car of John Whitehouse so as to try and make sure he's got plenty of gap between himself and the next of the cars. Morgan Tilbrook threads his way through and past Craig Wilkins's Scott Sport prepared Ginetta, which is running a different front bumper in this race because it had damage to the front right corner in race number 1. It's damage to the rear of the number 80 Ginetta. In this race, you might just be able to see the damage to the Ginetta. There it is there, look, with a big carve out the back that's damaged the rear Venturis on the car. Now this number 23 McLaren here, it is bottled up at the moment behind Roy Millington's Group GTC Ferrari, which is trying to attack Andrew Borodin's McLaren. Just ahead of that is James Simons, and all of this is for position as well actually. So James Simons is in 12th place, Borodin's McLaren is 13th, Roy Millington's Ferrari is 14th. Then we got the number 23 McLaren is there in 15th position, but is also coming under attack from Simon Orange, who at the wheel of the Ginetta might just be able to squeeze his way through here, the Group GTA Ginetta. He's running alongside the McLaren, but the McLaren has a bit more puff in a straight line, and they're right in front of the race leader as well. There was almost a touch between the pair of them, and that was right in front of Richard Neary as well. So Richard just needs to bide his time. He's got enough of a gap. He's got 4 seconds advantage because he's worked the traffic that little bit better than Morgan Tilbrook has been able to do so far in this race, or he's met them in the right place, as the case may be. There's still more traffic to deal with for Richard Neary as he heads in towards the braking area for the Robert chicane. Roy Millington almost into the rear end of the number 24 McLaren, whilst Richard Neary carves his way around the outside of the GT3 car. So over the start-finish line they will go. 28 3/4 minutes of the race to go. 13 laps now completed by Richard Neary, and the lead advantage through the traffic that time through came down by almost a second as Morgan Tilbrook had a better run through the traffic that he met, but he's now got to get past 5 or 6 cars which are between himself and the race leader. So Richard Neary will open up the gap again surely over the course of this lap. So there goes Richard Neary. Only there now is Morgan Tilbrook, and you can look at the task that lies ahead of him. He's got to pick off the Ginetta of Simon Orange, and I don't think that he's quite as confident through the traffic. Morgan Tilbrook hasn't done as much racing as Richard Neary in recent years, so it's not surprising he's just treading gingerly through the traffic. It's the first time he's raced this GT3 car in GT Cup this year. Past Simon Orange at the wheel of the Ginetta, looking to try and now sneak his way through and past Ian Campbell's GT4 McLaren, the reliveried number 23 car from Greystone for this year, for this weekend rather. And then the next of the cars he'll want to try and do is the next of the McLarens, which is going to be Andrew Borodin, who very graciously lets him through without too much trouble. There's contact in the background, and I think that might be Ian Campbell that was almost nerfed there in towards the gravel. Hopefully he's gathered up the moment, but that will have delayed the number 23 McLaren, I'm afraid. James Simons still doing a good job of hanging on to his position, which is 12th place. The McLaren, yeah, you can see, has lost a couple of places there. So David Holloway has been able to work his way through, and Steve Ruston as well, and John Whitehouse as well. Now, it won't be that much longer before we start to see the pit window open for the Group GTO, Group GT3 and Group GTC cars. And on the basis of it is for most of the teams where they've got a pro driver, it has to be the AM that starts, then arguably the quicker driver, get him in the car as soon as you possibly can, which means that at the front end of the pit window is when we're likely to see most of those cars come in. There is our race leader, Richard Neary. 9.2 seconds is the lead advantage. He was 6 seconds quicker than Morgan Tilbrook on that lap. He was enormously delayed by the traffic, but has now worked his way past everybody. But took him a couple of laps to deal with all of the traffic, Morgan Tilbrook, and he will have to see what he can do. The good thing is that that car is only 9 seconds off the race lead, but will stop for 20 seconds shorter come the pit window, because when Richard Neary hands over to son Sam Neary, they will have an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pit lane relative to the number 66 McLaren. So might have delayed Morgan Tilbrook, but the fact that he was able to sit on the coattails of the Merc for as long as he possibly could and only lose out through the traffic does mean that when Marcus Clutton takes over that number 66 McLaren, it will still be in a strong position because of the lack of success seconds they carry in this race. Of course, if they are successful in this race, they would then pick up the extra success seconds for tomorrow's race. So pit window is now open. Into the pit lane comes Richard Neary. So the pit window opens with 26 minutes of the race still remaining. They have to park the cars at 45 degrees because the Donington pit lane would still be tight with all of the cars in there. In comes Morgan Tilbrook, not unsurprisingly, to hand the car over to Marcus Clutton for part 2 of the race. And I suspect the vast majority of the cars in Group GTO, Group GT3 and Group GTC will all dive for the pit lane. There's the familiar crash helmet of Marcus Clutton, ready to jump on board the McLaren GT3. James Simons also heads for the pit lane to hand over to Tim Morley. Andre Borodin is in to hand over to Ed Peed, who joins the championship for this weekend. Seamus Jennings is in to hand over to Greg Caton. It looks as though Ben Dimmock is in to hand over to Steve Burgess. So as I thought, the vast majority coming in. Warren Gilbert staying out though, interestingly enough. He is driving solo. There's no additional drivers for him to worry about to share with for this weekend. Paul Bailey is in at the wheel of the not quite unique, they never built 3 of these cars based on the MP412C, but that is the McLaren Can-Am. More power, more aero than the standard MP4-12C. That is chassis number 1 as well. Only had 500 kilometres on the clock when it came to the circuit this weekend. Paul has raced it in the past. That was in the Dutch Supercar Challenge back in, 2013, 2014. So Marcus Clutton rejoins the circuit. Graham Tilley is in as well to hand over to Senan Fielding. John Dillon, I would imagine, should be in shortly. Tom Webb is in after a great stint to hand over to James Webb. And there is, out onto circuit, now Marcus Clutton, and following out, about 10 seconds later, goes Sam Neary at the wheel of number 88 Mercedes. So now on the basis of that lots of other cars haven't pitted, that is not for the lead of the race, because we've still got over half of the field that haven't pitted as yet. So, but in theory, once everybody has cycled through this pit stop, then we should then see that McLaren leading and the Mercedes in second, but that is a few laps away from happening as yet. So Marcus Clutton sides his way past Josh Jackson, who still continues to lead Group GTH in the number 1 McLaren. He will hand the car over to former British GT racer Michael O'Brien for part 2 of the race, but for Group 2, which is GTB, GTH and GTA, the pit window opens later for them. It's going to be another couple of minutes really before we start to see those cars dive their way in towards the pit lane. So into the pit lane has come Warren Gilbert. He stayed out for an extra lap compared to most, but he's driving solo for Top Cats Racing this weekend. Into the pit lane now comes John Dillon. So John Dillon heads for the pit lane. One car that we haven't seen in this race is poor old Richard Chamberlain's Porsche, which I don't think was able to take the start. So we've not seen that orange Porsche at all in this race, and I think there was a gap on the grid where he should have been and wasn't quite able to make it. So that's a relative gap first to second. Flash of the lights for Sam Neary to try and forewarn Josh Jackson that he's going to come through on the approach up towards Redgate Corner. So through goes the number 88 Mercedes onto the Group GTH leading McLaren. that ultimately would have been for position, but remember the Mercedes has pitted, the McLaren hasn't. And off, I'm afraid, has gone number 3, which is Charlotte Gilbert. That's at Coppice Corner, and that could well require snatching out of harm's way, that car. Now, the pit window is shortly to open for the next batch of the cars. Those that were in the first batch of cars, Group GTO, Group GT3, Group GTC, final pit stop just being done. So Warren Gilbert wanders down pit lane on his merry way. Charlotte Gilbert, thankfully, with fantastic work by the marshals who've given the Marcos a shove, he's able to rejoin the race. And Charlotte doing a really sensible thing of driving the car along the grass to try and bounce all of the gravel out of it and prevent it from disappearing onto the track. So Charlotte able to rejoin. She will hand the car over to part 2 of the race for Neil Huggins. And well, Warren Gilbert had picked up the lead of the race, but he has now pitted, so it is the number 35 Group GTB leading Porsche that picks up the lead of the race at this stage, Nick Phelps. But remember, that car hasn't pitted, and their pit window is not that far away from opening now. In fact, it has opened, so into the pit lane, by the look of things, comes the number 6 car. That is going to be Alex Stevenson to hand over to James Kellett. Now, 21 minutes to go. That car was in the pit lane before the 21 minutes to go mark, so I'm not sure whether they might have perhaps tempted fate there with that car coming into the pit lane with only a few more seconds to go than 21 minutes, but I thought the way the regulations were written is that for Group 2, on the Saturday pit stop race, the pit stop must be carried out within the 29th and the 35th minute of the race, which would mean that is 21 minutes to go, and it was in the pit lane with about 21 minutes and 6 seconds to go at its pit stall, but that's for the officials to worry about. Everybody else is now filing their way into the pit lane, which is not unsurprising. And as I say, I think this puts a few other cars that were maybe further down through the order into a strong position, because the car that was leading Group GT8, the number 1 McLaren of Josh Jackson, when he hands over to Michael O'Brien, that has an extra 15 seconds to spend in the pit lane. So coming to a halt is the number 15 Aston Martin. That is former British GT champion Bradley Ellis about to jump on board the number 15 Aston Martin. Number 90 is in, which is Mike Price. He is about to jump out of the car and hand it over to former British GT and Blancpain racer Callum McLeod. Number 77 we can see dive in. Mark Hopton to hand over to former A1GP champion, which is Adam Carroll. 78 is in as well. Tim Docker to hand over to former BRDC Formula 4 and British GT racer Jordan Albert. Number 80 is in as well. That is Craig Wilkins to hand over to his regular co-driver Aaron Scott. Those two were racing in British GT some years ago. Aaron's raced historic Formula 1 and has been racing in the Le Mans series as well. And he's about to jump on board that number 80 car, a car which he and the Scott Sport team prepare. But I think without exception, pretty much everybody has dived into the pit lane that time through. Philip Carter ready to hand over to Michael Broadhurst, who returns to the series. Now, we need to keep an eye now on what the relative gap is between that Mercedes and race-leading McLaren in the hands of Marcus Clutton. The gap is coming out. Last time through, Marcus Clutton set the fastest lap of the race at the wheel of the number 66 car, but he's got traffic to deal with on this lap, and that is the E46 BMW GTR that he scythes his way past, which is Jason Garrett. Flash of the lights also to forewarn the number 17 car that Russ Lindsay shares with Patrick Collins, that needs to move out of harm's way. Tyre change going on here. Now this is the number 1 car of Josh Jackson being handed over to Michael O'Brien, maybe because the team know they've got an extra 15 seconds to spend in the pit lane, and it is in particular the left-hand wheels and tyres on these cars that take the hammer, because it's largely a right-handed circuit. A quick change of that Pirelli, because that's the tyre you really lean on to a good degree, and if there's time to do it, then why not if you can. Now, there is a limit on the amount of tyres that you can utilise. They are restricted to 3 sets of slick tyres per day in the GT Cup Championship. Through goes Marcus Clutton. Here comes Sam Neary in second position. Relative gap is 5.8 seconds as the gap extended by a further 3/4 of a second that time through, with 18 minutes to go. We'll guide you fully down through the top 10 and pick out the group leaders once all of the pit stops have been concluded, because there'll still be some shuffling in the order over the course of the next few laps. So for instance, Nick Phelps, shown third on your screen, is in the pit lane at the moment, handing over to Dino Zamparelli, and that is a spin, and I'm afraid to say that's James Webb. That Lamborghini had been going so well in the hands of Tom Webb, who'd worked it up through the order, but a spin for the Lambo when it was running in 15th position. Hopefully, that's all it was, but no, that car is slow. Oh, I'm afraid to say, oh, that's a puncture. It's a left rear puncture by the look of things for the Lamborghini. I've only just said that that's the tyre that the left-hand side of the car does take the hammer, really, because of the predominant right-hand bends here at Donington Park, but also they have installed some big curbs at the chicane for this weekend, which all of the drivers were forewarned to try and avoid. I think in testing yesterday, Phil Quaife tried it to see what the car would do, decided he'd never do it again. So maybe there's been either a little bit of debris, that we've had plenty of stones on the circuit, and maybe it's that or a curb that's caused the damage to that. The Pirelli technical team, as ever, will look into the carcass of that car afterwards and see exactly what might have caused the tyre failure. You can see all the stones there at the top of Hollywood that have been brought out, so it could be something as simple as that that's caused the failure. But that is a big shame for the car that had come from 37th on the grid right the way up through the order. Final few pit stops still taking place for the second batch of cars, Group 2, those in GTB, GTH and GTA. Back out onto track goes Jason Garrett, having served his pit stop plus the additional 6 seconds that he has had to do as a result of being a new entrant into GT Cup for this weekend. The E46 not only looked good when it's in GTR format, it sounds absolutely glorious. The last of the 6-cylinder Beamers before the V8 was introduced in the next evolution of the M3. But the GTR just looks superb, and particularly with the gold livery to it glinting in the sunlight here at Donington Park. Not only does it look good and sound good, but it goes well as well in the hands of Jason Garrett, the Petrolhead Motorsport team as it's known. Back in the pit lane, right, now here comes Senan Fielding, and that looked like it might have been a stop-go penalty potentially for that car. It didn't stop for long, but it's been waved back out again by the team. Senan heading back out there. He's going to rejoin directly ahead of Simon Orange and will slot in behind. That car, remember, is already off the lead lap. So let's run you down through the order then at this stage with 15 minutes to go. Number 66, Marcus Clutton, leads the race at the wheel of the GT3 McLaren by some 6 3/4 seconds from number 88, Sam Neary, who is second at the wheel of the Mercedes. Third is the GCAT Racing number 33 Porsche of Greg Caton, and fourth at the moment is the group leader in Group GTO, which is going to be the number 7 Radical in the hands of Steve Burgess. Fifth is number 28, which is Ross Wiley. Now he is second in Group GTA, but is catching the Radical ahead, so he's 8 seconds adrift of that car, but is reeling it in, so that could be a battle that might be worth watching, not just as yet, but in another 10 minutes time towards the checkered flag it could be. And in 6th place it's the Group GTC leading Lamborghini of Warren Gilbert. 7th place is going to be the number 25 Porsche of David Shaw. 8th place is 41, that is now Tim Morley that's jumped on board the Lamborghini, and completing the top 10 at the moment is the leader in Group GTC, which is the number 1 car of Michael O'Brien. The other group leaders that we've got that are outside of the top 10 at the moment, Group GTA is being led by the number 212 Make It Happen Racing Ginetta in the hands of Chris Hart. That is in 13th position, and I think that is probably all of the group leaders that we've got at the moment, because all the rest of them are inside the top 10. So that is the way that they line up at the moment. This is the number 50 car. Now this is Benji Hetherington fighting away with Steve Ruston, who's now jumped on board the championship winning McLaren from a couple of seasons ago. They're fighting over 16th and 17th places, Benji just having got past the McLaren. And as for Tim Morley, I keep an eye towards that Lamborghini, because in the hands of Tim Morley it went really well in the first sprint race of the day. He's looking to try and thrust his way back up through the order if he can. So over the start finish line now comes Tim Morley, that car running in 7th position. Now Warren Gilbert lost 5 places on that lap and is still dropping down through the order. I do fear that the car that's leading Group GTC might have had a problem, and the safety car is coming out, I'm afraid, as well, by the look of things. There and off and a spin goes James Townsend. Now, that is a big old spin, slap bang in the middle of the coppice. Should be able to get the car pointing in the right direction and get going. So now that's been happened just as the safety car was coming out. The reason the safety car is coming out, we've not seen any pictures of yet, but Warren Gilbert's car is tumbling like a stone through the order. It's now down to 20th position and has lost 14 places, so, and is still going down through the order. Now, is the safety car going to get out and catch the race leader? Yes, it does. Marcus Clutton is well aware as to what's going on, dives onto the brakes to make sure that it is the safety car that catches him, so there's no reshuffling of the order required. And there, look at all the stones there. Look, top of Hollywood. Look to the left-hand side of the circuit as Graham Tilley would have been unaware as to how many stones he was bringing back out onto the circuit. But yeah, all of those stones there, you cannot afford to run offline down through Hollywood at the moment because of all of those stones. Now, where is the whereabouts of Warren Gilbert's Lamborghini? We've not seen anything on screen as yet of it as to the whereabouts of it. And there is nothing on the inside of the old hairpin, but I think, and it is only me just guessing, that can only be the car, because it has enormously dropped its way down through the order and has now gone missing somewhere. It's somewhere on the Grand Prix loop, I would say. So it's gone through the second sector, and the second sector is just before the approach to the S's. So it's either in the gravel trap at the S's with woes, it might have had a mechanical failure, it could be down at the old hairpin, or possibly at the final corner Goddard's, but it's definitely in the final third of the lap, because it completed sector 1 and completed sector 2. But that is missing out on track somewhere. The other car that is showing as missing is James Webb's car, but that retired with its puncture before the safety car came out, so it's not that one. It's got to be Warren Gilbert's, and that again has implications really for Warren Gilbert. So confirmation the car is at the chicane, and there is the marshal. Yeah, you can't see the car, you just see the very top of the roof of the car, so good work by the camera crew to pick that one out. The marshal's doing a brilliant job as ever to deal with whatever needs dealing with, but yeah, of all of our camera positions, as is ever the case, the car disappears at probably the only part of the circuit that we can't quite see, but we could just catch the roof of it, and our marshal's being on hand to try and deal with the incident. There goes the telehandler as well to try and get the car out of harm's way, and the one thing this does do is it gives Sam Neary the opportunity to catch back up again with Marcus Clutton, who was pulling away before the safety car came out. There were 5.9 seconds between the pair of them, but it really depends how many cars are between Marcus Clutton leading the race and Sam Neary, who's there in second. Into the pit lane, I'm afraid. The rear engine cover is up on the Greystone Adam Carroll driven McLaren. Oh, and there's lots of cars is the answer between Sam Neary and the race leader. So yeah, that is an enormous batch of cars that he's going to have to try and feed his way through. So I think this probably doesn't play into the hands of the Mercedes. So let's have a quick look. There is the race leader. Well, we've got one, two, oh no, it's three cars between Marcus Clutton and Sam Neary. So that's the relative gap. So you've got the GT4 McLaren, you've got the GTB Marcus and the Group GT3 Senan Fielding driven Nissan between our race leader and that number 88 Mercedes that's there in second place. The third place car is Greg Caton at the wheel of the number 33 Porsche. He's about another 10 cars behind. And the car that's fourth in the race is going to be Steve Burgess at the wheel of the Radical. Where is he relative to the Porsche? He, I'm looking in the background, is again probably another 10 cars behind or something like that by the look of it. Yeah, so Sam Neary of all of those, there is the Radical there, and I think the Porsche is already heading down towards the bottom of the Grainer curve. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars between the number 33 Porsche just heading through shot now, and then the Radical just coming in towards the corner now. So of all of those at the sharp end, Sam Neary probably has got a better opportunity to catch up with Marcus Clutton than anybody else has behind, catching up with the car in front of them. So we'll have to wait and see, but we've only got 8 minutes to go. We've still got to confirm the extraction of that car out of the gravel trap, which is an enormous shame for Warren Gilbert. He's going to continue around and try and amass as many championship points as he possibly can, but that number 9 Lamborghini, I'm afraid to say now, is fourth in its group, and again, not necessarily every car ahead of it in the group is scoring championship points for this weekend, because several of the cars are in the invitation class, but it was leading the group, and arguably that's sort of championship points lost in reality. but no harm done to the car, thankfully, and that's the main thing, that the car can continue. And other than some air ducts and brake components being gravelled up to a degree, and a few bits of dust on the tyres, there's no harm to the car. So lights are out on the safety car. We're about to get things back underway once more with 7 minutes remaining. Remember, Marcus Clutton leads the race, and he will know that he has got 3 lapped cars between himself and that number 88 Mercedes in the hands of Sam Neary, BRDC Rising Star, as he was announced earlier on this year, that sits there in second place. And remember, Sam Neary can't overtake any other car ahead of him until the start-finish line, so he's just got to bide his time and sit behind what are slower cars and just try and feed the throttle in. He can be alongside, but he can't be ahead of the cars as they head over the start-finish line, and that looks like that is perfectly done by Sam Neary, waiting to get past Richard Mason for as long as he possibly can, and then carving his way through to get past the number 22 GT4 McLaren. And then, of course, having disappeared up the road now as the next of the cars that he was looking to try and work his way past, which is going to be the Nissan of Sennan Fielding, who is a couple of laps off the lead of the race at the wheel of that Nissan, following its problems that befell the car earlier on. That car is running in 19th position, and yeah, a lap or so off the lead of the race, I'm afraid. But you can see how much advantage the Nissan gained over the Mercedes, purely because the Merc couldn't get past 2 slower cars on the restart. So there is the second place car bouncing over the curbs in the hands of Sam Neary, trying to get on it, but Marcus Clutton already up the road at the wheel of the McLaren. Such a shame that the Nissan is off the lead lap following its problems earlier on, otherwise that would be a great battle for the lead, wouldn't it? But for Morgan Tilbrook and Marcus Clutton, they could potentially be on in their first weekend of racing in the Group GT3, could be on for their first Group GT3 win of the season so far. They've been racing in Group GTH all year so far this year at the wheel of their number 66 Mercedes. They did claim a group win in the group last time out in the Merc, and the first of the 4 races that we had at Silverstone, so it wouldn't be their first group win of the season, but it would be their first Group GT3 win of the season, as they've not raced in it before, and it would be their first overall win of the season as well. And that would be a big old smile on Morgan Tilbrook and Marcus Clutton's face, albeit bittersweet as ever, because it would hand them, if they stayed where they are, a 20-second success seconds come tomorrow's pit stop race, because that's what you pick up. You win your group in this one, 20 seconds you'll pick up extra in the pits for tomorrow, just to even out the amount of wins and try and make sure that everybody has an equal chance of some silverware, and know full well that you just got to push even harder if you want to try and make it back-to-back wins, which we have seen plenty of times over the course of this season. Greg Caton threading his way through and past the traffic. That will be the number 22 car. I think I said it was Richard Mason, but of course Richard started the car. That would be John Lancaster rather, that's behind the wheel of the number 22 car now. So yeah, Richard Mason having started that number 22 McLaren. John Lancaster now having taken over it. John, who again has been hugely successful. He was former European Le Mans Series champion in the LMP2 category. Now that's problems for Simon Orange. Front right corner has taken a bit of a bite. You can see there's some tyre rub there as well on the Ginetta. He will want to keep pressing on at the wheel of that car, because that car leads Group GTA in terms of the championship standings. And you can see the damage that's been caused that front right corner. Now the Pirelli tyre only has 3 3/4 minutes to try and put up with what's being thrown at it. Busy section of the circuit down through the S's. Ross Wiley pressing on, sneaks his way through and past the Ginetta, which has got damage to the tail end of it as well. So there's a bit of work to be done by Team Orange, Simon Orange's team, newly set up for this year, to prep that car. Even batters down the side of it as well. Wow, it's had a hard race, hasn't it, that one? And it sits there at the moment in Group GTA. It will be, I think, down in second in the group and a little way off the car that leads it. No, it's third in the group at the moment, down in 24th position overall. So hugely busy sections of the circuit. Number 212, that Ginetta there, leads Group GTA at the moment, which is Chris Hart behind the wheel of it. Steve Burgess threading his way through the traffic at the wheel of the Group GTO, leading Radical RXC. Leading Group GTC at the moment is going to be Benji Hetherington at the wheel of the... Benny Simonson at the wheel of the Ferrari that Roy Millington was driving earlier on. But The circuit is still very busy, and there are still battles to be had, and a big lock breaking into the gravel trap, I'm afraid, goes James Townsend. Is he going to be able to get the car turned in time before he hits the tyre wall? Yes, he is. Has he got enough power to dig his way back out of the gravel up at McLean's corner? I think he might have. Yes, he does. Back onto the grass he goes, but that car that was in 25th place is surely going to tumble ever more down through the order now. It was running 4th in Group GT8. It's probably going to drop to 5th in Group GT8 now as well, because I think the number 17 car of Patrick Collins will have gone through. You can see the gravel all over the track. There's a huge amount of sweeping up needing to be done at some point over the course of the day. There's still another couple of races on the programme to come up today here at Donington Park. Side by side goes the Group GTA leading car of Chris Hart. He's right alongside Ollie Webb, who has taken over the number 23 car. Ollie will not make it easy. Oh, there's almost a little bit of contact there between them. Now that number 23 car in the hands of Ollie Webb is currently lying 3rd in Group GTH, but he's got a raft of other Group GTH cars not far behind, which include Steve Ruston at the wheel of the number 44 McLaren, Callum McLeod at the wheel of the number 90 McLaren, and now Ben Barker, former Porsche Super Cup racer, has taken over the number 74 Porsche, which is in a livery very reminiscent of what the 956s and 962 Porsches raced in Group C back in the 80s, didn't they? Particular cigarette brands that was synonymous with the Porsche brand at the time. Number 21 at this stage is now Stuart Lim, 2 times former Ginetta G20 champion, coming into the GT Cup for the first time this weekend. And we are now into the final few seconds of the race. Marcus Clutton and Sam Neary will be on to what I think will be their last lap of the race now. This car here is on course for a double win in Group GTO. It claimed the overall win earlier on today in the hands of Steve Burgess, who's behind the wheel of it currently. And it looks as though for Richard and Sam Neary, they are on course for 2nd overall in the race, but I suppose more importantly for them, this number 66 car here, which is the GT3 McLaren of Morgan Tilbrook and Marcus Clutton. Now, as they've been racing in Group GTH all season in a Mercedes, their first weekend of racing in Group GT3, they are an invitational car, so even though Sam and Richard Neary will finish 2nd on the road, it would be maximum championship points for them, because the car ahead will not score any championship points. It's a non-championship scoring car, so it is still going to be a fantastic result and another step towards their aspirations, which is to stitch up the championship for this year in the GT Cup. So out of the final corner, very shortly will come Marcus Clutton. He's just heading up towards the left-hander at Goddard's now. The clock has ticked to 0, and in their first weekend of racing this McLaren in GT Cup, a car that they've regularly raced in the British GT Championship for this season, Marcus Clutton and Morgan Tilbrook claim the win in round 18 of the GT Cup Championship 2021. 2nd will go the way of Richard and Sam Neary, but they will pick up the points for the win because the car ahead is a non-championship scoring car for Morgan Tilbrook and Marcus Clutton this weekend. 3rd should see Seamus Jennings and Greg Caton finish in 3rd place, and they are about to, here they come now at the wheel of the GCAT Racing Porsche over the start-finish line. They finish in 3rd place. That is another invitational class car for this weekend, and 4th place should be the Radical. It'll appear into background in the shot any moment now. Steve Burgess, having claimed the win earlier on, will bring it to the checker flag. Ben Dimmock, having done the hard work in the early stages, that will be the car that finishes 4th and win Group GTO, and 5th will be the car that's 2nd in Group GTO. Only now over the start-finish line, the orange McLaren, started by Paul Bailey, brought to the checker flag by Scotsman Ross Wiley. 6th place, off the lead lap, is going to be the number 56 Group GTC winning car, which will be Roy Millington and Benny Simonson. And we've still got squabbles going on further down through the order as well amongst the Group GTA and Group GTH competitors. Flashing the lights for Michael O'Brien. That car, the number 1 car, will win Group GTH. So it did overcome what was the additional time penalty in the pit lane, and all the rest of the cars now just feeding their way over the start-finish line, including what was a great race from Steve Ruston and Ben Barker and Benji Hetherington at the wheel of their McLaren and Cayman Porsche GT4s respectively. So another fantastic race from the GT Cup Championship, albeit interspersed with 2 or maybe 3 safety car periods over the course of that 50-minute race. Final car about to take the checkered flag, I think that will be, which is going to be James Townsend over the start-finish line, having dug his car out of the gravel up at McLean's Corner with a few laps to go. So for Morgan Tilbrook and Marcus Clutton, it is a win in round 18 of the GT Cup Championship for 2021. Hard-fought race that always looked as though it was going their way, because they had no success seconds to worry about in that race compared to the Mercedes, which finished only 7 seconds behind it in the end, but did stop for an extra 20 seconds come the pit window. But of course tomorrow the McLaren will pick up a 20-second time penalty in the pit lane, and the Mercedes, because it's finished second in its group, will pick up an extra 15 seconds in the pit lane. So we'll have to wait and see as to how it all pans out tomorrow with round 20 of the championship. I'll just confirm the results for you. Still a few technical issues. We do apologise that we're not able to bring you as many graphics as we would wish. We're in the process of trying to sort out whatever interface is not quite working between the timing systems, our graphics systems. But number 66, Morgan Tilbrook and Marcus Clutton claim the win overall and the win in Group GT3. Second was number 88, Sam and Richard Neary, who pick up maximum points in Group GT3 because of the non-championship status of the car that claimed the overall win. Third in the race, and also third in Group Group GT3 rather, was the number 33 Porsche of Seamus Jennings and Greg Caton. Fourth in the win in Group GTA goes away of Ben Dimmock and Steve Burgess. Fifth and second in Group GTO was number 28 Paul Bailey and Ross Wiley. Sixth place in the win in Group GTC goes away of Roy Millington and Benny Simonson. And seventh is number 24, which is Andre Borodin and Ed Peed. Eighth place, number 41, James Simons and Tim Morley. Ninth place goes the way of number 25, which was the car of David Shaw. And in 10th place, that's the Group GTB winning car, number 35, Nick Phelps and Dino Zamparelli. Outside of the top 10, the winning Group GTH went the way of the number 1 McLaren of Josh Jackson and Michael O'Brien. And the win in Group GTA went the way of the car number 212, the Make It Happen Racing Ginetta of Chris Hart. So that gives you the top 10. It also gives you the group winners at round 18 of the championship from the GT Cup. But we've got more GT Cup action coming up tomorrow here at Donington Park, with further sprint races and a further pit stop race to come as well on day 2 of our action here at Donington Park. So we'll bid you goodbye until we see more GT Cup action tomorrow here at Donington. Well, we've got round 11 of the 2021 Monoposto Championship coming up here at Donington Park, with the enormous grid of cars just about to line up in a few moments' time. They had a qualifying session this morning which saw an amazing 39 cars attempt to qualify, which means that we have got some reserves. So those that were late putting in their entries for this weekend have been placed on the reserved list, and therefore they will not be able to take up their position on the grid, subject to any problems for any other cars that will have to fall by the wayside. So the likes of the number 83 car, the number 36 car and the number 52 car will all be reserves on this grid, I'm afraid to say. So they will be, in the nicest possible way, keeping their fingers crossed that others have problems, because if they do have problems, they'll be able to remove those cars off the grid and we'll slot in the reserves in that order. So the likes of Victor Newman, who is the number 83 car, Mike Hatton, who's been a regular in Monoposto racing for a good number of years now, and the number 52 car as well, which is Phil Chappell, will all be reserves in this race. But what it does mean is that we still have a full grid of cars, an enormously full grid of cars. If you're not familiar with Monoposto racing, then it caters for single-seater racing cars constructed or adapted to the Monoposto formula regulations in 7 different classes. So we have the likes of Mono F3, which is for largely Formula 3 designed cars. It does go into the years that they are built, so it has to be 2007 or earlier. We've got Mono 2000s. Mono F3, by the way, does cater for Formula Renault cars as well. Mono 2000, which is for alloy chassis or steel chassis 2001 or earlier, or 1999 or earlier if they're Formula Renault. And carbon fibre Formula 3 cars before 1996. We've got Mono Classic 2000, which is for those cars that were built 1993 or earlier, or Vauxhall Lotus cars. We've got Mono 1800, which is for chassis 2017 or earlier, or those that used to race in Formula Ford back between 2006 and 2012. Mono 1600, which is for 2017 or earlier cars. Again, it also for this year caters for Scarab Mark 5 Formula Vs, but they have to run the Type 1 Volkswagen engine. Mono Moto, which is for motorcycle engine cars up to 1000cc, and Mono Moto 1400 as well, which again all have age limits 2017 or earlier, and Mono 1400 of course is for 1400cc cars. I'm going to guide you through the grid for this one. It looks as though it's going to be a rolling start for them, so busy is the grid. There are no graphics, but let me just guide you through the grid. Number 80, Dan Gore, sits there on pole position. He is running a Mono 1000 car, and alongside him is former Westfield race from many years ago, was a Westfield racer, but tyre development he has been heavily involved in over the years. Number 31, Chris Davidson, 80 and 31. Row 2 of the grid is multiple former champion. Monoposto racing wouldn't be Monoposto without a member of the Timms family on the grid. Number 3, Jason Timms, lines up alongside number 20, which is Anthony Gauntlet. The third row of the grid is 33, Lee Fern, and number 10, Neil Harrison. 33 and 10, off they head on their final formation lap. And row 4 of the grid is number 8, Martin Wright, and 15, Simon Tate. The fifth row of the grid sees 27, James Rimmer, lined up alongside 78, Miles Castledini. And row 6 of the grid is number 4, Chris Woodhouse, and 16, James Lederman. The seventh row of the grid is number 5, Russ Giles, and 48, Morgan McCourt. With the 8th row of the grid being long time Monoposto racer Nigel Davers, number 77, alongside 28, Robin Dorr. The 9th row of the grid sees 32, Terry Clark, lined up alongside number 40, Charles Baldwin, with row 10 being 29, James Tanzer, and 46, Jared Wood. The 11th row of the grid, number 26, Bryn Tootle, and number 17, which is Bruno Costa, with row 12 being 23, Will McAteer, and 56, Tom Wheatley. The 13th row of the grid is number 100, Juan Moreno, and 12, Phil Davis. Row 14 is number 70, Peter Whitmore, and 73, which is Sam Don. Row 15 is 38, Carl O'Brien, and 157, Chris Levy. Row 16 is number 7, Jeff Byrne, and 66, Darren Richards. Row 17, which is the penultimate row of the grid, is 98, Rod Toft, and 14, Robert Smith. And the final row of the grid, number 47, David Jones, and 71, Declan Wright, who I think had a few problems in qualifying, didn't set a time, but say ultimately got his entry in nice and early, so wasn't classified as a reserve, so he did his 3 regulatory laps out of session, and therefore has been able to line up at the tail end of the field. Everybody where I'd expect them to be, but there's one car that does stand out, having qualified down in 30th position. Chris Levy stands out a little bit as being a bit further away from where I would have expected. potentially. So we'll have to see as to whether Chris can work his way at the wheel of that number 157 car through the order, but I say he is at the wheel of a Van Diemen RF83, so that's probably about right actually for where he ought to be, thinking back at it. So other than that, we can see the cars working their way around the circuit. Some of the individual class championships have already been sorted, so the likes of Jeff Fern, confirmed as the 2021 champion in Mono 1600. Ben Stiles, who isn't with us this weekend, already confirmed as the Mono 1800 champion for this year. And also the man on pole position, Dan Gore, is already out of touch in the Mono 1000 championship. He has already stitched that one up, regardless of what happens over the course of these final 3 races of the championship season for the Monopostos. So the safety car bringing them all round. So it looked like with the safety car at the front it was going to be a rolling start, but you would usually expect these single-seater races to be a standing start, and I think it will be ultimately. We'll have to wait and see as to what happens when the safety car brings... No, they're getting themselves into 2x2 order, so I think we are good for a rolling start in this one. We'll have to wait and see as the cars are about to thread their way onto the start-finish line, and then we'll see as to what happens when we get this 15-minute race underway, the first of 3 races for this weekend. So Dan Gore in the little Jedi on pole position, the larger Dallara F301 of Chris Davidson that sits alongside, and then as we await the lights on the gantry to get ready to go, we're going to get 15 minutes of racing underway for the Monopostos. Huge field of cars head up towards Redgate Corner. Dan Gore in the motorcycle engine Jedi leads the race. Chris Davidson in second place. Jason Timms looking to try and squeeze his way through into third place, but it's not quite going to work. Anthony Gauntlet, I think, has hung on to third place, or has he? No, Jason Timms is coming back at him. There's a spin for the number 23 car, which is Will McAteer, down through the order, so he's had a rotation at the wheel of his 1992 Reynard. But I think other than that, everybody was safely through the first corner. Can't really tell which car's which as the sun glints off them at what has been a beautiful day here at Donington Park. The weather forecast has been fabulous today, not quite due to be quite as good tomorrow, however. But Dan Gore has got the job done. The newly crowned 2021 Mono 1000 champion for this season, converting pole position to the early race lead, and looking to see whether he can put daylight between himself and Chris Davidson, whilst Anthony Gauntlet is up from 4th on the grid to 3rd position. Jason Timms down into 4th place, and who's there in 5th position? Looks as though that might be Neil Harrison that's there in 5th place as they head in towards the braking area for the S's for the first time. Gap's just starting to open up at the front of it. We'll pick out the individual class leaders as the race wears on. It is Neil Harrison that's there in 5th place. Miles Castledini in 6th place. Dives up the inside of Simon Tate, I think, there. And that, I'm afraid to say, is retirement very, very early on for Darren Richards, who is out of the race and going nowhere with his Jedi, I'm afraid. So early retirement for the unfortunate Darren Richards. The one thing that Monoposto Racing does, and has done since its outset, is give a home to pretty much any single-seater car. So many drivers are able to just either utilise a car that otherwise would be obsolete. Simon Tate still coming under pressure from Chris Woodhouse, who looked towards the inside line there. For some drivers in the past, it has allowed them to home build their own cars, because the regulations again allow home built cars to come in as long as they match the overall regulations of the Monoposto Racing Club. If you're a very clever engineer, you're able to build your own chassis. That's exactly what you may choose to do. So Dan Gore pulling away in the lead of the race. You can see that everybody has got somebody to play with, really, and with 39 cars having qualified, it was always going to be a very busy Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. We've got all of the individual classes all amalgamated here this weekend, subject to circuit licences and how many cars you're able to run on a track. Sometimes we do see separate races with some classes being split against others. Now Jason Timms is coming under pressure here from Neil Harrison. The Dallara looking to close in on the motorcycle engine Dallara that lies ahead. Miles Castledini still going wheel to wheel with people as well as they head in towards the braking area for the S's. That's the point at the circuit at which we saw the retirement of Darren Richards' car, but there's no yellow flags there, so full overtaking is allowed as that Jedi is parked safely out of harm's way up against the barriers. But lap number 2 is about to be completed. The gap was 1.5 seconds between Dan Gore in the lead and Chris Davidson in second place, who so far this season, Chris, hasn't done a full championship season. When he's been out, he's been competitive at the wheel of his F3 Dallara. He's had 2 class wins so far this year, Chris, and at the moment he is leading the class in the early stages of this one. Miles Castledini looking to jink out from behind Chris Woodhouse to try and squeeze his way through. Number 78 car can't quite do it, the Van Diemen RF84. down through Hollywood and the Craner Curves. Miles Castledini's raced a whole raft of things over the years with Davrians and historic sports cars and things. See the Van Diemen moving around, car which harks back to Formula Renault days by the look of the shape of the car. Losing out to Chris Woodhouse's Dallara that runs in the full F3 class. Chris Woodhouse, who used to race a Jedi with great effect in this championship for a few seasons. And there's a good little squabble that's going on as well. That's going to be Martin Wright at the wheel of the Dallara. That's a driver who's self-built his own cars in the past, coming under pressure from the car that sits right behind him. And that is going to be James Lederman, by the look of things. James, who used to race in Formula Renault previously, and at the wheel of this Dallara now, is giving Martin Wright a thing or two to think about as they went in towards the S's that time through. 15-minute race. We're already a third of the way through it, would you believe? Terry Clark, the next of those up at the wheel of the number 32 car. He's at the head of this enormous train of cars, which includes the Vauxhall Lotus, by the look of things, of Jared Wood. So there's Martin Wright, his motorcycle-engined Dallara. Quite a few of those we've seen coming through in Monoposto racing over the course of the last few years, utilising the carbon tub of a Formula 3 car, but mating it with a motorcycle engine at the tail end. Under pressure, though, from James Lederman's Dallara F300. So a 2000 model year Dallara Formula 3 car. However, Martin Wright now up the inside of Simon Tate and going to go through. So Simon Tate losing a position there. Simon, who's been racing for a huge amount of years now, Simon. Now, is that car slowing? I think it is, you know, the number 15 car just yet. Everybody just easing their way past effortlessly. Through goes Nigel Davies as well at the wheel of his Jedi. Nigel, who used to race a Formula Ford-based car in Monoposto for a good number of years. Robin Dorr squeezes his way through as well. Robin, who's been a regular again for a good number of seasons, not necessarily doing full season campaigns, but the gold car flashes its way through. But yeah, clearly issues with Simon Tate's car, so I think we'll see that car destined for the pit lane before too much longer. Now Nigel Davies at the wheel of the number 77 Jedi, still under pressure from Robin Dorr. You'll see those in the background of the shot. Here they come now. Ahead of them is this little pair, which is still Martin Wright, coming under pressure from James Lederman. Is he going to sneak his way through? No, the door is closed, so no opportunity there to gain the place. Still dropping down through the order goes Simon Tate. Also looks as though the two Lee Stones are squabbling for position as well, the two Irish-built cars. Morgan McCourt at the wheel of the largely red one, and the other Lee Stone is Carl O'Brien, who I think has worked his way well up through the order, actually, because he started 31st, Carl O'Brien. He's now up into 19th position, and that's those two cars now. They're just threading their way past that Dallara that is surely in the hands of Simon Tate, destined for the pit lane at the end of this lap. 8.5 minutes to go. Back over the start-finish they'll now come. As for our class leaders, here come the two Lee Stones. There's the red car, there's the orange car, so Morgan McCourt and Carl O'Brien from the tail end of the field working their way through. Class leaders at the moment, leading the race overall and leading Mono 1000 is Dan Gore. Nigel Davies coming under attack from Robin Dorr as the two of them head down through the Craner Curves and the old hairpin. That'll be for 11th and 12th place, the order is swapped. Leading Mono F3 is the car in second place, which is number 31 Chris Davidson. Leading Mono 1400 is the fourth place car, number 3 Jason Timms. Leading Mono 2000 is that number 28 car there, the gold car of Robin Dorr, that's just overtaken Nigel Davies. And then leading Mono Classic at the moment is going to be the number 46 car, the Formula Vauxhall Lotus, largely white and purple it is, in the hands of Jared Wood. And I think the only other class leader we've not picked out as yet is down in 24th position. The number 56 car will be leading Mono 1800 at this stage, and that is going to be Wheatley, the number 56 car that leads that, Tom Wheatley, at the wheel of his Magile. So that picks out the class leaders. There is Jared Wood heading towards us now at the wheel of the Vauxhall Lotus, the number 46 car. Behind him is the number 5 machine, which is Russ Giles. Now, Russ has tumbled down through the order, started in 22nd, is running in 22nd position, started 15th, so it's been a big old drop down through the order for him. 27 James Rimmer getting picked off by the charging Lee Stone of Carl O'Brien, so from 31st on the grid. I think further praise is made up here for Carl O'Brien. So he was 17th at the start of the lap. This time O'Brien comes over the start-finish line up to 16th position. Yes, the number 27 car James Rimmer, the Dallara behind him, and that number 27 Dallara started 9th and is now down into 17th position. So there's been a few cars work their way beautifully up through the order. For poor old James Rimmer, it's stark contrast. He's tumbled his way all the way down through. But as ever, with such an enormous field of cars, it's a busy Grand Prix circuit. There's already somebody to fight with. That's a good thing. Up towards us now comes number 14. That looks like the ex-Kevin Mason chassis from some years ago, the number 14 car. That's Robert Smith. Under pressure from the car that sits directly behind him, which is Peter Whitmore. But at the moment, it's just the car ahead, Robert Smith, that's hanging on to the position. Peter Whitmore behind. And they'll be fighting over, where are they fighting for? They're fighting for 27th and 28th positions. So 5 3/4 minutes to go. On his merry way is Dan Gore, leading by 13 seconds now. Set the fastest lap of the race last time through, did our race leader number 80, Dan Gore. 1 minute 29.607. You can see the little motorcycle engine Jedi, the John Corbin designed car, which really was originally designed for sprinting and hill climbing, but has gone on to have hugely successful championships in either one make just for Jedis or the likes of Monopostos or other single-seater series where they're eligible. It has accumulated a raft of wins in circuit racing since it first appeared, the best part of, well, probably nearly 25-30 years ago really in circuit racing. So originally designed by John Corbin to be a sprint and hill climb car, and hasn't really aged. It's as competitive now as it ever has been really. Yes, it's evolved into the Mark 6 nowadays, with a raft of different improvement done and different engines that they've dropped in the back over the years, from anything from sort of 500cc engines up to 1000cc engines, but it's always been a good and a nimble little chassis, very, very light, and at places like Cadwell Park it is one of these cars that actually holds the outright lap record. So over the start-finish line, Robin Dorr still, I think, trying to work his way through. Is that now? It's number 70. That's Peter Whitmore, who's got past Chris Levy. So that's the Formula Ford 2000 car, the Van Diemen RF82, harking back to the likes of the cars that Ayrton Senna would have raced back in period. And this is Jared Wood trying to sneak through David Jones there. So that is Jared Wood at the wheel of the Vauxhall Lotus, putting a lap on David Jones's car. Jared Wood has got Russ Giles right behind him by the look of things. So that's Dallara hunting down Formula Vauxhall Lotus. Russ Giles jinks out from behind, up the inside he will go, takes the place away. So up to 20th position now comes Russ Giles. And off, I'm afraid, and into the gravel trap. That looks like that's down at the old hairpin. With a raise in the hand in frustration goes James Rimmer. So James Rimmer will be able to rejoin at the wheel of his number 27 Dallara. Doesn't sound overly great, that car, either, as it went past the camera. Now the number 38 car, what a drive this has been from Carl O'Brien. He is now up with Chris Baldwin, and that is going to be for 14th position, and through he goes, gains the place again. So fantastic stuff from Carl O'Brien. Not quite sure what was wrong with the Lee Stone in qualifying, but that car now is up to 14th position. It's still 5th in its class, so it's a long way down in its class still, but what a drive. Huge amounts of cars that he's had to overtake Carl O'Brien, and that will please the team for sure. And it's good that we continue to see the Lee Stones out in the Monoposto Championship. We've seen a few of them over the course of the years, and it's good that the team that run them still make the trip from Ireland to come and join us in the series. Man from County Kildare still looking to make some progress. Now this is number 6. You can see the slightly battered nose to the number 6 car. That is looking to try and work its way through the order. We've only got 2.5 minutes though remaining, and are we going to see it? 26 rather, which will be Bryn Tootle diving up the inside. Bryn, who's been a champion in his class in the past in Monoposto racing, gains the place as he sneaks his way through and past the number 40 car of Chris Baldwin. There's Will McAteer. That's the car that had the spin on the very first lap, Will. He's now looking to try and sneak his way through and past Chris Levy, Will McAteer, and that will be for position as well, I think. Yeah, so that's Will up into something like 28th position, having dropped all the way down towards the tail end of the field at number 23 car, following his spin on the first lap. Lee Fern under pressure. This is going to be for 6th position. Number 33, Lee Fern, weaving one way, weaving the other. He's got the car of Harrison ahead of him, which is Neil Harrison. He's looking up the inside line to try and take the place away. Can't quite make it stick, but needs to be conscious that Chris Woodhouse in the number 4 Dallara is right behind him, and they're fighting for 5th, 6th and 7th places. So in towards the braking area for the hairpin they come. Chris Woodhouse this time up the inside to try and steal the place away from Lee Fern. Tries to make it stick, staying out of harm's way, not wanting to get involved there. Moves one of the cars to make sure it's well and truly out of the way. I think that was Bruno Costa at the wheel of the JKS, and this is a wonderful, wonderful fight. At the sharp end of it is Neil Harrison. He's running in 5th position, but right behind him is Chris Woodhouse. Lee Fern has been unpicked by Chris Woodhouse, and now Woodhouse jinks one way, jinks the other, looking for the inside line on Neil Harrison, who uses all of his experience over the years to close the door and prevents him from squeezing his way through, now with only 30 seconds to go. So down through the Craner curves goes the fight for 5th and 6th and 7th places. There is Morgan McCourt, I'm afraid to say, at the wheel of the second of the 2 Lee Stones we've got in the field. And that car, I think, has had a spin down at the Melbourne hairpin, and he's needing to try to fire that back into life to get the car going once more. But for Neil Harrison, can he hang on to 5th position and 2nd in the Mono F3 class at the moment? Because Chris Woodhouse is in the same class as him, and Lee Fern is as well, that sits not that far behind. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th in Mono F3. But for the lead of the race, Dan Gore is heading his way up towards the braking area for what is the final corner. The clock has ticked to 0. Dan Gore is on course to claim yet another win in his class in Mono 1000. Already having claimed the championship, he claimed double wins here at Donington Park in the early part of the season, double wins at Brands Hatch, didn't appear at Castle Combe, double wins at Alton Park, double wins at Silverstone. But it's a treble header meeting this weekend, so that is now win number 9 of the season for Dan Gore. He claims the win. Chris Davidson comes through now to finish in 2nd place, not that far ahead of Jason Timms, the number 3 car in the end, that finishes in 3rd place. Anthony Gauntlet finishes in 4th position, and 5th place is just going to be Chris Woodhouse in that great little battle that we had between himself. He does manage to get through and ahead of Neil Harrison on the final lap. Chris Woodhouse finishes in 5th place. Number 10 Neil Harrison will finish in 6th place. Lee Fern, the number 33 car, will finish in 7th place. The next car through should be Martin Wright. Here he comes now, I think, to finish in what will be 8th position, car number 8. 9th place should be Robin Dorr, but he's been unpicked by James Lederman on that final lap, so the number 16 car finishes in 9th place, and Robin Dorr will complete the top 10. But more importantly for Robin Dorr, he might have lost a place, but he still claimed top honours in the Mono 2000 class, as the rest of the field all foul their way over the start-finish line at the end of what has been the first of 3 races this weekend for the Monoposto Championship, and it will conclude their championship season as well for the Monoposto cars, for what is a 13-round championship for most people. However, when we had split class races at Alton Park, one of the races did not take place because there was an incident out on circuit that did require medical attention for a supporting race to the Monopostos. It wasn't one of the Monoposto drivers, and that meant that there was not sufficient time for them to run all of their races for some of the classes. So Dan Gore is now 9 times a class winner this season. So the only time he has not been on the top step of the podium was Castle Combe, where he didn't compete as far as I'm aware, and on that occasion it gave Nigel Davies and the likes of Miles Castledini the chance to grab some class wins, but other than that it's been utter dominance in Mono 1000 from Dan Gore so far this season, who is about to thread his way into the pit lane, and then the cars will all as ever have to go into Parc Ferme, and there'll be some podium presentations taking place as well. So into the pit lane they come. That is it for the Monoposto racing cars for today. We do see them back out on circuit tomorrow as well. The Monos will be back out at around about 11:25 tomorrow morning for race number 2, and it'll be about 4:15 in the afternoon tomorrow, where we'll see them out for their final championship round for 2021. So let's just confirm the order then. It is car number 80, Dan Gore, that claims the win, and the win in Mono 1000. Second, of the win in Mono F3 went the way of Chris Davidson, and third, and the win in Mono 1400 went the way of Jason Timms. 4th place was Anthony Gauntlet. In 5th place it was the number 4 car of Chris Woodhouse that finished in 5th position. 6th place was Neil Harrison, and 7th went the way of Lee Fern. 8th place was the number 8 car of Martin Wright. 9th position was James Lederman, and in 10th place it was the Mono 2000 class winner, which was Robin Dorr. As for other class winners that finished outside of the top 10, the win in Mono Classic went the way of the number 46 car of Jared Wood, and the win in Mono 1800 went the way of the number 56 car that ultimately claimed the win, which was Tom Wheatley in his Mogile in Mono 1800. But that's it for the moment from the Monoposto Racing Championship here at Donington Park. We'll catch up with some more action from them tomorrow. So the Radical Challenge are on the grid here at Donington Park in advance of what will for them be round 14 of the 2021 Championship season. Round 13 having taken place earlier on today saw a win for the Radical RXC Spider of Michael Clark, who also claimed the Masters class. That car will start from pole position in this particular race, and alongside him is going to be the number 58 car of Anthony Ayres, who finished runner-up to him but won the sprint class in the race earlier on today. Matt Bell, who leads the overall championship, completed the podium, and he will look to see what he might be able to do, but he will start from 6th position on the grid for this second 25-minute sprint race that we will have. It looks so the marshals are just doing a little bit of shuffling on the grid at the moment. That is John McLeod's car, I think, that maybe conversations are going on with. Hopefully there's no issues with that number 14 car, but there's a couple of marshals stood around it on the left-hand side of your screen, which does suggest that there might just be the need for a little bit of work to be done. We have been blessed with some fantastic weather for this time of year. It might be mid-September, but the weather could not have been any better. There's been no breeze. We've had a little bit of cloud cover for some of the day, but most of that has now burnt off, and we are looking forward to hopefully a beautiful evening, what is our final race of today for the Radical Challenge Championship. They will be back out tomorrow, and that will be for round 15 of their championship, and that will be for the pit stop race that we'll see taking place tomorrow. I think there are problems for John McLeod's car. We can see the marshals gesticulating as though they want to push him off towards the right-hand side of the start-finish line, and that means that for poor old John McLeod, he is perhaps not going to get the opportunity to even get going in this race, which would be an enormous shame for John, who's been a regular in this championship for a good number of years. He has finished as high as 4th in the championship previously. That was back in 2019. He finished 5th in the championship last year, did John. And yet sadly is not going to get the chance to even start this race, I'm afraid to say. So that car is out of harm's way. The lights are on the BMW safety car, and the formation lap ready for this rolling start will be getting underway very, very shortly indeed. As I say, unfortunately without John McLeod, who has been a podium finisher on 3 occasions so far this season. He started the season with 2 of those podiums at Snetterton in rounds 2 and 3 of the championship, and he had to wait until July, following the April visits to the podium, for his 3rd visit to the podium. And unfortunately he's going to have to wait a bit longer for his 4th if he wants it, because he's out of this race before it's even got underway. I'll guide you through the grid for it as they head off on their formation lap. It's going to be number 100 Michael Clark that starts on pole position, and alongside is number 58 Anthony Ayres. Row 2 of the grid sees 23 Jason Rishover and 52 Mark Richards, with row 3 being number 11 Chris Short and the championship leader number 44 Matt Bell. Row 4, number 9 Chris Preen and number 5 Jerome DeSadley, who lies 2nd in the championship standings but was a bit off pace in qualifying and didn't have a great race one either. Row 5 of the grid is going to be a gap now, because we know that John McLeod's car has just been pushed off from what would have been the 9th position on the grid, so it's on his own on the outside of the 5th row of the grid, number 19 Dean Warriner. And row 6 of the grid is number 89 John Corbett for this race, and alongside for company he's got number 80, which is Peter Tyler. The 7th row of the grid is number 88, which is Jacek Jelonka, and number 28, which is Elliot Goodman. Row 8 is 24, Peter Brooks, and 31, Rod Goodman, with row 9 being number 6, Stephen Lake, and number 20, Wesley Fongini. And we should have at the tail end of the field the number 35, largely red car of Phil Brown, who sits towards the tail end of the field. Every car made it to the checkered flag bar one in race number 1, and that was Mark Richards, the number 52 car that had been qualified by Mark to the outside of the front row of the grid. Got a bit of a poor start, and it got worse from there really, because in the 17 laps that we managed to squeeze in over the 25-minute race, he retired having just completed 8 laps, I'm afraid to say. So that was an enormous shame for Mark Richards, who finished 6th in the championship standings last year. But his number 52 car, hopefully, is going to be there on the 2nd row of the grid. I'm just waiting to see a shot to see whether it has indeed made it out, or whether the problems that befell him in race number 1 have prevented his participation in race number 2. I'll have to wait and see. Didn't quite see as the cars headed off the grid. I was busy looking at the grid itself, so we'll see whether the 52 car is out there or not, or whether we are down to maybe 17 cars for this particular race. So front row of the grid is there, then we should see Jason Rishover, and then no, Mark Richards is there. That's good to see. Yep, so Mark Richards is indeed there. He has had the issue solved, and they're going to get themselves into neat 2x2 order, ready for this 14th round of the Radical Challenge Championship. Various subcategories. We've got the main championship, we've got the sprint championship, which is for just these sprint races, and of course we've got the other championship, which is for the pit stop races only. You've got the subclasses within it for the Masters, for the Sprint and the Fangio as well. So plenty to have a go at in Radical Racing as the lights go out and we get the 25-minute race underway. Michael Clark leads the pack up towards Redgate Corner as Anthony Ayres looks to try and slot himself through into second place. Mark Richards trying to draw himself alongside Jason Rishover, but I think Chris Preen looks to try and unpick them, and Mark Richards is through the gravel trap, and again it's not a great start to the race for Mark Richards. We saw him have problems in race number 1 and he's tumbled all the way to the tail end of the field in race number 2. So it is going to be Michael Clark that leads. We saw in race number 1 the Radical RXC Spider get picked off in the early stages of the race by the SR3s, who were seeming to be quicker on cold tyres and are far more nimble through the twiddly bits, but it's been a much better start from Michael Clark this time through, and it is going to be Matt Bell, who leads the championship overall, is up into second place in the early stages of this one and trying to set about the race leader. Mark Richards did get going again, but as you can see, his car is all the way towards the tail end of the field, and after his gravelly moment and grassy moment at Hollywood, he may well have filled radiator ducts with grass, so he'll be watching the engine temperatures, I'm sure. Third place at the moment, looks like it's Anthony Ayres that's there in third position. Everybody else feeding their way through. There is Mark Richards at the tail end of the field. In fact, no, that's Jerome de Sadlier, isn't it, that's there in third position? It is, yeah, Jerome de Sadlier, a great start from him. He's up into third position at this stage. Fourth place is going to be Chris Short at the wheel of the first of the black cars that we'll see, and down towards the bottom of the top 10, everybody fighting for position there side by side, heading up towards Goddard's for the first time. So out of Goddard's, Michael Clark leads, Matt Bell, then it is well, all over the grass goes Stephen Ayres, the number 58 car that started from the outside of the front row of the grid. He goes rally crossing this time, so through goes Dean Warrener, through goes Peter Tyler, through goes Elliot Goodman, and now trying to sneak up the inside and also managing to carve his way through goes the number 6 car of Stephen Lake on the way in towards Redgate Corner. Stephen Ayres tries to fight back on the way out, and I think will reassert himself back into the position again. Yes, so he does. So Stephen Ayres gains the place again, and for the moment hangs on to what I think will be a place just outside of the top 10. I think he'll be in 11th by the time they go over the start-finish line next time through, unless he can pick up another place. So, a few incidents on the first lap, but everybody's still circulating. This is the number 88 car of Yannick Zilonka coming under pressure from Peter Brooks, who drives the number 24 car. He's got Rod Goodman not too far behind as they thread their way through the right-hander at Coppice Corner for the second time. And they will be fighting over places just outside of the top 10 at the moment. Elliot Goodman sticks his elbows out. He's in 10th place. But for the sharp end, it is going to be down towards the Melbourne hairpin, and then up towards Goddard's. They will work their way. 22 minutes of the scheduled 25 remaining. Matt Bell in second place, under pressure from his main championship rival, really. So that is championship rivalry going on there, not just for first and second in their respective classes, but also for overall championship points. Matt Bell, this is the black car with the day glow flashes, and there, I'm afraid, problems for Chris Preen. So here's the benign Radical coming to a halt at Goddard's there. Now, was that mechanical issues, or was there a little bit contact or something on the way in? Simply couldn't see from the angle, but the result is that the number 9 car is now stricken out on circuit with 21 minutes to go. Down through the crane of curves comes Elliot Goodman. He's got Stephen Ayres right behind him. This is for 7th and 8th place. So Elliot Goodman picked up 3 places on that last lap at the wheel of the number 28 car. Dean Warrener was the driver that dropped a couple of places. He's now down into 9th position, car number 19. That's the grey car with its lighter green flashes. But Elliot Goodman having a better run this time through, Elliot. I did say earlier on that he seemed a little bit off the pace, both in terms of qualifying and in race 1. He was in 12th position. Well, he's in 7th place now, but he's got Stephen Ayres right behind him. Remember, Stephen qualified on the outside of the front row of the grid and is now looking to try and draw himself alongside and ahead as they head in towards the S's. So through goes Stephen Ayres. He's up into 7th. Down to 8th goes Elliot Goodman. Whilst at the front, we've still got some battles going on. Peter Tyler's very much on his own, isn't he, in the grey car? There goes Stephen Ayres past Elliot Goodman this time. Dean Warrener not too far behind. And then the next of the squabbles is going to be Jacek Jelonka, who has got, well, Peter Brooks, Rod Goodman, Mark Richards, Wesley Fongini, all queued up behind him in various orders to try and thread their way through as the race leader heads towards Redgate. So through go the cars at the sharp end. There's the car that's in 5th position, which is number 23, Jason Rishover. Jason, who finished 3rd in the championship last year. Race 1 winner, though, at the wheel of the sole Masters class car we've got in the field this weekend. The Radical RXC Coupe, in the hands of Michael Clark, makes his way down through the old hairpin whilst being pushed into retirement, I'm afraid, is Chris Preen. Marshals, as ever, doing a fantastic job of making sure that we don't have the requirement of a safety car. Now, Matt Bell is on a bit of a charge here. All of a sudden, he started to close up. Fastest lap of the race for the second place car, number 44, Matt Bell, last time through. 1 minute 33.237. 133.237. That's still about 2 seconds slower than the fastest lap that Michael Clark set in the first race of the day. And Matt Bell needs to get on with it still, because he's still being shadowed by the Swiss driver, Jerome de Sadlier. Very much from racing stock is Jerome de Sadlier. Hugo de Sadlier also racing, and father used to race as well. Hugo's his brother. We've seen Jerome racing Radical SR1s. We've seen him out in a NASCAR Wheeling Euro Series in the past as well, have we, Jerome de Sadlier? He's a former Radical SR1 champion as well from a couple of years ago. 2017 he lifted the championship title there. He finished runner-up in this series in 2019, and at the moment is tucked in 3rd place behind the current championship leader, number 44, Matt Bell. So the Radical RXC Spider, quicker in a straight line than the SR3s that sit in the Supersport class that sit behind. Jason Rishover still doing a good job of hanging on to the coattails of Chris Short that lies ahead of him, the all-black car of Chris Short, the number 11 machine. And it's Peter Tyler who wraps up the top 6. Stephen Ayres in 7th place, who was set the fastest lap of the race last time through. Stephen Ayres, 1 minute 32.668 from Stephen. So a fantastic lap from him. And then after Stephen Ayres, it's this pair here, Elliot Goodman, who's now coming under attack from Radical SR1 graduate, which is Dean Warrener. So Stephen Ayres with that fantastic fastest lap of the race, the Mech-Tech prepared car. Bradley Smith's team looking to try and catch up with Peter Tyler's car that lies ahead. Peter, another graduate out of the Radical SR1 Cup, which has also been on the race programme this weekend here at Donington Park. But Peter Tyler hanging on to the final place inside the top 6 currently, as they thread their way through the left and then the right flicks at the S's. Now, the top 3 still together, aren't they? They're not at all dropping away. Michael Clark still under pressure from Matt Bell, who's under pressure from Jerome de Sadlier. Chris Short with the best seat in the house, looking at everything unfold ahead of him as he sits there in 4th place. Jason Rishover in 5th place. Peter Tyler under attack for 6th from this number 58 car in the hands of Stephen Ayres. And then elsewhere down through the grid, Peter Brooks fighting away with John Corbett. And John Corbett has got Rod Goodman for company as well. That's going to be for 12th, 13th and 14th. And I think there has been a shuffle in that order this time, because Peter Brooks is now at the head of that little trio of cars, so he should be up into 12th place now. John Corbett down into 13th, yet confirmed by the timing screen that I can see in front of me. And Rod Goodman hangs on to 14th place, so Corbett, number 89 there, losing a position on that lap. So they will work their way down through the Craner curves. Stephen Ayres again with another new fastest lap of the race last time through for the charging number 58 car. 1 minute 32.513 from him. That nets him the extra championship point available. It's an extra championship point for the fastest lap in the race in each class. So that's going the way of the number 58 car currently for Stephen Ayres. But it's going to be more difficult to set a fastest lap now whilst he's right on the tailpipes of the car ahead of Peter Tyler. In towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin goes Matt Bell, still running in 2nd place. Still the leading SR3 that we've got in the field, but still under pressure from Jerome de Sadlier, who cannot as yet find a way past his main championship rival. Plenty of time in which to do so, because there's still 15 minutes of this race that remain, as they now turn their way over the start-finish line. Lap number 6 completed, and the order still remains the same. Michael Clark, Matt Bell, Jerome de Sadlier, Chris Short, Jason Rishover, then Peter Tyler under attack from Stephen Ayres, who, despite all of his progress through the field over the course of the last few laps, is now bottled up behind Peter Tyler and just can't manage to see if he can squeeze his way through. Not yet, at least. Bouncing over the curbs they all go. You can see how wide some of them are running coming out of the old hairpin. That's where there's been a fair amount of transgressions of the circuit limits, not from the Radicals necessarily, but from all the other series that we've had here at Donington Park over the course of the day. And there goes Stephen Ayres up the inside, going into towards McLean's corner. Nice and neat pass. Up inside the top 6 goes the number 58 car. Peter Tyler now drops down into what will be 7th position from him, and has already started to lose ground on the car that's only a corner ago, taking the place away from him. We've also had a change for 8th place, because it looks as though number 19, Dean Warriner, has got himself ahead of Elliot Goodman. That will be the next pair just behind this shot. Yeah, there comes the grey and the light green car of Dean Warriner, now ahead of the car with its gold flashes of Elliot Goodman. And after that, it's going to be Jack Jalonka fighting away with Mark Richards, who, say, qualified on the front row of the grid for race number 1 and had a poor race and retired, and qualified on the second row of the grid for this race and had his off at the first corner. So it's been a bit of a day to forget, really, for the number 52 car of Mark Richards. Promised one heck of a lot at the beginning of the weekend. Now, Matt Bell has been unpicked somewhere by Jerome de Sadlier, because the number 5 car now is ahead of his main championship rival, Matt Bell. So quite when that happened, I would imagine perhaps on the approach towards Goddard, or a small mistake down at the Melbourne hairpin for Matt Bell. But de Sadlier is through, having picked up the place, and will look to try and pull away now. It's been a much better second race from Jerome de Sadlier. So qualifying didn't go his way. He set a couple of quick lap times, but lost his 2 best lap times in qualifying for going beyond the circuit limits, exceeding the track limits. So that meant that he was starting both races further down from the grid than he wanted to. The car and Jerome just didn't really gel, didn't come alive in race number 1, but this is more like it from Jerome de Sadlier. Into second place, trying to hunt down the race leader, who last time through, Michael Clark, popped in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 32.459, 132.459. That's still a second adrift of the times that Michael was doing in race number 1 at the wheel of his number 100 Radical RXC. And off, I'm afraid, that's Wesley Fongini that is off. And Mark Richards, I think that is, that's in the gravel. Yes, it is, the 52 car digging its way back out of the gravel. Now, they were fighting for 10th and 11th positions. Now, Mark Richards will continue in the race, albeit he has now dropped way, way down through the order. He's going to be down in something like 15th position, I think, at the end of this lap. And for the car that was doing battle with him, it looks as though Jalonka is out of the race, whilst the safety car is heading out onto track. And I'm afraid the safety car didn't make it out of the pit lane before the race leader and the top 3 or 4 cars went through. So safety car will have to wave past all the rest of the cars and wait until car number 100, which is Michael Clark, has managed to do another full lap to catch it up. So Michael Clark, you do need to slow down under the safety car, but what he probably needs to do is drive at about 85%, 90%, so that he catches the safety car a lot quicker, and the safety car should wave through the rest of the field, one would have thought, as and when it's instructed to do so by race control. So the first of the cars that at the moment is behind the safety car is going to be the car that's in 6th position in the race, which is the number 58 car of Anthony Ayres. So Anthony Ayres is not allowed to overtake the safety car until the safety car observer indicates for him to pass, and the safety car observer will only do that when the instruction is received from race control to wave the cars behind through. There's always 2 people in the safety car. One is the driver, who just concentrates on the driving, and the other one is the safety car observer, who is the driver who is in communication with race control and receives all of the instructions as to what the safety car needs to do, and then relays that to the safety car driver. So neutralise the race whilst we scoop up the number 88 car from the gravel trap here at Coppice Corner. So past the scene of the stricken number 88 Radical, they will thread their way. Shouldn't take long to recover the car. And there we go, look, it says that safety car observer waving the cars by. He's received the instruction from race control to wave the cars by. The car of Jalonka is hauled even deeper into the gravel trap, so that it's moved further out of harm's way. up at Coppice Corner. And now that it is fully clear at Coppice Corner, it will be detached from the telehandler. Telehandler will make its way back behind one of the snatch gaps, but the next thing that then needs to happen is all the rest of the field that's been waved by need to catch up with the train of cars, and our race leader, which is Michael Clark, also needs to catch up with the safety car. And once all of those boxes have been ticked and we've got everybody behind the safety car all in the correct order, then we would see the lights extinguished on the safety car. So whilst we've still got the safety car out there, we might have one further lap after this one before we're able to get the race back underway. And of course the clock, as you can see at the top of your screens, is still continuing to count down. So we've got 9 3/4 minutes of the race to go. And just to run you through the order, car number 100, Michael Clark, leads the race and leads the Masters class. Second in the race is the number 5 car, Jerome de Sadlier, who leads the main Supersports class at this stage. Third is number 44, Matt Bell, and fourth is Chris Short. Fifth is the leader of the Fangio class for the older drivers that we have in the field. That is number 23, Jason Rishover, who is also, of course, fighting way towards the sharp end of the overall championship. And after that, in 6th place, it will be number 58, Anthony Ayres. 7th is number 80, Peter Tyler. 8th is 19, Dean Warren. And 9th is 28, Elliot Goodman. Completing the top 10 is Peter Brooks. Rod Goodman is there in 11th place. Richard Corbett is in 12th position. 13th is where we see number 6, which is going to be Stephen Lake, that sits there in 13th place. Mark Richards, after his problems at turn number 1 and his rally crossing moment and the tangle that he had with Jalonka, is there in 14th place, that tangle bringing about this safety car. 15th is the number 20 car, which is going to be Wesley Fongini, and 16th and the last of the runners now is going to be number 35, Phil Brown, because we've lost Jalonka up in the gravel track there at what will be Coppice Corner. We lost Chris Preen with problems at the final corner, which was Goddard's, and of course poor old John McLeod lined up on the grid, but then before we even got the rolling lap underway had to be pushed off to the side, so he didn't even get to start the 14th round of the championship, I'm afraid. So through the Craner curves, everybody else you can see in the background is slowly catching up with the train now behind the safety car, so I strongly suspect this will be the last lap that we require behind the safety car, because the race leader is the first of those behind the safety car, and you can see, yeah, the pack of cars now is pretty much fully formed behind. Perhaps another 3 or 4 cars to catch up, because I think it was Peter Brooks was the last of the cars I could see in the queue behind the safety car. Yeah, there's Peter Brooks, right, there's Rod Goodman, there's Mark Richards, there's Wesley Fongini, and I think there's just one more car. There it is, the red car has managed to catch up as well, Phil Brown, so that is everybody that is still in the race now is in the queue behind the safety car, so that will be indicated to race control. The red car at the background of the shot is the last of those that needs to join the queue, so we should see the lights extinguished on the safety car before too much longer, and that will be the indication that we are about to go back green flag racing. The lights will be extinguished as the safety car usually turns onto the Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park, so once it's gone through the S's, flick the lights out, and everybody will then know that it's time to go racing once more for what is likely to be around 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock by the time they get over the start finish line. Yep, so lights are out on the safety car. Michael Clark seems keen to get things back underway again, because he's still tucked right up behind the safety car. His best bet would be just to ease off a little bit so he's got some space to accelerate into. Peter Tyler almost runs wide there, and I thought he was heading to the gravel for a split second there, just managed to outbrake himself on some cold tyres that have lost a bit of temperature, but we're about to get things back underway then in the Radical Challenge after the brief safety car period to clear up the incident there at Coppice Corner. Safety car will peel its way in towards the pit lane, and the race can now get itself back underway. So yellow flags are replaced by green flags, the green light comes back on, and already the race leader is sprinting away, but already Jerome de Sadlier is coming under pressure from Chris Bell, who is weaving around behind Jerome de Sadlier. Chris Short is still looking to try and stick his elbows out and hang on to 4th place. Jason Rishover has other ideas, but I don't think Rishover has seen that the car of Anthony Ayres was right with him. There was a puff of smoke between the two of them, and now side by side for 2nd place as Jerome de Sadlier almost ran into the side of Matt Bell, who is brave to hang it out around the outside at part of the Craner curves and take up 2nd place again once more. Jerome de Sadlier down into 3rd, but already coming under pressure from the number 11 car of Chris Short that sits behind. Jason Rishover not too far behind either, and Anthony Ayres looking to try and join in the fun as well as they thread their way up towards Coppice Corner. Oh, Jason Rishover was about to turn in towards Coppice corner, but Anthony Ayres was hugely decisive that he wanted the place, dived his way through, and at the last minute, Jason Rishover had to ease off the steering input into the corner. So Anthony Ayres goes through, and now he's trying to attack Chris Short for 4th position, the all-black number 11 car. So great fight going on. It really has been a good restart also from Anthony Ayres. Remember, he started on the outside of the front row of the grid, and has now, I think, had problems coming through the S's, because all of that hard work he's done, he's lost places all of a sudden, because through has gone Peter Tyler, through has gone Dean Warriner, through has gone Elliot Goodman, and the number 58 car of Anthony Ayres is now going to be back down into something like 9th position, I think, running side by side with Elliot Goodman as they come round through Goddard's corner. And the largely white and black and red machine just heading towards the camera now. Well, that is 2 places lost for Anthony Ayres, having previously gained 2 places at the beginning of the lap. So up 2, down 4, net gain -2, I'm afraid. There's a raft of grass at the top of Hollywood there, so somebody had a bit of a moment on the restart. Had that have happened earlier on in the race, it would have already been dispersed. And I think it may well be somebody towards the sharp end of this race. Michael Clark still continuing to lead the race. We're looking at Dean Warriner at the moment, who has got his hands rather full of Anthony Ayres, Elliot Goodman, Peter Brooks, all of whom are queued up behind. That's the point at which Anthony Ayres was very decisive on the previous lap, and this time he's trying to get the overlap on Dean Warriner, but he's on the right-hand side of the circuit. That is the outside line when they head towards the S's, but is he going to make it through and ahead of Dean Warriner? Who's braver on the brakes? No, Dean Warriner backs out of it, so place gained again for Anthony Ayres. He is now up into 7th position, whilst for what is now 4th position, number 23 Jason Rishover has made it stick and gained a place. Now Elliot Goodman has also been picked off, has he, by Anthony Ayres? No, Anthony Ayres has lost the place again, hasn't he? Dean Warriner's back through once more. So, yeah, he has, number 58. Anthony Ayres, he's gained and probably lost more places than anybody. He's running wide also at the exit of the exit of Goddard's there. So runs the car wide onto the grass, loses a little bit of momentum, but Elliot Goodman is not able to pounce as they head in towards the braking area for Redgate corner. Mark Richards dives up the inside of the 31 car of Rod Goodman to gain the place. So that is going to be 11th place now for Mark Richards, who started, remember, in 4th position on the grid. But for Anthony Ayres, having got himself through and ahead of the number 19 car of Dean Warriner last time through, he's tasked with doing the same. Going rally crossing is Elliot Goodman. He's going to lose a bit of momentum up the hill and up towards Swans Curve, which gives Peter Brooks the opportunity to try and stick his nose up the inside. That's not quite going to work, so the number 24 car tucks itself back behind the black car with its gold flashes once more in the hands of Elliot Goodman, who rather got away with that moment down there at the old hairpin. And Mark Richards is poised and ready to bounce at the wheel of the number 52 car as well, so good squabble going on for 8th, 9th and 10th position. Couple of minutes to go in this race, with Michael Clark looking to try and make it 2 out of 2 if he can in rounds 13 and this one, round 14 of the Radical Challenge Championship, but he will get over the start-finish line and start his penultimate lap this time through. So up towards the braking area for Goddard, about to start the penultimate lap of the race, I suspect it will be. He'll get over the start-finish line, and as he heads over the start-finish line, a minute and 42 seconds to go. That was a minute and 32 second lap, so should be about 10 seconds left on the clock next time he heads towards the start-finish line. And the problem is, he can't afford to ease off a little bit because he's got Matt Bell not too far behind him. If he had a larger lead, he could just ease off, couldn't he, to a degree, and just coast it home without doing the extra lap, but that is not an option for our race leader because he only leads by 1.3 seconds heading on to lap number 15. So past Starkey's Bridge, Jerome de Sadlier sitting there in 3rd place still. So there's Matt Bell in 2nd, there's Jerome de Sadlier in 3rd place, Jason Rishover in 4th, Chris Short in 5th, Peter Tyler, there he goes in 6th place, Gary, the car of Warriner still sitting there, just managing to hang on to the place. Dean Warriner, or did at least through McLean's corner, but lost out from Anthony Ayres by the time they get up towards Coppice. So Anthony Ayres now up into 7th position. Dean Warriner back down into 8th place, which is where he was a few laps ago. And then we've got Elliot Goodman fighting away with Mark Richards, Peter Brooks and Rod Goodman, the next little quartet that are all feeding their way through the S's for the penultimate time. So out of Melbourne Hairpin. Over the start-finish line now comes our race leader. The fastest lap of the race, by the way, still with number 58, Anthony Ayres, rather. Anthony Ayres, 1 minute 32.231. Now, Jason Rishover for 4th place, under enormous pressure now from Chris Short, having to defend on the run towards Redgate Corner. Is confident enough to be able to jink out to take as wide a line in towards the corner as he can. Runs a little bit wide on the exit, but still hangs on to the position, just Jason Rishover, as they thread their way downhill through the Craner curves for the final time. And then, after they've worked their way through the old hairpin, which isn't really a hairpin, it's a pretty fast corner to say the least, the old hairpin. Running a little bit wide is Chris Short in 5th place. That will perhaps just hamper his progress, as maybe he had to lift off the throttle for just a split second as the car started to run out wide from him. But he's still within touching distance. Any mistake at all from Jason Rishover and he could pounce. Rishover still comfortably leading the Fangio class at the moment from the grey and Dayglow car of Peter Tyler that's second in the Fangio class. You should see Peter Tyler in the background of the shot any second now. There he is, yeah. So, a couple of places up the road is Jason Rishover leading the Fangio class. But up towards the Melbourne Hairpin for the final time comes our race leader, Michael Clark. We've not seen huge amounts of him in the Radical Challenge Championship in 2021. But he is on course for a double win out of the 2 races we've had this weekend so far here at Donington Park. Could he make it a hat-trick of wins if he's going to compete in the pit stop race tomorrow? So Michael Clark comes through to win his 2nd race of the day. Matt Bell comes through to finish in 2nd position. You can see him punch the air with absolute delight for Matt Bell, and I think mathematically that probably means that that is another step closer to the championship for him. There's still 80 points up for grabs tomorrow. There's 40 points for a win in a sprint race, but 80 in the pit stop race. And a charge to the line, I think, is just going to see Mark Richards pip Elliot Goodman, is it? Yes, he does, by 47 thousandths of a second. Mark Richards is able to grasp 9th position from Elliot Goodman, who ultimately finished in 10th position. But that was another good race from the Radical Challenge Championship here at Donington Park. So Matt Bell, having claimed the win earlier on today in his respective class, I'm just wondering whether that now puts him out of touch in terms of the championship. There's still going to be three races to come at Spa-Francorchamps for their final championship round, which is on the 16th and 17th of October. So there's 120 points available in that particular race. There's still another 80 available for tomorrow, plus fastest lap, so that's 200 points. And he came into this weekend about 100 points ahead, so no, that isn't the championship sorted as yet for Matt Bell. It is still going to be alive tomorrow, and I suspect it will still be alive as they head to Belgium in a few weekends' time. So the cars just making their way around the circuit for what has been a great first day for the Radical Challenge Championship. Their 15th round of the season will come up tomorrow. They have 2 races today. They only have 1 race tomorrow, but it is a longer race for them tomorrow. It's a 50-minute pit stop race for them tomorrow here at Donington Park, and that is scheduled, 45-minute pit stop race I should say, for them tomorrow here at Donington Park. That is scheduled to take place around about 2 o'clock, 2:05 tomorrow afternoon. We will see our 3rd and final race for the Radical Challenge Championship, but it is another win and 2nd today for Michael Clark. He will be hugely pleased with that as he makes his way into the pit lane. Let's just confirm the results with you then. Michael Clark claims the win overall and the win in the Masters class. In 2nd place is Matt Bell, the championship leader, who also wins his class, and in 3rd place it is Jerome de Sadlier. 4th place is Jason Rishover. He also picks up top honours in the Fangio Trophy. 5th place goes the way of Chris Short, and 6th place was Peter Tyler. 7th place in the end for Anthony Ayres. 8th place was Dean Warriner, and 9th place was Mark Richards, with Elliot Goodman completing the top 10. That was round 15 of the Radical Challenge Championship here from Donington Park. I hope you enjoyed the racing that we've shown you today, and well, that's it from all of us here at Donington Park. Don't forget though, we've got a full race programme coming up tomorrow, including the final race for the Radical Challenge Championship. So that's it for today. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.